Hello and thanks for joining us. I'm Giacomo Luca. This is Live Now from Fox. Time now on the East Coast, 7:06 in the morning, 4:06 in the morning for folks over there on the West Coast in the Los Angeles area and across the West. A secret Chinese police station in the middle of New York. That's the Justice Department says that's what two men are responsible for starting so the Chinese government could keep eyes on and harass Chinese dissidents living here in the United States. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is reporting on the very latest on this from Washington.
Investigators allege this nondescript building in New York City was actually the site of an unauthorized overseas police station. But instead of stopping crime, authorities say those who worked here committed them on behalf of the Chinese government.
The ultimate purpose of this illegal police station was not to protect and serve, but rather silence, harass, and threaten individuals here in the United States, and particularly those expressing views contrary to the Chinese government.
Lu Jianwang and Chen Jinping are charged with helping open and operate the station, which up until last fall took up an entire floor in this building. They are not the only ones accused of trying to monitor and harass critics of the Chinese government. The Justice Department also charged 34 officers of China's National Police Force for setting up what they've described as an internet troll farm with one main purpose:
creating thousands of fake online personas which they use in a coordinated plot to harass, disparage, and threaten dissidents and activists throughout the world.
Police say the incidents underscore the lengths the Chinese government will go to stifle criticism beyond its borders.
Today's charges send a crystal clear response to the PRC that we are on to you. We know what you're doing, and we will stop it.
In a separate case, the DOJ also charged 10 people, including 8 Chinese government officials, for allegedly targeting Chinese dissidents who were using an American company's virtual platform. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And meanwhile, we're learning now that a Moscow court is taking a look this morning about the hearing of an appeal for the detention of Evan Gershkovich. You're taking a live look now. It does appear that Evan is behind what appears to be a glass box and put into a room ahead of this hearing that is expected. Again, he is the Wall Street Journal reporter who was arrested in Russia just a couple of weeks ago. He is an American citizen with familial ties to the Soviet Union, but again, an American citizen being detained in Russia this morning. Again, he's expected to be appealing his detention. The Russian authorities have accused him of being a spy for the American government, and that is something that both the Wall Street Journal, Evan, and the American government has denied. Again, you can see him standing there just before authorities there in Moscow, but behind that glass box there in Russia. As soon as we learn more from this, we'll make sure to bring that to you as soon as possible here on Live Now from Fox. That's what we do here, live, raw, and unfiltered. But moving back over to the States, we do want to bring you the very latest about Alabama and that shooting that happened there over the weekend. 4 people killed, 28 people injured in that serious shooting that happened again in the Alabama area. Police continuing to investigate that deadly shooting that happened over the weekend. The majority of the victims, we're learning, were teenagers. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson is following the very latest on this for us this morning.
Victims remain in the hospital after a deadly shooting in Alabama, the tragedy taking place Saturday night in the small town of Dadeville. Police say those killed range in age from 17 to 23 years old and included high school seniors. One local hospital added it treated more than a dozen victims.
It's very traumatic in healthcare setting, in the emergency room setting, when you have one gunshot wound come through. But when you have 15, and they're all teenagers. Our staff has been through a lot.
Multiple agencies are piecing together what led to this shooting. It unfolded at a dance studio in downtown Dadeville, where people had gathered to celebrate his 16th birthday. Authorities have not yet said whether a suspect has been arrested. Grief counselors are on hand at a nearby school as the community mourns.
You just got to be there for them when they need you and let them know that they can come to you regardless of how they respond to something like this.
This tragedy reigniting calls for gun reform. On Monday, Alabama lawmakers gathered to call for common sense legislation.
Our neighborhoods, our churches, our schools, and even our grocery stores, and heaven forbid a sweet 16 birthday party, are at risk of being the scene of another mass shooting. It's not okay that gun violence is now the leading cause of death in young Americans.
Police are asking anyone with photos or videos from Saturday's party to come forward. In Dadeville, Alabama, Charles Watson, Fox News.
It's Moscow. All right, we are taking a live look this morning. You can see there in Moscow, Russia. Inside that box, just behind the glass, is the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. He was detained in Russia just a couple of weeks ago after he was accused by Russian authorities of espionage related to spying for the American government. Both the Wall Street Journal and the American government has denied those claims, as well as Evan Gershkovich, that reporter himself, who was a Moscow-based bureau reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Again, taking a look there at what appears to be a video trial happening there, where he is expected to be appealing his detention there. The United States authorities have already declared him as wrongfully detained, and authorities are working as hard as they can to try to get consular access to him, which has been denied by Russian authorities. That was according to Secretary of State earlier this week. We're going to continue following this. Again, Evan Gershkovich there, Wall Street Journal reporter, being detained in Russia, part of a appellate hearing that is continuing just today. Meanwhile, you're taking a live look over New York City there. You can see the beautiful Statue of Liberty there on this early sunrise here, 7:13 on the East Coast, 4:13 on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Time now 7:16 on the East Coast, 4:16 on the West Coast. Continuing our coverage today on all our top headlines that we've been covering all week long. The U.S. military now reviewing its procedures as they try to assess the ramifications of those classified documents leaked that we've been talking to you about since last Wednesday. Fox's Madeline Rivera is now reporting on this from Washington.
Ever since last week's arrest of 21-year-old Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira, critics have been saying the process for getting a top-secret security clearance in the U.S. should be revamped.
There's 3 million folks with clearances right now.
3 million?
3 million. So to the general's point, I agree with him 100% on this. We need to make sure we know who has clearances, why they need it, and to get rid of it.
As the push grows to tamp down access to some of the country's top secrets, the Biden administration is doing damage control. Some of the leaked information included intelligence on the United States allies and adversaries.
Department of Justice has launched an investigation to figure out what exactly is still out there, and also assessing the impacts that this has not just on U.S. security interests but on our partners and allies around the world.
Teixeira is facing up to 15 years in prison for allegedly posting classified material on a gaming chat app called Discord. An FBI affidavit states Teixeira brandished what is believed to be his father's Soviet semi-automatic pistol in one of his videos. The incident could be brought up during his detention hearing on Wednesday.
I wonder about his psychological profile and whether he was a loner and whether he was searching for camaraderie on the internet. You know, he had this, what he considered a trusted group of individuals on Discord. I don't think he even knew who was on this network.
The Pentagon has launched a 45-day review of its procedures to prevent another leak from happening again. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And the Manhattan District Attorney, whose investigation into former President Donald Trump has led to 34 felony charges, is squarely in the sights of the House Republicans. That's because the Judiciary Committee holding a rare field hearing on Monday over in New York, actually in Manhattan itself, while GOP members say Alvin Bragg's policies have contributed to increasing violence in the city. Democrats say the event was all about politics. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis is following the very latest on this from New York.
And thousands of us, we don't give a damn about your politics. We don't care.
Victims of violent crime in New York City testified today against Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, accusing Bragg of pushing soft-on-crime policies that make the city less safe. Bragg charged bodega owner Jose Alba with murder for killing a man in self-defense after he stabbed Alba in his shop. The murder charge was later dropped.
The next time an innocent man does nothing but protect their own life in self-defense from a violent attack, they should not be made the villain, but instead treated with care and compassion as the victim.
Joseph Borgin, a Jewish man, was beaten by 4 men in broad daylight in an anti-Semitic attack. Borgin's father says he's disgusted one of the attackers was given a 6-month plea deal.
It's an open and shut case. And D.A. Bragg is just schlepping this case along with no solution, offering deal after deal.
In 2022, D.A. Bragg downgraded 52% of felonies to misdemeanors, and only half of cases led to a conviction. Victims say Bragg helped fuel a 22% increase in crime in 2022. Democrats argue New York City is safer than many Republican jurisdictions per capita.
Does New York have a higher or lower rate of violent crime than Florida?
Lower.
And what about Louisiana?
Lower.
Kentucky?
Lower.
Arizona?
Lower.
North Carolina?
Lower.
Democrats called today's hearing, orchestrated by Republican Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, a sham meant to embarrass and intimidate D.A. Bragg because he's prosecuting former President Trump.
The Republican witnesses who have used their time to criticize District Attorney Bragg have served as props in a MAGA Broadway production. The real purpose in coming to New York City.
On Monday, Chairman Jordan asked a federal judge to dismiss a lawsuit filed by D.A. Bragg. Bragg wants to block Jordan from being able to subpoena witnesses in a congressional investigation into Bragg's criminal indictment of former President Trump. Court hearings begin on Wednesday. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that reporting, Brian Yennis there in New York. We now have Andrew Kraft, who spoke with our reporters on the ground there in New York about the very latest on this hearing. We're going to go listen in on that conversation.
From New York, Fox 5 New York reporter Morgan Mackay with the latest. Morgan, good to see you. So this was all about crime in the Big Apple today, but it was not held in Washington. What was the main purpose?
Andrew, Republicans have been quick to say that this has nothing to do with former President Donald Trump, but the hearing was held just around the corner from the Manhattan District Attorney's office and the courthouse where Trump was arraigned. Now, this hearing was a contentious hearing and interrupted repeatedly by protests.
The committee will come to order.
According to Republicans, this House Judiciary Committee field hearing was all about crime in the city.
Our criminal justice system is insane. It's dangerous.
And the impact of policies put in place by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
Rather than enforcing the law, the DA is using his office to do the bidding of left-wing campaign funders.
But according to Democrats, this was a partisan stunt, a ploy by Republicans to defend the former president who is plagued by legal battles here in the city.
Of all the gin joints and all the towns in all the world, we just happened to walk into this one. How absurd.
This hearing comes just shortly after Bragg turned down a request by the same committee to testify on his investigation into former President Donald Trump, which led to Trump's indictment.
Americans' taxpayers' dollars are being used to come here on this junket to do an examination of the safest big city in America.
Democrats were quick to point out that violent crime in New York is lower than it is in other major cities. To prove that point,
based on your review of crime data, does New York have a higher or lower rate of violent crime than Florida?
Lower.
And what about Louisiana?
Lower.
But very real victims of crime shared their experiences with the justice system. Madeline Brame blamed Bragg for seeking long prison sentences for only 2 of 4 people involved in her son's killing.
Me, my family, my grandchildren, we were treated like garbage. Like garbage.
And it generated this response from Nadler.
Ms. Brame, you failed to note that as a result of D.A. Bragg's prosecution, 2 men are currently serving life sentences for the murder of your son.
Which drew anger from some of the witnesses.
You guys are politicizing this entire event.
But the intent of this hearing remains in question, along with what exactly this accomplished. We tried to ask Chairman Jim Jordan what's next. Is there anything you're going to be introducing policy-wise in response? Now, this hearing lasted about 4 hours. Republicans tell us this is the first of several hearings they plan to hold like this across the country. Andrew?
Yeah, so Morgan, to your point in your report, you did hear the last name Bragg a lot throughout this hearing, did you not?
Exactly. They brought him up repeatedly. They brought up his policies and how they've impacted the city. And that was, on paper, one of the goals of this hearing. They didn't mention Trump by name, but the Democrats did. And they pointed out repeatedly that this wouldn't have happened if Bragg hadn't refused to testify before this same committee. In fact, Bragg introduced a lawsuit against Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee, saying that he's trying to pressure Bragg to testify on an ongoing investigation. So this is just another ploy, Democrats say, to sort of focus on Bragg in this investigation. However, Republicans brought forward very real victims of crime who shared very real stories about how they've been impacted. And so it was a contentious hearing because there were a lot of emotions on both sides.
Definitely. Morgan Mackay there.
All right, you've been listening in there to the very latest on that House Judiciary Committee hearing that was held on crime in Manhattan. But this morning I want to turn to Jerusalem. You can see a beautiful shot over the holy city this morning. This comes as Israel is marking Holocaust Remembrance Day. Later today, the International March of the Living is expected to begin this morning in Poland, which starts at the site of the former Auschwitz concentration camp. Thousands of Israeli youth will take part in the yearly March of the Living. They will walk 2 miles from Auschwitz to Birkenau and view different parts of the vast death complex that was operated by Nazi German forces during World War II. And a dwindling number of Holocaust survivors also join the march each year, and this year a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto is expected to partake. And this morning I'm joined by Mala Tribic. She is a Holocaust survivor standing there live this morning in Poland. Thank you so much for spending the time and taking the time to speak with us this morning, Mala.
Hello, yes. Well, it's very special being here as a survivor.
Yes, I appreciate you taking the time. Tell me, what is so important about today, and what is so important about what these young people are going to be doing today?
Well, there's several things. They're going to commemorate the deaths of so many millions of people. I know there's 6 million Jews, but altogether there's about 11 million. They're untold numbers, and that lost their lives in such terrible circumstances and suffered so much. And it was all done in the name of just prejudice and discrimination. And there was so much talent there. There's so much lost for the world. So really the whole world should be aware of it. And we are here today from all over the world. I have come from England, but I was actually born in Poland. And I went through all the different, there's a full range of terrible events happening. So I started off in a ghetto, the first ghetto in Poland, in my town, and then it went on to living in hiding, then it went on to another small ghetto. Then after that, we were working as slave labor at the age of 12. I was a slave laborer. And then after some time, we were deported first to Ravensbrück concentration camp in Germany, and ultimately I ended up in Bergen-Belsen, where I was liberated by the British Army. And the whole thing was such a terrible tragedy. It was so many families, so much life lost. And why? Only because the discrimination and prejudice. And we really only got the one world, and we ought to learn to live in it together in harmony. And I hope that perhaps for all the young people and their interests, they will sort of help to build a better and fairer world.
And it appears right now that you see some example of ways that we can honor that and attempt to do that here. Young people standing up and taking that march to make sure that we don't forget the trials and tribulations and the horrors that partook. For yourself, standing, standing there.
Well, absolutely. You've said it all, I think. Really explained it very well. And I mean, what can I add? You know, we have to work at it, and young people have to learn not to discriminate. No discrimination of other people for no reason at all, only because their skin is a different color or their eyes are a different color. There's a lot of learning to be done.
Now, if you can, tell me exactly what this march signifies, this 2 miles you're going to walk from Auschwitz over to Birkenau, and what does that mean?
Well, we've got the victims of that terrible disaster that befell Europe in the 1900s. Started in 1939 and ended in 1945. It was a very long time to suffer, really, and I can say it from personal experience.
And you see those young people, so many behind you, beginning their march. You can see some of the flags there, Canadian flags. We know some of the children are walking from Israel, appears from all over the world to take part and support this march.
Indeed, I see lots of blue jackets, and they're all wearing blue jackets, and as the Israeli flag, blue and white, and lots of young people here from all over the world, of course from Israel, but also from very far away. There have been 9,000 people marching, and it's going to be very moving. It all ends with a special event to perform on the platform and with an audience watching it. And there will be prayers, there will be certain appropriate songs and all sorts of speeches. And I know from previous experience that it's going to be really meaningful and very moving, very sad. And of course, we want to be pessimistic. And as you can perhaps hear in the background, there are already lots of announcements being done. I don't know if it's coming through there, but the march is just about to begin.
We can hear it just a little bit. Before we let you go, because I know you're also going to take part in as much of that 2-mile walk as you can. For yourself, having survived through all of this and decades later, what is the most important thing that you learned from all of this in your life?
Well, I have learned a lot, and I've done it the hard way. But it is for the young people to learn now and look back on it and study the Holocaust. There's lots of things one can learn from the study of the Holocaust. And indeed, young people are very interested, and it's being studied all over the world. And well, perhaps in all that's happened, there is somehow an answer. I don't know if there is an answer because we've seen lots of atrocities since then, but we mustn't give up and continue to try and eliminate this sort of behavior that at first seems sort of mild or too bad. We go along with it, and then it results in this the most tragic disaster.
Certainly must do everything we can to safeguard humanity. Mala Tribich, a Holocaust survivor, joining us this morning from Auschwitz, Poland. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing with us there, and we appreciate all the work you continue to do to make sure that folks remember what happened during the Holocaust all those decades again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, thank you so much for taking a listen in on that wonderful conversation there, with folks on the ground during March of the Living in Poland. Time now, 7:35 on the East Coast, 4:35 on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we come back, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. A Kansas City teen is recovering after being shot when he mistakenly arrived at the wrong house to pick up his siblings. The victim's father reacts to his son's health status, as well as the recent charges placed against the man who fired the gun. Fox's Russell Colburn has that story from Kansas City.
Tonight, 16-year-old Ralph Yarl recovers at home after prosecutors say he was shot in the head and arm Thursday night. His father, Paul, telling Fox 4 News Monday evening he continues to see improvement.
He's in good spirits. He cracked a smile today. One of his teachers from elementary school asked him for permissions to give a testimony how good a student Ralph was. So when Ralph saw that request came from his elementary teacher, he smiled. Say, of course, he can talk about me.
After a thorough review of the case file, the appropriate laws, and information gained during the investigation phase of the case, I filed 2 felony counts.
The update on the teen's condition coming as Clay County prosecuting attorney Zachary Thompson announced a warrant for the arrest of 84-year-old Andrew Lester Monday. He'll face charges for felony assault and felony armed criminal action. According to the probable cause statement, Yarl went to Lester's home on Northeast 115th Street by mistake to pick up his siblings. Documents say Lester was heading to bed but grabbed his .32 caliber revolver when the doorbell rang, saying he feared for his life seeing Yarl outside. Thompson says Yarl never crossed the threshold of the home, and no words were spoken between the two until Lester fired at Yarl through his glass door. Yarl said he was initially shot in the head, then in the arm while already on the ground, saying Lester told him, quote, "Don't come around here."
That man could have called police. If he suspected something, he could have called 911. To shoot, that was wrong.
The charges come hours after the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department presented the investigative case file to Thompson's office.
In Clay County, we enforce the laws and we follow the laws, and that does not matter where you come from or what you look like or how much money you have. Everyone is held to the same standard.
Your law is, being served.
My name is
Christine Russo joining us live from New York City.
Good afternoon. My name is...
And officials on the ground there in Kansas City provided updates on this shooting incident just yesterday. We're going to listen in on that right now.
My goal during this process has been and will remain to be seeking justice for him. I wish him and his family strength and healing moving forward. This afternoon, my office received a criminal referral from the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. After a thorough review of the case file, the appropriate laws, and information gained during the investigation phase of the case, I filed 2 felony counts. In count 1, the defendant, Andrew D. Lester, is charged with the Class A felony of assault in the first degree in that on or about April 13, 2023, in Clay County, Missouri, he knowingly caused physical injury to P.Y. by shooting him. This is an A felony. It carries with it a range of punishment of up to life. In count 2, the defendant is charged with armed criminal action. This is an unclassified felony. It carries with it a range of punishment between 3 to 15 years. The state is alleging the defendant committed the felony of assault in the first degree as charged in count 1 by, with, and through the knowing use, assistance, and aid of a deadly weapon. As a result of these charges, a warrant was issued for Mr. Lester's arrest, and bond was set at $200,000. Our office worked closely with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department during this case, and we would not be here today but for their hard work. We understand how frustrating this has been, but I can assure you that the criminal justice system is working and will continue to work. As with any serious case, we approached this one in an objective and impartial manner. We look forward to obtaining a just result. With that being said, and understanding this is a pending criminal matter, I will do my best to answer a few questions.
Mr. President, Mr. Goldberg from Fox 4. How did you arrive at this so quickly? Just yesterday we were doing a news conference and so little was known. Now the case file is brought over from KCPD today, and we're here just a couple hours later.
A charging decision was not made until a thorough review of the file occurred. We worked closely with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department during the course of the investigation and used information from that investigation in making our decision.
Is Lester in custody?
My understanding is Mr. Lester is not in custody. The arrest warrant was recently issued. It's my understanding that the appropriate law enforcement agencies have this information and are taking appropriate action.
Why no murder charge or attempted murder?
Sure. The defendant is charged with an A felony. It's the highest level of offense in the state of Missouri. It carries with it a range of punishment of 10 to 30 years or life imprisonment.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox, but you've been listening in to officials there in Kansas City continuing to follow up on the shooting of a 16-year-old teenager after he knocked on the wrong door after he was attempting to pick up a sibling and was then shot. 2 felonies now been filed against the person who is accused of shooting that man. You're listening in to there again, Clay County Prosecutor Zachary Thompson in Missouri. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Live Now from Fox, I'm Giacomo Luca, taking a live look this morning over Poland as Israel is marking Holocaust Remembrance Day. Later, the International March of the Living is expected to begin this morning there in Poland at the site of the former Auschwitz concentration camp. Thousands of Israeli youth will take part in the yearly March of the Living. They will walk 2 miles from Auschwitz to Birkenau and view different parts of the vast death complex operated by Nazi German forces during World War II. A dwindling number of Holocaust survivors also join the march each year, and this year, a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto is expected to partake. We did speak with a Holocaust survivor just moments ago here on Live Now from Fox, who provided such insight to what happened over the years and why this is important. You can see now folks carrying Israeli flags, and some draped in Israeli flags are standing and marching there already. You can see some things are happening with security. It appears that folks are beginning to get ready to start that march. Now, we did have some speakers earlier. Now, remember, this is Live now from Fox, where it's live, raw, and unfiltered. You can see the camera's just a little bit shaky there as folks are getting ready to get set up. It looks like we may be hearing from some speakers soon. We're going to dip out of this coverage right now, and we'll turn back to it as soon as we see those ceremonies beginning. We did hear, again, just moments ago, a speaker, and it was in English, discussing more about the March of the Living, which again is happening there right outside of at the former concentration camp of Auschwitz. You can see that again happening live, raw, and unfiltered. A very somber procession with many hundreds of people beginning to march in an effort to continue remembrance of the Holocaust. And Russian President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday visited command posts of the Kremlin's forces fighting in Ukraine in an apparent effort to rally his troops as the war approaches its 14th month in Kiev and readies for a possible counter-offensive with Western-supplied weapons. A video released by the Kremlin and broadcast by Russian state television showed Putin arriving by helicopter at the command post for Russian forces in the southern Kherson region, and afterward flying to the headquarters of the Russian National Guard of the eastern Luhansk region. Dressed in a dark suit and in an apparent demonstration of authority, Putin appeared to chair the meetings with his military's top brass. It was his second trip in 2 months to Russian-occupied territories in the neighboring country. The locations of the military headquarters in the Kherson and Luhansk regions were not disclosed, and so it was not possible to assess exactly how close Vladimir Putin may have made it to the front lines. And earlier we did show you a bit of video about the Wall Street journalist who was arrested there in Russia, in northern Russia, being accused of espionage. He was appealing the accusations against him earlier today, and we are expected to get some briefing from the Russian government following his appeal and appearance in court, but we are waiting on that. So stand by with us here. Now is a good time to take a break here on Live Now from Fox. Just 2 minutes. We'll see you back with more live, raw, and unfiltered content.
limit drama. It's the 100th.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. As the battle over the looming debt ceiling heats up, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announced Monday Republicans will pass their own bill, which will not include a, quote, no strings attached debt limit increase. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more on Capitol Hill.
Since he became Speaker, McCarthy lashed out at President Biden over what he calls irresponsible spending, plus a lack of willingness to negotiate with the GOP over possible budget cuts. McCarthy promises he will support a bill to raise the debt ceiling and avoid a disastrous default. But there will be preconditions, including spending reductions.
If you gave your child a credit card and they kept maxing it out to the limit, would you just blindly raise the limit? Of course not.
Among the details, spending snapped back to 2022 levels and an agreement capping future spending at 1%. But the White House insists on a clean bill to raise the debt ceiling, writing in part, quote, there is one responsible solution to the debt limit, addressing it promptly without brinksmanship. Still, McCarthy is vowing to press on. He oversees a narrow majority. It won't be easy to find the votes he needs without bipartisan support.
Defaulting on our debt is not an option. But neither is a future of higher taxes, higher interest rates, more dependency on China, an economy that doesn't work for working Americans.
Treasury hasn't specifically said when the money runs out. It will know more after the tax season. The date likely hits in the summer. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that reporting. Chad Pergram there in Washington. Now another round of severe storms in South Florida triggered warnings in the region on Monday. The wicked weather follows last week's record flooding, which is causing gas deliveries and delays, as well as long lines at the pump. Fox News correspondent Laura Ingalls following the very latest on this from New York.
We were stranded in there for like 4 days. Couldn't get out of there. Everything is flooded. All the cars are flooded. We're still trying to dry stuff out.
Parts of South Florida are bracing for more rain as another severe weather system moves through on Monday. Heavy downpours last week caused record flooding, shutting down government buildings and public schools, even causing Fort Lauderdale's airport to close for some time and pushed hundreds of people into shelters.
Our mission at the Legacy Closet is to try to make a difference.
Emergency officials are continuing their response efforts in the region as nonprofits help those hit the hardest by giving out food and supplies. The result of the rain, more than 25 inches of water in parts of Fort Lauderdale in just 6 to 8 hours. Work crews and homeowners removed debris and continued cleaning up on Monday, with many concerned about more rain in the forecast, meaning more damage.
The street was completely impassable. I think it was up to 3.5, 4 feet in our street.
The flooding affecting drivers in parts of Florida with panic at the pump due to gas shortages. Regular distribution and delivery was disrupted due to the water on the roadways, preventing truck drivers from making fuel deliveries.
I think everybody should just be calm because it's not that there's no gas.
Now, local officials in the state are requesting an assessment from FEMA to determine if federal aid will be available.
This is a disaster akin to a hurricane strike.
The National Weather Service issued tornado warnings on Monday for many coastal areas of Florida. In New York, Laura Ingalls, Fox News.
Thanks for that reporting there, Laura Ingalls with Fox News. Avengers actor Jeremy Renner is now on the road to recovery after a dangerous snowplow incident this past New Year's Day. Fox's Kim Burrows has more on the body camera footage and the quick emergency response, which helped save his life.
Got this video after I put in a public records request. A lot of people responded to Jeremy Renner's house off Mount Rose Highway on New Year's Day. And it was this quick response that helped get him to the hospital and saved his life. The video has been redacted in some parts to protect privacy and sensitive information.
That truck was stuck in the driveway.
They were using this to get the truck out of the driveway.
Renner's nephew's truck was stuck, and it was the snowcat that helped free it. The nephew, in the black camo jacket, explains to deputies on this body camera footage how Renner ended up under the snowcat.
He went up and then turned around, got out to tell me something, and then that's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there.
The snowcat kept moving after it crushed Renner. You can see where emergency crews worked on Renner and how far the big machine is away.
Okay. He slipped because these tracks, there's no way to stand on them. There's no way.
He tried to jump on it?
He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Emergency crews stabilized Renner, and he was flown to the hospital in Reno. Renner posted on social media that he broke more than 30 bones and had chest and head trauma. After 2 weeks in the hospital, he did return home. About a week ago, he was in Reno thanking his first responders. In studio, Kim Burrows, News 4 on your side.
Thanks so much for that reporting, Kim Burrows there. Finding affordable childcare is tough these days. In fact, the National Child Care Association says it's become a crisis. The organization says parents are now struggling to find affordable childcare, that as industry's workforce continues to shrink. Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall is in Charlotte, North Carolina, where he spoke with a local child development center about what might be causing the problem.
With say the main issue is pay. One of the workers say that they have a 17-year-old who's working at a coffee shop that was making about the same amount of money as a child care worker with a master's degree.
And that's difficult when you have the choice of working here and taking care of children or going to a local fast food restaurant getting the same amount of pay.
Out of over 1,000 occupations tracked by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, child care worker salaries ranked 15th lowest as of 2021. That's the most recent data available. It's making things tough for places like the Charlotte Child Development Center.
It's just very difficult to keep care affordable when you are looking at raising an entry-level pay as high as you have to do it to get people to come in the door and then stay.
We see that parents and families are facing childcare prices that are too far out of reach.
The most recent data from Child Care Aware of America says that people are paying an average more than $10,000 a year for childcare. They say that's a 5% increase over the year before.
There's a real case here for additional public investment to help make sure that we can raise compensation for educators.
In August, President Biden signed the CHIPS and Science Act, which is mostly meant to boost U.S. manufacturing of semiconductor chips. But the bill also requires companies applying for federal money to also have a plan to provide access to affordable childcare for their workers. Hedgepath says that we need more of this.
Let's get resources into the system, just like we do with our schools, to make sure that we have enough supply to meet the demand.
Some states like North Carolina are offering grants in order to boost the state's child care services, but ultimately some of those grants could be running out by the end of the year. That could mean that child care could become more expensive in the near future. In Charlotte, Austin Westfall, Fox Business.
All right, thanks for that reporting. There, we have some images out of Russia. Again, American journalist was arrested on spying charges as a part of a sweeping Kremlin crackdown on freedom of press amid the war in Ukraine, will remain jailed, according to a Russian judge that ruled that just moments ago. Evan Gershkovich, he's the Wall Street Journal reporter who was again arrested in Russia. He, the U.S. government, as well as the Wall Street Journal, his newspaper outlet, is denying those allegations of him being a spy. The Wall Street Journal reporter is the first U.S. correspondent since the Cold War to be detained in Russia on spying allegations, and his arrest rattled journalists in the country of Russia and elicited more outrage from the West. Dozens of journalists crowded into that courtroom to catch a glimpse of Gershkovich. Clad in pale blue jeans and a plaid shirt, the 31-year-old reporter looked calm and even smiled at times as he stood inside a glass cage to appeal his detention. Russian journalists.
We want to talk about this even further here with Politico reporter Daniel Littman, and he joins.
Russia's Federal Security Service detained the 31-year-old in Yekaterinburg in March and accused him of trying to obtain classified information about a Russian arms factory. Gershkovich, his employer, and the U.S. government again continue to deny that he was involved in any type of spying. Last week, the U.S. officially declared that Gerskovich was, quote, wrongfully detained, and a judge with the Moscow City Court rejected the reporter's appeal of his detention just Tuesday. That was, again, within the last hour or so. No word yet on whether or not the American officials, American government has been provided consular access, as that has been something that has been requested for since his detention there. Again, American officials saying that his detention is wrongful. Time now on the East Coast. It's 8:05 a.m. and 5:04 a.m. over on the West Coast. We are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Giacomo Luca taking a live look this morning over the United States Capitol. You can see it's a pretty clear day in the nation's capital as the beautiful rotunda there stands tall. Moving on now to New York, where a secret Chinese police station was found. The Justice Department says that's two men are responsible for starting the so-called Chinese government could keep up an eye on harassing Chinese dissidents that were living there. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is reporting more on this from Washington.
Federal investigators allege this nondescript building in New York City was actually the site of an unauthorized overseas police station. But instead of stopping crime, authorities say those who worked here committed them on behalf of the Chinese government.
The ultimate purpose of this illegal police station was not to protect and serve, but rather silence, harass, and threaten individuals here in the United States, and particularly those expressing views contrary to the Chinese government.
Lu Jianwang and Chen Jinping are charged with helping open and operate the station, which up until last fall took up an entire floor in this building. They are not the only ones accused of trying to monitor and harass critics of the Chinese government. The Justice Department also charged 34 officers of China's national Force for setting up what they've described as an internet troll farm with one main purpose:
creating thousands of fake online personas, which they use in a coordinated plot to harass, disparage, and threaten dissidents and activists throughout the world.
Police say the incidents underscore the lengths the Chinese government will go to stifle criticism beyond its borders.
Today's charges send a crystal clear response to the PRC that we are on to you. We know what you're doing, and we will stop it.
In a separate case, the DOJ also charged 10 people, including 8 Chinese government officials, for allegedly targeting Chinese dissidents who were using an American company's virtual platform. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks to Madeline Rivera for that reporting. Taking another live look over at the U.S. Capitol this morning, there is a big docket of expected House committee meetings that we may be dipping into later on this morning. We have one on the House Financial Services hearing. It looks like Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, as well as Republican Chu, plan to hold a press conference introducing legislation to honor American rescuers during the Holocaust. Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee plans to meet on the 24 budget of the Department of Homeland Security, along with Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. That expected, again, all of these around 10 a.m. A number of major hearings expected out of Washington this morning as we continue to follow the very latest on the budget crisis, which is continuing to be a topic of conversation. The House Oversight and Government Affairs Subcommittee also plan to be meeting on the issue of refugee resettlement as well as unaccompanied children. Many more events happening all at the same time, so we may be dipping in and out of several of these events in Washington, D.C. later on this morning. Meanwhile, the U.S. military is reviewing its procedures as they try to assess the ramifications from the leak of classified intelligence documents. Fox's Madeline Rivera is reporting on this from Washington.
Ever since last week's arrest of 21-year-old Air National Guardsman Jack Teixeira, critics have been saying the process for getting a top-secret security clearance in the U.S. should be revamped.
There's 3 million folks with clearances right now.
3 million?
3 million. So to the general's point, I agree with him 100% on this. We need to make sure we know who has clearances, why they need it, and to get rid of it.
As the push grows to tamp down access to some of the country's top secrets, the Biden administration is doing damage control. Some of the leaked information included intelligence on the United States allies and adversaries.
Department of Justice has launched an investigation to figure out what exactly is still out there, and also assessing the impacts that this has not just on U.S. security interests but on our partners and allies around the world.
Teixeira is facing up to 15 years in prison for allegedly posting classified material on a gaming chat app called Discord. An FBI affidavit states Teixeira brandished what is believed to be his father's Soviet semi-automatic pistol in one of his videos. The incident could be brought up during his detention hearing on Wednesday.
I wonder about his psychological profile and whether he was a loner and whether he was searching for camaraderie on the internet. You know, he had this, what he considered a trusted group of individuals on Discord. I don't think he even knew who was on this network.
The Pentagon has launched a 45-day review of its procedures to prevent another leak from happening again. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
And thanks to Madeline Rivera for that reporting there. Meanwhile, the Manhattan District Attorney, whose investigation into former President Donald Trump has led to 34 felony charges, he's squarely in the sights of House Republicans. A Judiciary Committee held a rare field hearing over in Manhattan on Monday, while GOP members say Alvin Bragg's policies have contributed to increasing violence in the city. Democrats say that event was all about politics. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis is following the story for us this morning in New York.
bunch of politics. We don't care.
Victims of violent crime in New York City testified today against Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, accusing Bragg of pushing soft-on-crime policies that make the city less safe. Bragg charged bodega owner Jose Alba with murder for killing a man in self-defense after he stabbed Alba in his shop. The murder charge was later dropped.
The next time an innocent man does nothing but protect their own life in self-defense from a violent attack, they should not be made the villain, but instead treated with care and compassion as the victim.
Joseph Borgin, a Jewish man, was beaten by 4 men in broad daylight in an anti-Semitic attack. Borgin's father says he's disgusted one of the attackers was given a 6-month plea deal.
It's an open and shut case. And D.A. Bragg is just schlepping this case along with no solution, offering deal after deal.
In 2022, D.A. Bragg downgraded 52% of felonies to misdemeanors, and only half of cases led to a conviction. Victims say Bragg helped fuel a 22% increase in crime in 2022. Democrats argue New York City is safer than many Republican jurisdictions per capita.
Does New York have a higher or lower rate of violent crime than Florida?
Lower.
And what about Louisiana?
Lower.
Kentucky?
Lower.
Arizona?
Lower.
North Carolina?
Lower.
Democrats called today's hearing, orchestrated by Republican Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, a sham meant to embarrass and intimidate D.A. Bragg because he's prosecuting former President Trump.
The Republican witnesses who have used their time to criticize District Attorney Bragg have served as props in a MAGA Broadway production. The real purpose in coming to New York City.
On Monday, Chairman Jordan asked a federal judge to dismiss a lawsuit filed by D.A. Bragg. Bragg wants to block Jordan from being able to subpoena witnesses in a congressional investigation into Bragg's criminal indictment of former President Trump. Court hearings begin on Wednesday. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
All right, thanks to Brian Yennis for that reporting. Meanwhile, a Kansas City teen is recovering after being shot when he mistakenly arrived at the wrong house to pick up his siblings. The victim's father reacts to his son's health status, as well as the recent charges placed against the man who fired the gun. Fox's Russell Colburn has that story for us this morning.
16-year-old Ralph Yarl recovers at home after prosecutors say he was shot in the head and arm Thursday night. His father, Paul, telling Fox 4 News Monday evening he continues to see improvement.
He's in good spirits. He cracked a smile today. One of his teachers from elementary school asked him for permissions to give a testimony how good a student Ralph was. So when Ralph saw that request came from his elementary teacher, he smiled. Say, of course, he can talk about me.
After a thorough review of the case file, the appropriate laws, and information gained during the investigation phase of the case, I filed 2 felony counts.
The update on the teen's condition coming as Clay County Prosecuting Attorney Zachary Thompson announced a warrant for the arrest of 84-year-old Andrew Lester Monday. He'll face charges for felony assault and felony armed criminal action. According to the probable cause statement, Yarl went to Lester's home on Northeast 115th Street by mistake to pick up his siblings. Documents say Lester was heading to bed but grabbed his .32 caliber revolver when the doorbell rang, saying he feared for his life, seeing Yarl outside. Thompson says Yarl never crossed the threshold of the home, and no words were spoken between the two until Lester fired at Yarl through his glass door. Yarl said he was initially shot in the head, then in the arm while already on the ground, saying Lester told him, quote, "Don't come around here."
That man could have called police. If he suspected something, he could have called 911. To shoot, that was wrong.
The charges come hours after the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department presented the investigative case file to Thompson's office.
In Clay County, we enforce the laws and we follow the laws, and that does not matter where you come from or what you look like or how much money you have. Everyone is held to the same standard.
Your law is, being served.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Thompson.
And we have more from the Clay County prosecutor there in Missouri who spoke following the arrest in that case and those charges being announced. We're going to dip in now so you can take a live, raw, and unfiltered listen at this Live Now playback.
His family's strength and healing moving forward. This afternoon, my office received a criminal referral from the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. After a thorough review of the case file, the appropriate laws, and information gained during the investigation phase of the case, I filed 2 felony counts. In count 1, the defendant, Andrew D. Lester, is charged with the Class A felony of assault in the first degree in that on or about April 13, 2023, in Clay County, Missouri, he knowingly caused physical injury to P.Y. by shooting him. This is an A felony. It carries with it a range of punishment of up to life. In count 2, the defendant is charged with armed criminal action. This is an unclassified felony. It carries with it a range of punishment between 3 to 15 years. The state is alleging the defendant committed the felony of assault in the first degree as charged in count 1 by, with, and through the knowing use, assistance, and aid of a deadly weapon. As a result of these charges, a warrant was issued for Mr. Lester's arrest, and bond was set at $200,000. Our office worked closely with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department during this case, and we would not be here today but for their hard work. We understand how frustrating this has been, but I can assure you that the criminal justice system is working and will continue to work. As with any serious case, we approached this one in an objective and impartial manner. We look forward to obtaining a just result. With that being said, and understanding this is a pending criminal matter, I will do my best to answer a few questions.
Mr. Costello, from Fox 4, how did you arrive at this so quickly? Just yesterday we were doing a news conference and so little was known. Now the case file is brought over from KCPD today, and we're here just a couple hours later.
A charging decision was not made until a thorough review of the file occurred. We worked closely with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department during the course of the investigation and used information from that investigation in making our decision.
Is Lester in custody?
My understanding is Mr. Lester is not in custody. The arrest warrant was recently issued. It's my understanding that the appropriate law enforcement agencies have this information and are taking appropriate action.
Why no murder charge or attempted murder?
Sure. The defendant is charged with an A felony. It's the highest level of offense in the state of Missouri. It carries with it a range of punishment of 10 to 30 years or life imprisonment. Other charges may not carry that same level of range of punishment.
Can you say anything about what happened, what he's alleged to have done?
I don't want to litigate this case in the press. It's been my goal from the very beginning to get justice for the child involved in the case, and I don't want to jeopardize that by talking about the facts to the media.
Are also hate crime charges essentially here?
So in the state of Missouri, hate crimes can be E or D felonies, which carry with it a lower range of punishment than what the defendant is currently charged with.
But they can still be brought, no?
I'm not sure I understand.
You could still add additional charges.
At that point, you would be talking about double jeopardy issues.
A question some people have been asking us is why did it take several days for police to refer this case to you?
I know that the men and women of the Kansas City Police Department worked very hard on this case. There were things that had to be done in order to build it on a solid foundation. That means attempting to get a formal statement from the witness in the case. That means waiting for forensic laboratory results to be processed.
Where is Mr. Lester now?
I don't have that information.
Was there a racial component to this case, however?
As the prosecutor of Clay County, I can tell you there was a racial component to the case.
Can you elaborate?
I'm not sure. I mean, what do you mean?
Was anything said that made you believe that this was a racially motivated shooting?
Sure. Everyone here, we've made copies of the probable cause statement to hand out to members of the press. There is no indication of anything like that within the probable cause statement.
What's to be said with the stand your ground, castle doctrine, all of that? People were asking whether that would be a factor in this case. What can you say about that?
Sure. Self-defense in the state of Missouri is controlled by Section 565031 and states, subject to the provisions contained in the statute, that a person may use physical force upon another person to the extent he or she reasonably believes such to be necessary to defend himself or herself or a third person from what he or she reasonably believes to be the use of imminent use or unlawful force. Beyond that, I don't want to comment specifics on the case in order to protect the integrity of the process.
Do you know why Mr. Lester was only held for about an hour at the police department before he was let go?
So in Missouri, the charges have to be filed within 24 hours of an arrest, or the defendant or suspect is released. In this case, it was clear that additional investigation needed to be done so that the case could be built upon a solid foundation.
Do you believe he's still in the area?
I don't have any information regarding his specific whereabouts, but it's my understanding law enforcement is aware of the situation and is taking all appropriate action.
Does he have any kind of criminal history to your knowledge?
And this is, I hate to repeat myself, but I would not think it's appropriate to comment on anyone's criminal history into the media. And that's the reason I'm doing that, is because I want to achieve justice for the victim in the case, and I don't want to jeopardize that by litigating the case in the media.
Can you tell us how old he is, and is he his race, ethnicity?
The defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
He's 85 years old.
85. And is he white male, black male?
He's a white male.
And how many times did Mr. Lester shoot the young man?
The probable cause statement indicates that he shot twice.
In which areas of the body?
The head and arm.
Was the probable cause statement outlining where Mr. Lester was when he shot? Inside the house versus outside?
It does contain information about the whereabouts of Mr. Lester when he discharged his firearm.
Did he shoot through a glass door or window?
The probable cause statement indicates that rounds were fired through a glass door.
And the young man never entered the home in any way? They were on the front doorstep, presumably?
The probable cause statement indicates that the victim in the case did not cross the threshold.
Did they knock on the door, ring the bell?
So those facts may be in dispute, so I'm not going to comment on that.
And it's still your opinion or the belief that they were there picking up siblings and they were there by mistake?
That's the evidence we have in the probable cause statement.
So do these charges mean, in your judgment, Mr. Lester did not act reasonably?
After a thorough review of the case, the facts of the case, I believe that a felony assault charges were appropriate, and also armed criminal action charges.
Can you tell us what you spoke when they interacted?
The probable cause statement does not indicate that any words were exchanged.
What resources are you aware of that could show some of those facts that are in dispute as far as home surveillance or police dash cam video?
As part of the investigation, law enforcement investigated that possibility that the incident would have been caught on camera, on video. That is not part of the case file.
Did anyone else witness this?
It's my understanding, no. The probable cause statement does not indicate that.
And there was no doorbell video? I'm sorry, you already answered that, but was there any other video of any type?
Sure. The probable cause statement indicates that there was no video of the incident.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
It was a .32 revolver.
Do you know if Mr. Lester had a right to, I know he's a right to carry, but does he have any sort of credentials or anything like that? Any sort of paperwork?
I don't have any information in regard to that.
Can you tell us what level penalty you'll be seeking on the Class A felony charge, first result?
So the range of punishment on the A felony is between 10 and 30 years or life imprisonment. The range of punishment on an armed criminal action is 3 to 15 years. And that being said, that's the range of punishment available in the case. As far as trial strategy and talking about the case and litigating in the case in the media.
All right, you've been listening in there to the prosecutor in Clay County, Missouri, Zachary Thompson, speaking after 2 felonies were filed against the person accused in the shooting of a 16-year-old who knocked on an 85-year-old man's house and was later shot. That 16-year-old was going to pick up his siblings and apparently knocked on the wrong door. Officials there saying that 85-year-old man said that he feared for his life and then fired shots at the 16-year-old. That 85-year-old man is now being accused of 2 felonies related to the shooting of that 16-year-old. We'll have more on this later on in our show, but now we are going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. Time now 8:29 on the East Coast, 5:29 on the West Coast. I'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We are continuing to follow all the very latest live, raw, and unfiltered content coming into our feed here. I want to turn over now here in Washington, D.C. You can already see that live picture of the United States Capitol, but I'm turning now to images of folks with the Congressional Hispanic Conference who are speaking now in Washington, D.C. there on issues of the American border. We're going to dip into this press conference where these remarks are being made and listen to this live, raw, and unfiltered.
To Crockett County Sheriff Antonio Alejandro III, why does your deputy, Jesse Perez, not obey the no pursuit chase policy number 6.5? Who instructed him to continue chasing the human smuggler? Why is Jesse Perez still employed? To Texas DPS Colonel Stephen McCraw, and Major Joe Dennett, 100% we are supporters of Texas DPS. We know you are understaffed because you are deployed to the border. Still, I ask you, was there no Texas DPS on staff covering the interstate of Ozona, Texas? Where was your backup team from Eastland, Texas? Why was the call transferred to Crockett County and not to a state trooper? How did you guys lose the call? How did you manage to transfer it to Crockett County? How did the communication break? We demand answers. And lastly, to Greg Abbott, Dan Patrick, Andrew Murr, John Cornyn, Ted Cruz, and all the Texans of elected officials, Democrats and Republicans alike, we plead to you that you become more aggressive in ensuring that the border laws are enforced. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Elisa Tambunga. I stand here today as a citizen, a daughter, but above all, a mother who no longer has a child. On March 13th in Ozona, Crockett County, Texas, my 7-year-old daughter, Amelia Brooke, the brightest light, and my mother, Maria Koch, a tender woman, were 2 minutes from home when they were killed by a smuggler driving a 7,000-pound vehicle going over 105 miles an hour. My mother was bringing home my daughter from a play date with her cousins. Imagine your daughter, your mother, your granddaughter being murdered, their bodies mangled, in a town that you have called home your whole life. I'm here today to hold those responsible accountable for their actions, or should I say the lack of action. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Greg Abbott, Senator Ted Cruz, left wing, right wing, all the way down to our local county officials. You are the murderers. You all have the blood of my little girl Amelia and my mother Maria on your hands. Your lack of leadership and unwillingness to work together has put us, American citizens, in danger. Our safety should not be a fight in your sandbox. And shall I remind you, you work for me. You work for us, the people. We who elect you. Your seats in these great offices are not your right, but your privilege. A privilege that you have proven to not be worthy of yet. My father, Emilio Tambunga, served law enforcement for 25 years. He also served in the United States Marine Corps for 13 years. He literally put his life on the line to protect what is supposed to be the greatest country. And yet our government, our country, has failed to protect him and his family. I should never have had the responsibility of having to bury my 7-year-old little girl. The border crisis, I can assure you, is not getting better. We as communities feel the pressure every single day. We live in fear because our government refuses to secure the border, refuses to ensure our safety. They refuse to provide law enforcement with adequate training and funding. Change begins now. The Emmy Koch accountability begins now. We are the faces of the border crisis. You cannot turn a blind eye. We are here. We demand to be heard. We demand action. I demand you all to do better.
Good morning. So first of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. And I apologize that as law enforcement officers, we couldn't do better. So I'm very sorry for that. We have a crisis on our border. And standing here in Washington before the U.S. Capitol, you may not feel it. However, if you live and work along the border, as I do, you will see the crisis every single day. My name is Hector Garza, and I am the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, the council that represents the interests of over 16,000 Border Patrol agents and support staff of the U.S. Border Patrol. I'm here with my colleagues from the National Border Patrol Council. With me, Mr. Oscar Vela, He patrols the Laredo sector. Mr. Hector Andujo patrols the border in the Laredo in the Tucson sector. And Mr. Jorge Nava, he patrols the border in the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas. I would like to briefly discuss what we are seeing on the border and what Congress needs to do in order to end this crisis. In fiscal year 2022, U.S. Border Patrol agents made an unprecedented 2.2 million apprehensions. This figure is approximately 5 times the number of apprehensions made in the last year of the Trump administration. In addition, over 1.2 million illegal immigrants and drug smugglers walked right into this country, even though they were detected by our technology platforms and surveillance platforms. Why were illegal immigrants and drug smugglers able to enter our country legally without being apprehended? Very simple, because Border Patrol agents were so overwhelmed. We literally did not have enough Border Patrol agents on the border in order to arrest these illegal border crossers. We had almost the population of San Diego, California, or the population of Dallas, Texas, walk right into this country, and we did not have the manpower to arrest them. That is the definition of a border security problem. Now, more bad news. Things are about to get much worse once Title 42 ends next month. Right now, we're able to expel about 40% of the illegal immigrants under Title 42. Once Title 42 ends, we simply will not have the manpower or the capacity to deal with what is about to come our way, and we will completely lose control of our border. If we're going to address this crisis, we're going to need 3 things. Policy. We need the right policy of the Biden administration and from Congress. And let me be very clear about this. We need to end catch and release once and for all. As long as we continue to allow legal immigrants to abuse our asylum system and be released into this country, with a court date years from now, they will continue to come in the millions. It's that simple. Second, we need capacity and infrastructure along the border to humanely deal with the people we apprehend. If we're going to end catch and release, we need to be able to apprehend, detain, and quickly adjudicate asylum claims. Currently, we do not have enough detention capacity, asylum officers, or immigration judges to deal with the magnitude of this problem. We also do not have enough Border Patrol agents. Finally, and most important, is personnel. We need to have enough Border Patrol agents in the U.S. Border Patrol patrolling the border. Right now, we have about 19,300 Border Patrol agents, and we need about 3,000 more. And even if we have the right policy in place, we're going to have to increase manpower. We need to be able to retain the agents we already have. And we must recruit, train, and deploy 3,000 more Border Patrol agents. We're not going to be able to retain and recruit our agents until Congress addresses the fact that Border Patrol agents do not have pay parity with other federal and state law enforcement agencies. We have great Border Patrol agents that are leaving the U.S. Border Patrol for other jobs and making more money per year to work for those federal agencies. The National Border Patrol Council will work with anyone.
You're listening in there to members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference meet in D.C. today, along with other law enforcement officers who call for more manpower along the border as the American border continues to grapple with issues of immigration as well as drugs being brought over. That is joined by the Representative Tony Gonzalez, a Republican from Texas, as well as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference speaking there with reporters about border security. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but we will go straight back to this press conference happening live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we return in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We are continuing to cover members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference meeting there in D.C. You can see speaking there today, along with other law enforcement officers who have called for more manpower along the U.S. border. I'm going to kick this audio up so you can listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. We also know that Representative Tony Gonzalez, a Republican of Texas, again, along with members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, speaking there with reporters about border security in Washington, D.C.
The porous border has emboldened cartels, and it has to stop. This bill is a step in the right direction, but we have so much more work to do. And that's why I'm proud to be joined by my colleagues here that are from some are from border states and others are from non-border states. But this fentanyl crisis has made every state a border state. We cannot stand and allow the failed Biden administration in this issue continue to allow these kind of stories to multiply and continue to add. Secretary Mayorkas has failed at his job utterly, and I have been firm on calling for us to continue to hold him accountable. He will be before Congress this week, and he will be asked questions by our colleagues, and he should have answers. I can't imagine what answers he will have to the tragedy that you've seen expressed here this morning. But we will hold him accountable. We will take action in Congress, and we have to hold this administration's feet to the fire to take action on this matter. Now, with that, I would like to introduce a good friend of mine from Florida, Congressman Carlos Jimenez.
Thank you, and to the families here, I would like to express my condolences for your loss. And these losses were unnecessary. What we're seeing now is an unprecedented crisis at our border. And it's all due to the policies of the Biden administration. Everything changed on January 20th, 2021. Before then, we had about 80% less border crossings. The border was under control. It wasn't perfect, but it was under control. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, we sat with Chief Ortiz of the Customs and Border Patrol, and he stated to us that 5 of the 9 sectors of the southern border, they had lost operational control. Now think about that. We have lost, the United States of America has lost operational control of more than half of its southern border. That is plainly unacceptable on so many fronts. But one of the fronts that we've talked about is fentanyl. Fentanyl is, the chemicals are being produced in China. They're shipped to the cartels. The cartels actually produce the fentanyl and they ship it across the border. More than 300 people a day are dying from fentanyl every single day, like Congressman Diaz-Balart just said. It's like a plane crash every single day. If we had a plane crash every single day, do you think we'd do something about it? Yeah, I think we'd do something about it. But you know what? The Biden administration sees this day after day after day and does absolutely nothing. I also asked Chief Ortiz if he had given the Biden administration his recommendations on what we need to do. And what he said was, yes, we need to go back to the previous policies. And so what I would support is, let's build a wall, finish the wall. Let's give more Customs and Border Patrol agents. Let's give them a raise so that they can do their job and retain, good personnel. Let's go back to the Remain in Mexico policy, which means that people who had asylum claims had to remain in Mexico until their day in court. And you know what happened? Since only 10% of those that are claiming asylum actually are granted asylum, the word got back to the other countries and to other people that were trying to make the trek, says, hey, the chances are you're not going to make it into the United States unless you have a valid asylum claim. And as an immigrant myself, I will never support anything that doesn't allow for valid asylum claims. That's what America is all about. But America is also about laws, and America is about legal immigration. And I think everybody behind me can agree. We're in favor of legal immigration. We're not in favor of illegal immigration and chaos, which is exactly what's happening at our southern border. It is costing immigrants lives, but it's costing also American lives every single day. And so I'd like to now say a couple words in Spanish. Todo cambió en enero 20 del 2021 cuando las pólizas del presidente Trump se eliminaron y el presidente Biden empezó su camino en las pólizas que han sido un desastre en la frontera del sur. Yo estoy en favor de la construcción de la pared, terminar eso, darle más agentes para Customs and Border Patrol y restaurar lo que se sabe como Remain in Mexico Policy. Esas pólizas tenía una reducción de 80% de los números que estamos viendo hoy en día. Las pólizas del presidente Biden nos han llevado a lo que tenemos hoy, la crisis de fentanyl, que están matando más de 300 americanos todos los días. 300 ciudadanos todos los días mueren aquí en los Estados Unidos por la crisis de fentanyl, que el presidente Biden simplemente no está haciendo nada. Así que el presidente Biden está faltando su deber principal, que es la protección de nosotros, de todos los residentes de los Estados Unidos. Tú sabes, si un avión se cae todos los días y 300 personas se están muertas todos los días, ¿tú no crees que nosotros vamos a hacer algo? El presidente Biden está viendo esto todos los días y no hace nada. El secretario Mayorkas lo está viendo también y no hace nada. Por eso es que estoy en favor de la construcción de la pared, más agentes para Customs and Border Patrol, un buen salario para ellos, para mantenerlo, y también restauración de lo que es Remain in Mexico Policy. Y con eso, ahora quiero, now I want to introduce Congresswoman Lori Chavez de Rimmer.
Good morning. As a member of Congress, it is my honor to stand with my colleagues today, but I know it is our honor to stand with the brave Border Patrol and family members who were brave enough to stand up here today and tell your story. 1 year ago, the largest fentanyl bust in Oregon's history happened in my district. Enough fentanyl was seized to kill the entire population of Oregon. The suspect was being investigated for trafficking fentanyl that was manufactured in Mexico. Even though the border is well over 1,000 miles from Oregon, the consequences of inadequate border security is close to home. These dangerous drugs are killing Oregon teenagers at a faster rate than any other state in the nation. They cause desperation and recklessness, leading to more stolen vehicles and retail theft, which is up 50%. The approach I'm taking is twofold: support and protect law enforcement and deter the trafficking of illegal substances through tough on-crime policies. I co-sponsored the Protecting First Responders for Secondary Exposure Act, which seeks to provide first responders with the resources to reduce the risk of secondary exposures to lethal substances. I co-sponsored the First Security Act, reinforces Customs and Border Protection agents by providing law enforcement with more tools and resources, which you have heard they so desperately need. And the Fentanyl Act requires the CBP to update its policies consistent to prevent smuggling through ports of entry. And I'm supporting 2 bills to ensure criminals who traffic illegal narcotics are held accountable: the Stopping of Overdoses of Fentanyl Analogs Act and the Felony Murder for Deadly Fentanyl Distribution Act. This is an important time in American history, and I'm grateful to be here today, again, with my colleagues, with the people who stand up every single day on the border, and to the brave families who are willing to come to Washington and share their stories with all of you. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my friend, Congressman James Moylan.
Well, half a day, everyone. My name is James Moylan, and I'm from Guam. And I also attended the delegation led by Congressman Tony Gonzalez to San Antonio, Texas. We visited the borders of Uvalde and Eagles Pass in Texas, and the issues we encountered were very disturbing. from firsthand stories of human and drug trafficking on a daily basis, to families finding illegal immigrants stealing food in their backyard. Sadly, we even witnessed children being processed as they were discovered that morning walking through the streets. Every Thursday, Uvalde experiences 85 to 100 children entering illegally at the whim of the cartels. This terrorist organization does this as a means of a distraction so that they can get their drugs passed into the shores. Now, while these issues are consistent in many border cities and countries, there are several issues that hit close to my home. There is a rapid increase in meth entering our borders of Guam, as well as previous issues with Chinese nationalists entering our shores illegally by boat. So we too see similar issues. In spite of this urgent need to secure our borders, I am confident that the House Republicans will be able to resolve the crisis and make America a safer place. I thank you, Senator Tony Gonzalez.
Thank you. We'll take a couple of questions before we conclude. Rafael.
Real quick, two questions. I would just like you to, on the member side, would like you to comment on the Republican immigration and border bill that's coming up tomorrow in House Judiciary. And if I may, to the Border Patrol Council, you have very specific policy proposals on asylum based on your tactical view from the border that's unique. A lot of immigrant communities of asylum seekers in the United States have very different asylum policy proposals. Is there a middle ground there?
What you're seeing is regular order. And in regular order, the committees shake things out. There's a markup process. And I am confident leadership will not bring anything to the floor that does not have the votes to pass. That's regular order. And however long that takes, that's what you want. That's what we didn't see under Nancy Pelosi. We saw a top-down approach. You're not seeing that in this Congress. You're seeing where the rank and file, organizations just like the Hispanic Conference, have the ability to have a seat at the table and work through things. Do you want to add anything?
No.
Yep.
I don't know about the...
Yes, of course. So first of all, when it comes to asylum processing, I think that we are doing an injustice to those people that have legitimate claims. What we see on the border is that a lot of people that come across illegally are using the asylum process in order to abuse the catch and release program. Personally, and from the council, we feel that people that are seeking asylum, that their cases should be quickly adjudicated to ensure that those people that are seeking the safety of our country receive that protection from the United States. So there is definitely middle ground to work on different proposals. What we want to make sure what ends is the abuse of our immigration system. Thank you, sir.
Mariana?
You mentioned regular order, but you've also mentioned the need for realistic bills. Things that can actually become law and help border security agents and the families that are behind you right now. The committee process might wrap up tomorrow with Judiciary marking up that one bill. Is this the right policy? You say that leadership's not going to bring that to the floor, but do we only have 24 hours here before we see the reality of what the support looks like?
No, I think it's safe to say that this border crisis has a lot of layers to it. And there's a reason why nothing's gotten done for decades. And it's going to take people just like the folks that are here today to get this over the finish line. It's not just members. It's family members that have been impacted. It's the Border Patrol Council that sees it every day. It's going to take outside groups that have vested interests to go, how do we get tangible things solved? And whatever happens tomorrow, next week, next month out of the House is only the start. There has to be, once again, going back to it earlier, there has to be conversations on the Senate side, which I've been having and others have been having. There have to be conversations with the White House that I've been having and I'm sure others have been having. There has to be this, how do we get real solutions? Maybe it's not everything, but there has to be something. Right now, there's nothing that is happening. There's only rhetoric that's getting spewed back and forth. But the start is the regular order that's happening this week in Judiciary and next week in Homeland Security. But that's only the start. That's not the end of it all. We'll take one more question.
Having legal immigration reform is part of that I mean, does that need to be in a bill that comes out of the House to have any chance in the Senate?
I think there's a lot of opportunities, whether it comes in whether it probably needs to come in start in the House. I think that makes sense. But this is very important. We are an organization, the Congressional Hispanic Conference is an organization that supports legal immigration. We will fight for legal immigration. We will fight for all those. We are completely against illegal immigration. I mean, these are the things that are happening. There's a lot of different ideas. Look, Mario Diaz-Balart understands it better than any of us. He's seen immigration bill after immigration bill come before. A lot of these ideas aren't new ideas. It's finding the political will for people to solve them. And I think part of that is through the House, and it starts somewhere. And I think it starts with the Congressional Hispanic Conference.
Does that need to be in the House bill now, though?
Look, there are. It doesn't make sense to negotiate, right, in public. But I will tell you that there are some great ideas out there. I am confident that when push comes to shove, that we're going to have a bill that we can pass out of the House, that we will continue to work on this process, because the one thing that is totally unacceptable is inaction. What is totally unacceptable is to pretend that the situation on the border is perfectly well. It's acceptable. It is not. And this group has rolled up their sleeves. We've been in the midst of negotiations of trying to get a serious bill across the House. In order to do that, we obviously need a lot of work. But what Tony said, one of the things that's new now is regular order. And so I think what you're going to see is a bill. I'm confident you're going to see a bill that will get to sufficient votes in the House to pass the House, so then we can continue those negotiations and those conversations with the Senate. We have to, in the House, get the votes to pass a serious border security bill to make sure that this issue doesn't just go away and we continue to pretend that there's no problem in the southern border. Okay, I think thank you. Gracias. Gracias.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate you coming out, man. Yes, sir. Of course. Good to meet you too, sir. Good to meet you, brother. Great. Yeah, man. Good job. Good.
Yes.
And it looks like that conference there has wrapped up in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and check in on this live event that is still happening. This is the 2023 March of the Living, remembering the Holocaust there. So let's listen in.
Combat Anti-Semitism group, Combat Anti-Semitism movement, and you're also on a special delegation of ambassadors being led by current U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Thomas Nides, and former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman. You've been so active in the fight against global anti-Semitism. In your view, how important are programs like the March of the Living that bring thousands of people to physically witness the results of the most vile forms of anti-Semitism here at Auschwitz and other concentration camps?
Well, Alex, thank you for having me. And it's critically important because when you come to a place like this and walk the ground soiled with the blood of the Jewish people, you realize where this hatred can lead. And in order to understand how despicable, how dangerous, how destructive is this hatred that is anti-Semitism that's with us despite this happening recently, only 80 years ago, Jews were being exterminated right here where we stand, and yet anti-Semitism is with us. That's why it is so important that we come here, we experience this, and we say with one clarion unified voice, never again. And so I'm very proud to be here together with Ambassadors Nides and Friedman and representing the Combat Anti-Semitism movement in standing shoulder to shoulder with students and clergy and diplomats and leaders, all of whom are here to say never again.
Now, the Combat Anti-Semitism movement has been monitoring anti-Semitic incidents from across the spectrum, and in particular, you've identified threats coming from three distinct areas of the political spectrum, so to speak, which are the far left, the far right, and from radical Islam. Tell me, which of those do you think represents the most potent threat, and where should most of the effort be focused on fighting these threats?
Well, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. What we're seeing is Jew hatred coming from three distinct ideological camps that, remarkably enough, find common cause in this hatred of the Jewish people. And that is the far right, which certainly is represented by Nazism, as we we're here in this Nazi ground, but we have far right groups today that threaten the Jewish people, and the radical left, which is a tsunami of growing anti-Semitism that is spreading throughout circles of leadership on campuses. I mean, what Jewish students have to undergo going to school, the hatred, the vilification focused usually on Jewish peoplehood and certainly on the Jewish state is despicable and a serious threat to our future. And then, of course, militant Islam, which is a continuing problem. And so what I said when I was in my role as special envoy is, look, if you really intend to fight Jew hatred, you have to fight all its variants. You can't pick and choose. You can't underplay or ignore any of the sources. You have to fight all of them because, at the end of the day, Alex, if you leave 2/3 or even 1/3 of a tumor untreated, the patient doesn't do well. So you either fight all of it or you might as well fight none of it.
Well, the Combat Anti-Semitism movement and so many other groups now are engaged in the fight against anti-Semitism, and yet the tide of anti-Semitism continues and the number of incidents, soft and hard, are continuing to rise. What needs to be done that hasn't been done, and can all of these groups working together somehow find the cure once and for all for anti-Semitism?
Well, I think absolutely we can, and if I weren't optimistic, I wouldn't be in this fight. I really think we can roll back this scourge, not just contain it, but really roll it back and defeat it. But it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to, first of all, take unity. It's going to take Jewish unity, which we certainly need right now. It's in short supply. But it also requires all of us to join together and to understand what we're fighting against, but also what we're fighting for. And this brings me to the crux of it. You've got to defend against Jew hatred, but if all we do is defend against this, we're never going to win a strategic victory in the fight. A strategic victory requires an offensive, strategic weapon. And that's affirmatively driving a philo-Semitic narrative to champion what the Jewish people have brought to the world, the values of Judaism that have transformed civilization. And when we talk about that, we're defining the haters. Far from allowing haters to define the Jewish people, we're defining the haters as standing against everything we've brought to the world. And look, there are amazing stories to be told. Right here in Poland, where we stand today, is a remarkable history that the Polin Museum, for example, in Warsaw, is a gem in bringing this out. 900 years of Jewish history in Poland, which is a wonderful, beautiful, transformative history. It's the same story in Germany and in France and in England and in Russia and, yes, in the United States of America, countries transformed by the Jewish presence and by Jewish heritage that played such an important role in the life and in the very identity of these countries. That's what we have to start talking about. And until we really start driving philo-Semitism, we won't really win a strategic victory in the battle against Jew hatred.
Elon Carr, thank you so much. Take it away, Aaron.
Thanks so much, Alex. Here with us now are the U.S. ambassadors to Israel, current one Thomas Nides, and his predecessor, Ambassador David Friedman. Hello to you both, and thank you so much for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great to be here.
What message is important for you to convey to our audience from this site?
Look, this is ground zero for evil, for the worst atrocities ever committed against human beings. And so it's the right place to stand against hatred, in particular to stand against anti-Semitism, and most importantly, to stand together against anti-Semitism. Tom and I, from different parties, different backgrounds, different political outlooks, nonetheless, we are very much standing together with no daylight between us in our fight against anti-Semitism.
I think that, as David said, there has an enormous symbolism being here, and I feel it in my core as David does. But there's also some hope here. Just look behind us. Look at the kids, the 10,000 kids who from all over the world are coming here to understand the importance of the Holocaust, and for us to never forget. And that's the message that we're all taking home tonight.
So never forgetting, how much do you believe that the history of the Holocaust has influence the unbreakable bond between the United States and the state of the Jewish people, Israel, that exists today?
I don't think words can actually magnify how important it is. You know, obviously, at the end of World War II, and as you know, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel next week. That is a hallmark of the outcome. You know, if you know the idea that we're all standing here, they didn't win, we won.
Absolutely,
the Jews won.
Absolutely,
and the country of Israel is stronger than ever. And the idea that we're here on the 75th anniversary is a testament to the strength of the Jewish people and the importance of America's relationship with Israel.
Ambassador Friedman, would you like to add anything to that about the bond between Israel and the United States?
Well, you know, I think it's incredibly important and it's essential, I believe, to the survival of the Jewish people. Jews have lived for thousands of years with many things. They've had great discoveries, they've had great intellectual advancements, but they've never had one critical thing to their survival, and that's power. And Israel represents the first.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're looking at the coverage here, live coverage in Auschwitz, Poland. This is the 2023 March of the Living, there to remember the Holocaust. So if this event's still going on, we'll dip back into that and bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour. We're going to do that, and then we'll turn our attention out west and check in with some of the top stories from our Fox 11 team. So stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside here, of course, in New York City, that neck of the woods. A beautiful start to the day over on the East Coast. We're actually going to switch gears and turn to the West Coast for this next story. A man is behind bars accused of sexually assaulting women he met through dating apps. Police have found several victims, but investigators believe there could be more out there. Gigi Graciette is live in North Hollywood with more on this very troubling story. Gigi, good morning. What can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Zach. Good morning, everyone. We're in North Hollywood, a suburb of Los Angeles, and this is where police say one of those attacks, and sadly we're talking rape, happened. And they have identified 5 victims of this guy. I believe you have his mugshot and a picture that he may have been using on social media. His name is Matthew Leonard Werner. He's 45 years old, and today, on his birthday, he's actually behind bars being held on $3 million bail. Police police have identified 5 women, 5 victims. They say this guy, who actually lives in Las Vegas but is in jail here in Los Angeles, met on social media and on dating apps. Now, he would use, according to police, different names to avoid being caught or being identified. And once he met his victims in person, that's when police say he would attack and rape them. 5 victims, but police feel strongly there may be more victims out there, victims that just didn't come forward for whatever reason. You know, sexual assault victims, there's a variety of reasons that they may not have reported an assault, and they're hoping now that they know this guy is behind bars that they feel safe enough to come and tell police exactly what experiences they may have had with him. So if you had any encounter with that guy, please call the Los Angeles Police Department. Zach?
Pretty frightening stuff, especially if people are just trying to use a dating app, and that's now something you got to look out for. All right, Gigi Graciette with Fox 11 LA for giving us the latest on this very troubling story here. Gigi, thank you so much. It is 9:16 on the East Coast, 6:16 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside here. If I can get my computer to work here. There we go. There's a live look right outside the Fox studios there in downtown New York City. I think we'll take this opportunity to take our second commercial break of the hour, but don't go anywhere. We've got a lot to get into today, a number of live events and the top stories from all around the country and around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, this is a live look at, they're in Poland. It's the 2023 March of the Living, remembering the Holocaust survivors. So this is a live event, and we're going to dip into it and hear what they have to say. Take a listen.
Probably, you know, I'll be in Israel in 2 weeks, and this will be my 40th trip. And so I've been to Yad Vashem 40, 50 times, Holocaust museums around the world. They don't do what being here does, is because this is where those moms and those dads and those babies and those sons and those daughters breathe their last breath. And I'm bringing next year for the March of the Living, I'm bringing as many young people as I can, because we have to pass this about. I know it's almost becoming just words, but never again. And when you come here and you feel what you feel, you're going to say in your heart, not on my watch, never again. And I know that's kind of a cliche, but being here is a life changer.
Pastor Gary Huck, thank you so much for being with us. Back to you, Aaron.
Look, we see so many people have already arrived at Birkenau. We see men in uniform. We see different police officers. We see the young marchers. We've seen the Holocaust survivors. It's just incredibly moving. We see people with the flags. When you can look right there, and that's where a selection once was. That's where they actually took Jews off trains and chose who would live and who would die. Right where those people we're looking at were standing at one time. It's very hard not to have tears in your eyes when you think what happened on these grounds. Joining me now is Revital Kokovsky, the Deputy CEO of the International March of the Living. What can you tell us about the March of the Living overall?
Hello, Erin. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary today with 10,000 participants that are come from all four corners of the globe. We have people today from Australia to Brazil, from Argentina to Germany, people that are Jews, and many of them are non-Jews. The International March of the Living was founded under the basis that the Holocaust is not just a Jewish issue, it's a universal issue. And we need to educate the world at large about the lessons of the Holocaust, and they need to fight racism and anti-Semitism.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about what is special about today's March of the Living?
I think the most special thing about the march today is that we have 40 Holocaust survivors from across the world leading this march. They will be the first to march and lead the 10,000 participants. And for us, the survivors are like our hearts. I mean, we are here to hear the story from them and to pass it to the next generation. Elie Wiesel, who were in the 1990 march here, told us that when you listen to a witness, you become a witness. And what we do at the March of the Living is creating living witnesses to carry the torch of memory after the survivors are no longer be with us.
Absolutely. During the march, will they have time? Will they be able to interact with some of the young participants?
You have to understand that the march is a peak of a 7-day journey throughout Poland. They're visiting the ghettos, the camps, the synagogues, the cultural institutes. They're exploring 1,000 years of Jewish life, and they're spending time with the survivors on a long journey. The march is the peak of it. They're marching shoulder to shoulder, and they hear the story from there. They're there for them. They're hugging them, and this is what is so special about the March of the Living.
My own daughter attended the 2011 March of the Living, and I have to say, she was very impacted by it. Is that what you hear from the younger participants?
Yes. Also, we've conducted long-term impact research about the participant of the march, and what we've learned that people who are coming from the march are coming back more tolerant people. They're more activist towards fighting hatred in all of its forms. They're more connected to the Jewish identity and heritage. So the march has a long-term impact about the participants on a personal and also in a communal life that they're doing, and they're going back to the community as a change agent of torchbearer of Holocaust memory.
What about you personally? You've been involved in the International March of the Living for some time. How do you feel on successive visits back here?
This will be my 15th march. I was born on January 6th. The very same day my great-grandfather, Angelo Sonnino of Rome, was killed here in Auschwitz. So I feel very connected to the place, and through March of the Living I also met my husband, who was a journalist who came to cover the March of the Living, and we met her and here, and later he went to tutor groups to Poland. So the Holocaust is very much a family thing to us. It's personal, and I'm very proud to be with the International March of the Living and safeguarding Holocaust memory.
Do you ever find that it's too much? Your entire life, your profession, your family, you're oriented around this place.
You know, Erin, many people ask me about this, and my answer is no, it's never too much for me. I feel so privileged to be able to do what I'm doing. I can't get enough of spending time with Holocaust survivors, hugging them, listening to them. I feel that it's a great, great privilege, and I'm honored to do what I'm doing.
Are you concerned, I'm sure you are, about the fact that, I mean, today we are so lucky 40 Holocaust survivors are here, about the day that will come when time will have passed and they won't be able to join us?
Of course, we're concerned, and I don't think the world is ready for the day without survivors. But what we're doing here at the March of the Living, as I said, we are creating new witnesses and people who will take the torch of memory and carry it to the next generations. This is our mission.
Tremendously important work. Revital Krakowski, thank you so much for taking the time to explain this to us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Erin.
Now we're taking a look again at the 2023 March in progress. Joining me now, we have two survivors with us. And I'd really like to thank you both for being not only with me today, but thank you for being here. Thank you for coming and sharing your stories with the participants. I think it's so critical. I am going to introduce you. We have Anita Caro, who was originally from what was then Poland, today's Ukraine. And we also have Rosette Adler-Goldstein, who was a hidden child in France. But I'd like to have you share your stories. Tell us where you were born and how you survived.
I was born in Lviv in 1938. We were taken to the ghetto. The ghetto in Lviv was a horrible place.
How old were you when you moved to the ghetto?
I was 3 years old.
Unbelievable.
And I had two sisters. One was newly born and one was 2 years older. The ghetto of Lviv was a place that had 150 souls, Jews interned. The ghetto of Lviv was a place where it was easier to die than to live. From the 150,000 inmates, only 200 survived, and I am one of them.
I'm so glad. And Rosetta, would you tell us your story, Rosette, briefly?
I was born in Paris, France, in 1938. My parents were originally from Poland, from Lodz, and my father had been thrown out of the French army. Why? Because he was a Jew, and he enlisted in a camp in France for working for the French and German interests. And he saw what was happening, and he met a farmer. His name was Monsieur Martin, and he said to him, I have a 4-year-old daughter. You know what's happening. Would you hide her? And Monsieur Martin said, I don't know, I have to ask my wife. You know, it's very dangerous. And
At the risk of
day,
their own lives.
I'm sorry?
At the risk of their own lives.
Yes. And the next day, he came back and he said, I spoke to my wife. We have 3 daughters. We're going to have 4. And this is how I came to live with them.
Oh, my goodness. Can you tell me, why is it important for you to be here today? And both of you are traveling here today from the United States, from the state of Florida. Why is it important for you to be here today?
It is very important for us to be here so we can tell our story, because through education and looking back to the past, we can prevent the future to bring us unhappiness again. My mother was a very courageous woman who saved 3 children together. We escaped from the ghetto of Lviv and passed ourselves as Catholics. And I became a very fervent Catholic girl for about 2 years of my life. And it was even very difficult to go back to Judaism after the war. But I did, and today I have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and I have 6 grandchildren. And soon I will be a great-grandmother.
Mazal tov.
Toda rava.
And Ms. Carroll?
I have been on 7 marches of the living.
I'm sorry, Rosette.
I feel it is so important for young people to hear us. We're in the winter of our lives. We're not going to be here much longer. And these children have to tell our stories, especially with the way things are going today. I'm very afraid. we've all of us have seen some of the things that are happening today, and we are frightened.
I just spoke to both U.S. ambassadors about the rising level of anti-Semitism, and no level is acceptable, and if enough is being done to combat that. But I'm also so terribly worried about the day when we can't hear voices from people who experience these things, that something will be lost. I hope that your descendants will learn from you. Is it hard for you to share your stories with your grandchildren, your children?
It is hard, but they listen, and they listen. And then we have opportunities, I'm sure, Rosette and I, to lecture at the schools and children that are younger, and they listen, and I hope they will learn.
I very much hope so. I need to let you go now to the ceremonies, so Rosette Adler-Goldstein, Anita Caro, thank you again very much for being with us today.
And thank you for letting us be here and being able to convey how we feel.
It's my honor.
Thank you.
It's all of our honor.
Thank you so much.
Now we return to look at the march as more people arrive.
Blau Ella.
Do I talk?
Miklos from
One of the most powerful moments of the 2022 March of the Living was the lighting of a torch of hope by Eitan Naislos, and a third-generation descendant of a Holocaust survivor, and the March of the Living ambassador to the Gulf states, His Excellency Ahmed al-Mansouri from the United Arab Emirates, who is also the founder of the first Holocaust memorial in the Arab and Muslim world, which is called the Crossroads of Civilizations Museum. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today.
Thank you.
Your participation here last year truly inspired millions around the world to believe that together we can defeat hate and promote tolerance. How did the march impact you?
Exactly 1 year ago, immediately prior to coming to the march, I stood at the House of Lords in London, and there I accepted the torch of remembrance from Holocaust survivor Eve Kruger. And we had a historic first. We invited Caroline, a descendant of a Nazi, third generation.
Oh my goodness.
And there, we didn't have one dry eye in the room. And I had a moment of enlightenment, understanding the importance of reconciliation and addressing the intergenerational trauma of the third generation and beyond. And so I asked myself a question: how can this torch of remembrance become a torch of divine truth, of peace and of unity? And how better form of an expression to invite His Excellency Ahmed al-Mansouri to join me at the march, to lead the march on behalf of the third generation, and light the torch of remembrance as a symbol of peace and of unity. And so I walked in through the gates of hell with a friend, and I walked out with a dear Muslim brother.
It's wonderful and very touching. And His Excellency?
Thank you very much. It was a great impact when I came here, at so many levels. At one level is personal level, also regional level, also international level. Personal level, it was very educative for me. I mean, to see it, to experience. I mean, the worst genocide against humanity, which happened to the Jews at that time, coming from an area that we don't talk much about it. We have known about the Holocaust. We know about the Aryan Doctor and Hitler and what they have done, but I have never seen the experience. But when I went there, went to concentration camps, went to the places, still there are certain images that stays with me there, and helped me a lot also to improve my exhibition there about the Holocaust. And that exhibition, which we have started it in 2021, April 8th, that was Yom HaShoah at that time. And we had a commemoration, also the gallery.
And we're going to go ahead and switch gears here for a moment as another live event is happening right now. So let's get that up.
Questions
there.
Further, without objection, I ask unanimous
Looks like the audio was a little hot there. So this is an oversight committee here, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus hearing. They're titling this Investigating the Origins of COVID-19, Part 2, China and the Available Intelligence. So that'll be the focus of this committee hearing. Let's bring up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Scientific question. It is also one of intelligence and national security. Former director of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Robert Redfield, who himself is a virologist, while discussing the origins testified, quote, "I don't think that the answer is going to come from the scientific community. I think the answer is going to come from the intelligence community," end quote. As Dr. Redfield stated, and we agree, the intelligence community plays an important role in this investigation. We're not here to analyze the intelligence ourselves. We are here to listen to the experts and follow the facts. And that is exactly what we are here to do today. Ask those that were actually involved in the intelligence process in the earliest days of the pandemic about what they saw and how we, as Congress, should proceed. We appreciate each of the witnesses here today. I do want to highlight that, according to the Congressional Research Service, this is the first time current or former director of National Intelligence has testified before the Oversight Committee. Welcome. I think it truly shows the importance of this issue for Director Ratcliffe to be here today, and we thank him. We will discuss and examine many aspects of the available unclassified intelligence, and it's my sincere hope that this hearing moves the ball forward and we can ultimately agree on both sides of the aisle that the origins of COVID-19 cannot be solved by science alone. Starting in early 2020, there were rumblings about the possibility COVID-19 came from a lab, likely in Wuhan. Every month since then, more and more circumstantial evidence has come to light suggesting this is the case. On January 15, 2021, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo released a fact sheet regarding some intelligence gathered surrounding the origins of COVID-19. The fact sheet stated three things. First, there were numerous researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology that were sick in the fall of 2019. While this doesn't prove COVID-19 came from the lab, it is a data point suggesting so. Just 2 weeks ago, an expert in emerging disease outbreaks testified before this subcommittee that researchers in a lab becoming sick would be consistent with a research-related lab outbreak. Second, the Wuhan Institute of Virology has a published record of gain-of-function research, including at low biosafety levels. And again, we know that much of this work was done with U.S.-based EcoHealth Alliance. And we know that EcoHealth Alliance has failed to publish all its work and has in fact refused to share its work with the U.S. government. In other words, U.S. taxpayer-funded risky research that may have sparked a pandemic is being hidden by a U.S. entity in China. Third, the Wuhan Institute of Virology has cooperated with the Chinese military since at least 2017, including on animal laboratory experiments. The Biden administration did not and still has not disagreed with these facts. A senior Biden State Department official said, quote, "No one is disputing the information, the fact that those data points exist, the fact that they are accurate," end quote. Ironically enough, the Biden administration takes issue with the fact that the Trump administration released these facts. The same official said, quote, "The Trump administration put spin on the ball," end quote. I think the fact sheet is pretty clear and non-biased. It even stated that the U.S. government does not know exactly where, when, or how the COVID-19 virus was initially transmitted to humans. That is true. The rest are simply statements of fact derived from available intelligence. Next, on October 29, 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its first declassified assessment on COVID-19 origins. This stated unequivocally that both a laboratory and natural origin are plausible. Since then, more reporting has emerged. FBI Director Christopher Wray confirmed publicly that the FBI assessed COVID-19 most likely originated from a lab incident in Wuhan. And the Wall Street Journal reported the Department of Energy now also believes a lab leak is the most likely origin. The fact that it is these two agencies is important. The FBI uses experts in biological threats and was reportedly supported by the National Bioforensic Analysis Center, and the Department of Energy used its own Z division, experts in investigating biological threats. These are both scientific and intelligence experts. While the specific origin of COVID-19 may not be 100% clear, there's mounting evidence suggesting a research or lab-related incident. What is clear, though, is that China does not want the globe to know the origins. They dodge and duck every legitimate attempt to investigate this question. According to the fact sheet, China has systematically prevented a transparent and thorough investigation of the COVID-19 pandemic's origin. According to the ODNI report, China has hindered global investigations, resisted sharing information, and reported to blaming other countries, including the United States. This became even more clear when we received this email from the Chinese embassy last week. Without objection, I would ask unanimous consent to enter this email into the record. In it, the Chinese embassy expresses grave concern regarding this hearing and states they firmly oppose it. Well, we have some news for Beijing. These intimidation tactics will not work. You will not slow down our work, and we will not cease. After the hearing, I'll be sending a letter to the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. requesting China cease intimidation tactics and cooperate with this investigation. I extend the invitation to any member of this subcommittee to join me on that letter. Thank you. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Ruiz for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Understanding the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic is important to America's public health and our ability to respond to future public health threats. In fact, since the first outbreak of COVID-19, researchers in the scientific community have worked tirelessly to get to the bottom of this very issue with dozens of studies that have been conducted or are currently underway. And agents in the intelligence community have continued their sweeping assessment of COVID-19's origins. Thanks to President Biden's direction and leadership, we are learning more every day. In May 2021, he directed the intelligence community to evaluate whether the novel coronavirus could have emerged from a laboratory in China, urging our nation's intelligence agencies to do, quote, everything we can to trace the roots of this outbreak. Since then, 2 government agencies have assessed with low and moderate confidence that the virus originated in a lab, while 4 government agencies assess with low confidence that the virus came about through natural transmission. As it stands, there is no consensus. The reports are inconclusive, and more research is needed. While our scientists and intelligence communities continue their investigations, it is crucial that we empower them to do so without extreme partisan rhetoric or political biases that cherry-pick evidence to push a partisan political narrative that vilify public health leaders. Our focus as lawmakers should be on developing policies based on current and evolving evidence to prevent and prepare for future pandemics and save lives. To do right by the American people and our public health, we must let our expert communities do their job. And in turn, we must develop policies based on evidence, as inconclusive as it may be at the moment, that will help us prevent the next pandemic no matter which COVID origin theory you believe in. We must also take a deep dive into the barriers to our nation's ability to research the origins of COVID and respond to it. This includes examining how the Chinese Communist Party's refusal to cooperate with international investigations in December 2019 set us back in our pandemic response. and how the Chinese Communist Party's continued spread of misinformation and obfuscation of evidence has hindered our ability to understand both theories of how this virus came to be in the first place. In order to better be prepared for the future, it is crucial that we develop forward-looking domestic and foreign policies that advance American interests, protect our public health, and save lives. This means rejecting the isolationist approach President Trump took under the guise of, quote, America first, unquote, that decimated the State Department, weakened our ability to engage, left a void that rendered America vulnerable to China's growing influence. It also abandoned state-to-state diplomacy, allowed tensions to intensify, and escalated a trade war that fell hardest on American workers. Under this approach, America's public health, economy, and security ultimately paid the price. So now, we must take decisive action to protect our public health, economy, and security from the CCP's growing influence by investing in competition, deepening collaboration with our allies, and furthering the State Department's diplomatic work. That means building on the progress we've made with legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act to invest in innovation so that we can outcompete China in sectors critical to our public health and national defense and strengthening our supply chain. And that means building on House Democrats and the Biden administration's work to bolster our pandemic preparedness, public health infrastructure, and international and domestic standards for pandemic surveillance to address possible animal transmissions, and biomedical research safety to address possible lab leaks. There is certainly more work to do, and it is my sincere hope that we can pursue this work together on a bipartisan basis. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how global health security, pandemic preparedness, and national security are linked. And so as we seek to better understand the virus's origins, we must take a scientific and evidence-based...
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening into the Oversight and Accountability Committee. They're having a meeting on the origins of COVID-19, so this is happening right now. We'll dip back into this live, raw, and unfiltered after we get back from this short 2-minute commercial break. But don't go anywhere, there's plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We've got a couple live events happening right now. What you see in that big box there on your screen is the Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting on the origins of COVID-19. And then we have a second angle of the folks that'll be answering some of the questions from the committee in a second box. You can see that there. Both are from the same meeting. And below that is the March of the Living. That's a Holocaust remembrance event happening in Auschwitz, Poland right now. So we got a few live events. We're going to pull up the audio, though, from this committee meeting and hear what they have to say. At the beginning, they did say a number of different things about China, talking about how China would not be able to intimidate the committee, as they're alleging that China didn't want this committee meeting to happen, talking about the origins of COVID-19. But let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I promised to ensure that the intelligence community would be laser focused on getting answers to the virus's origins and spread. What follows is a brief, unclassified overview of what the intelligence community learned and knows, a synopsis of the relevant challenges that I encountered during this effort, and where I believe we must go from here. First, let me state the bottom line up front. My informed assessment, as a person with as much access as anyone to our government's intelligence during the initial year of the pandemic, has been and continues to be that a lab leak is the only explanation credibly supported by our intelligence, by science, and by common sense. From a view inside the IC, if our intelligence and evidence supporting a lab leak theory was placed side by side with our intelligence and evidence pointing to a natural origins or spillover theory, the lab leak side of the ledger would be long, convincing, even overwhelming, while the spillover side would be nearly empty and tenuous. Were this a trial, a preponderance of circumstantial evidence provided by our intelligence would compel a jury finding of guilt to an accusation that coronavirus research in the Wuhan labs was responsible for the pandemic. And likewise, the Chinese Communist Party would be guilty of going to great lengths to cover up the virus's origins, from destroying medical tests, samples, and data, to intimidating and disappearing witnesses and journalists, to lying and coercing global health authorities, even spreading propaganda that the virus originated here in the United States by the U.S. military. Their efforts continue to this day, as the Chinese embassy has formally objected to this hearing and this committee's efforts to ascertain the truth. And the Chinese government has done all of this while proving itself incapable of offering even a shred of exculpatory evidence. The intelligence community's sources on this issue are numerous, diverse, and unassailable, and I hope that the recent unanimous congressional support to require the declassification of our COVID origins material will make some of this available to you and the American people. Right now, a few of the intelligence community's agencies are publicly assessing that COVID-19 virus originated from a lab leak in Wuhan.
And I'm going to have to interrupt again here on this meeting that's happening about the origins of COVID-19. We got to take our last commercial break of the hour, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll dip right back into this live, raw, and unfiltered. So stay with us.
The challenge where we go from
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's listen back into that committee meeting that they're talking about the origins of COVID-19. This is the Oversight and Accountability Committee happening right now. So they're, again, discussing the lab leak and different theories around where COVID-19 may have come from. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And deserve accountability, and only by seeking truth, justice, and accountability for this pandemic can we achieve the other equally important goal of preventing the next pandemic. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director. I now recognize Mr. Feith to give an opening statement.
Chairman Wenstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, and select subcommittee members, thanks for this opportunity. My written testimony that I've submitted has three elements. First, it describes how the State Department's East Asia Bureau approached the COVID origin issue during the first year of the pandemic, from the outbreak to the publication in January 2021 of a fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Second, it describes the terribly damaging effects of our public health establishment's efforts to stigmatize the very notion that COVID may have emerged from a laboratory accident. This drove underground discussion of a set of risks, namely those involving gain-of-function research, that deserve to be at the front and center of our policymaking. Third, it offers some oversight and policy suggestions on helping to find the origin of COVID, to fix policy and intelligence problems raised by these issues, and to tighten U.S. science and technology exchanges with China to protect national security and to help prevent a next pandemic. In my short remarks here, I want to stress the stakes involved in whether COVID emerged from nature or from a lab. The stakes are almost unimaginably grave. COVID was not some immaculate infection. It was not spontaneously generated. It came from somewhere, and the details matter. If it emerged naturally, it implies certain things about human interactions with nature where the risks are sizable enough. But if it emerged from a lab, particularly one conducting gain-of-function virology experiments with technologies invented only a few years ago, then this was akin to a Hiroshima event, revealing new and modern high-tech risks to human civilizations and even to our species. This is what makes it such a scandal that many of the most influential US government and academic authorities on virology were coordinating to, as one said, disprove any type of lab theory. These officials and scientists knew that COVID may have come from a lab. They knew that a lab leak could have resulted from research in Wuhan funded by the US government. And they knew that if such research were in fact part of COVID's origin, they could face professional and personal embarrassment. So these officials and scientists evidently collaborated to convince the government and the public not to investigate the origin of COVID, at least not in a fashion that followed the evidence down paths that could point to a lab origin. The misdirection tactics worked. The lab leak theory became stigmatized, driven underground. And yet evidence continued to mount in its favor. By late 2020, colleagues at State flagged new US government information that underscored the plausibility of a lab leak. Most significant, there were sick researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology just before the public outbreak in Wuhan. That same Wuhan lab had a long record of secrecy about its coronavirus research and undisclosed ties with China's military. Working with ODNI, we at State arranged to make this information public. Some of our colleagues warned us not to. They said not to highlight China's gain-of-function research, lest we draw attention to the US government's own role in such research and open a Pandora's box. It wasn't clear exactly what these colleagues feared, but their seeming demand for non-transparency was unpersuasive. On January 15, 2021, we published a fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In the months that followed, the lab leak possibility began to force its way into the mainstream. By May 2021, President Biden himself recognized the significance of the lab leak possibility and ordered a 90-day review of US intelligence. Unfortunately, progress since then has been limited. We now know that the FBI and the Department of Energy both assess that a lab leak is most likely. That's important. But we don't need a running intelligence community straw poll as much as we need a transparent, whole-of-government campaign to recognize the gravely high stakes of the lab leak possibility and pursue appropriate policy reforms. Gain-of-function technologies of the kind that emerged only in the last 10 to 15 years, where the deadliest viruses can conceivably be fused with the most infectious ones, appear to pose a species-level risk to human life. It has been commonly said for 75 years that nuclear weapons could destroy the world or humanity, and so they might. But that would likely require many decisions in at least 2 capitals over some sustained period of time. The gain-of-function risk is that one mistake in one place, let alone one deliberate act by some actor, is all that it takes. Once a virus of sufficient infectiousness and deadliness escapes a lab, there may be nothing humanity can do to stop it. This is the stunning tragedy of those experts who stigmatized even the notion of a lab leak. Faced with a possible dry run of the worst-case pandemic that gain-of-function science has made the world have to fear, the authorities who know the most about this threat didn't speak up. Many even sought to silence others. This has caused a paralytic effect to this day, not only on public awareness, but on the policy reforms that we need to protect ourselves from lab risks in the future. Overcoming this handicap is a major obligation for lawmakers and policymakers going forward. As for trying still to confirm COVID's origin, I'd quickly note 3 points. First, the immediate declassification test. Congress recently passed a law requiring the Biden administration to declassify intelligence on COVID's origin within 90 days. This is a 3rd test for the IC and the rest of the interagency after failures to disclose in 2020 and 2021. There's no doubt that the administration has far more information than has been released publicly. Second, the sick researchers still stand alone. The sick Wuhan lab researchers identified in the January 2021 fact sheet remain the best lead into who or what was patient 0. No animal anywhere has been identified as a comparably likely source of the outbreak. The Biden administration, like the Trump administration before it, has more information about the sick researchers than has been released. Third and finally, what changed the Department of Energy's mind? The most significant fresh piece of intelligence we know about post-2020 is whatever reportedly motivated the Energy Department's recent change of assessment. Maximizing the release of this information would clearly shed additional light on the COVID mystery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veith. I now recognize Dr. Lowenthal to give an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman Winstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to discuss intelligence and the origins of the COVID pandemic. I have spent most of my adult life as an intelligence analyst or as a manager of intelligence analysts. I have also taught analytical skills to hundreds of new analysts. To be a good intelligence analyst, you have to have the ability to deal with ambiguity. Very often, analysts are asked to address issues for which there may not be a final, definitive answer. Analysts live in a world where there may be several possibilities, each of which has its own degree of certainty and uncertainty. This can be very frustrating to policymakers who want an answer. Given the available intelligence and our own expertise, a specific answer cannot always be determined. This seems to be the case at this point in terms of the origin of the coronavirus in China. There has not been sufficient intelligence to date to make a firm judgment as to whether the virus occurred naturally or was the result of activity in a lab, whether witting or accidental. The ODNI's October 2021 declassified assessment on COVID-19 origins, which you both cited, reflects this uncertainty. 4 intelligence agencies assess that the virus originated naturally with low confidence. 1 intelligence agency believes the virus originated in a lab with moderate confidence. 3 intelligence agencies are unable to make a determination either way. Again, this can be frustrating to policymakers, but that is the nature of intelligence. One of the points that I stress to new analysts is that you want your reader, the policymaker, to understand and appreciate your uncertainty as well as your certainty, because they will be making decisions based on your analysis, and you do not want to portray a confidence and a certainty that misrepresents your intelligence. Absent greater cooperation and transparency from China, which seems highly unlikely, we may never resolve this issue with certainty. It is important that we look back at the intelligence and policy experience from the pandemic and ask ourselves, what can we do better next time? I have a few recommendations. We should consider creating a National Intelligence Officer for Health Issues, who, with his or her office, would serve as the focal point for U.S. intelligence collection and analysis, not only on health issues that threaten the United States, but also looking at health issues worldwide that can be destabilizing regionally. The intelligence community likely needs to hire analysts with backgrounds in medicine, epidemiology, and other areas. There is a section of the Centers for Disease Control that has TS/SCI cleared analysts, but I think the larger intelligence community needs more in-house expertise in these issues. Finally, it is important to avoid politicizing intelligence efforts on issues like the COVID pandemic. The intelligence community prides itself on being nonpartisan and objective, and I believe we meet these standards on a high, consistent basis. Intelligence may sometimes be discomforting, but that does not mean that it may run counter to preferred policy preferences, but that does not mean that it is partisan or subjective. It becomes increasingly difficult for intelligence officers to do their best work when they are put under constant partisan pressure or when they are consistently accused of being partisan. Some people refer to the role of the intelligence community as telling truth to power. I find that phrase objectionable, as it is arrogant, and more to the point, we do not have truth in many cases, but well-sourced, well-thought-out analytic conclusions. These will sometimes run counter to the preferred views or outcomes of policymakers. That does not mean the intelligence has been politicized. It means that intelligence is being honest when talking to power. That is a great responsibility, and the intelligence community takes it very seriously. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you all very much. I now recognize myself for a series of questions. If you have had the chance to follow the initial workings of this subcommittee to date, you would know that the drive of this committee is to perform an after-action review, have lessons learned, create a path forward for any future pandemic so that we may be able to predict, prepare for, protect ourselves, and hopefully prevent any future pandemic. This, I believe, would be consistent with the suggestion made by Dr. Lowenthal. Hopefully, we may produce a product that will allow us to certainly be better next time out of this committee. It's a fair question why decisions may have been made. Were they based on data, hypothesis? Were there motives to the decisions, such as personal gain or political gain? All fair questions. Dr. Lowenthal recommended having a National Intelligence Officer for Health. In many ways, I believe we have this with the National Center for Medical Intelligence, but we may need to expand their role. It was also suggested that the intelligence community hire experts with backgrounds in medicine and epidemiology and other specialties. And I agree with that, and that's why I've been requesting from OD&I information concerning those experts that they have consulted during their review of the origins question. I'm interested in knowing which actual specialists weighed in for each component of the IC. If one agency has 20 virologists and another has none, that can make a huge difference in an analyst's outcomes. So I'm curious as to why so many agencies have different opinions on this. The expertise of those that have contributed to each agency matters and makes a difference. For this committee, I have stated that honesty is non-negotiable. That requires truth. And I understand that 100% certainty in an analysis is difficult to come by. But what can be truthful is the level of confidence in an analytic summary. Unfortunately, during my time on the Intelligence Committee, I've seen cases of what seems to be political partisanship. I've seen a situation where analysts came forward as whistleblowers, charging that their analyses were changed or ignored for political purposes. In other words, their analysis stated that things were going badly, and yet after going up the chain, a politician stated that everything was going well. Mr. Ratcliffe, as OD&I, did you ever feel that information was being withheld from you or altered in any way, or did you have that concern?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that fortunately that did not happen very often, but it did happen on occasion, and I didn't just feel it. As I referenced in my opening remarks, the analytic ombudsman referenced the fact that there were times when intelligence was suppressed.
So why and what kind of information was that, if you can share it?
Well, as it's already been publicly available, the ombudsman made specific reference to intelligence on China. So did this, in your opinion, hamstring your ability to conduct your job? think it made it more difficult, but through persistence and some of the things that Mr. Feith talked about, we were able to, in looking at the intelligence, particularly as it related to COVID origins, to still get to a point where we could protect sources and methods, and yet make some of that intelligence available by declassifying it. And he referenced the process whereby we did that through a State Department fact sheet.
One of the aspects of this investigation that is most important is learning who the IC consulted with during the review. As I said, we want to know what kinds of experts each component worked with. I'm going to ask each of you, to each witness, do you think this question is an important one when it comes to origins of COVID?
I'll begin just by saying it is, because sometimes, in this case particularly, when we're talking about COVID-19, our analytic judgments are framed in part by science. And so who the scientists are and how they're motivated certainly is important.
Yes, sir, I'd agree, and just add the element that conflicts of interest in general and with respect to the enormous amount of scientific exchange with China are especially important, as China is central to our national security analytical work going forward.
Doctor?
I think it's fair to ask the Intelligence Committee who they consulted with, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Feith, you were heavily involved in this investigation from the side of the State Department. While you were gathering information, did you struggle to find experts that did not have conflicts of interest?
In short, yes, and that problem became clearer in retrospect also.
And do you believe these same conflicted scientists may be briefing the IC today?
I can't speculate about today, but based on the experience a few years ago, yes.
Thank you. Quickly to Director Ratcliffe and Dr. Lowenthal, in your opinion, is it acceptable or practical to avoid or ignore the truth from Congress if trying not to divulge or to shield a covert operation?
I don't think it's ever appropriate to ignore the truth. I think from the intelligence community standpoint, there's an ability to protect sources and methods, but still meet our obligations to keep members of Congress informed through its proper oversight role.
Doctor?
There is a provision of law that requires that Congress be fully and currently informed of all current and significant anticipated activities. I'm probably the only person in this room who was in its Senate chamber when the Senate Intelligence Committee was created, so I am an advocate for congressional oversight, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have read that statute myself, but I've had to bring it up and still get fought a few times in the Intelligence Committee. So the next question for the two of you, is it important for the IC to try to know all they can about the weapons systems of our adversaries, including biological weapons?
Absolutely, and in the case of China, the intelligence community has publicly addressed China as our top national security threat from a nation-state perspective. So particularly, that's important with respect to the country of China.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this has always been a high priority for U.S. intelligence since the committee was created in 1947.
Thank you. Should a virus that killed more than 1 million Americans be an intelligence priority for the IC and specifically the CIA and DIA?
Absolutely.
Doctor?
That depends on the policymakers. We don't make our priorities. The President, the National Security Council determine the priorities for the intelligence community. So if they determine it's a priority, then yes, it is. If they decide there are higher priorities, then no, it isn't.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to a committee meeting on the origins of COVID-19. This is the Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting right now, talking about whether it was a lab leak or otherwise. A lot of different topics being hit on, but they are discussing the origins of COVID-19. We've got a number of live events going on. We'll probably dip into those as the day goes on here. But we do want to turn our attention to the weather. We're going to talk about rising flood levels around the Mississippi River. Happens with all that snow melt, but we'll have that in just 2 minutes after this quick commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we're taking a live look here at our XRAD radar system, tracking that weather making its way across the country. And for this next story, we're going to stick with that topic here and talk about the Mississippi River. As with all that snow melt, it can create some problems in certain parts of the country when that snow begins to melt and makes its way to the river. We have Robert Ray with Fox Weather. He joins us live in Davenport, Iowa, along the river there with the latest. And Robert, what are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, good morning to you. A rushing Mississippi River here in the Quad Cities on the Iowa-Illinois border. About 600,000 residents. You see in front of me, all this water is not supposed to be here, but the Mississippi is on the rise right now. So the question is, how did we get there and where are we going? Let's take a look.
In the upper Midwest, winter 2023 was relentless. Now all the snow is melting and the rivers are rising.
We expect to flood every year. That's just what we do. We live with the river.
Hundreds of miles to the south, the snowmelt is flowing down the mighty Mississippi River. In Davenport, Iowa, Mayor Mike Batson and the entire community are preparing and bracing.
There is a prediction, a decent chance for a major flood. So here in Davenport, we have 9 miles of riverfront. So depending on the level of the flood, so floods, when it goes to 13, we're already there. Our west end, we already engaged 24-hour shifts of manning our pumps and our stations.
Flowing south through the Iowa and Illinois border, the Mississippi River is hovering around 15 feet above normal. The National Weather Service categorizes that number as flood stage. You know, you drive around the Quad Cities and you see the water beginning to encroach on roads. And I want to give you one example as I'm going to stop the vehicle and get out and show you the rise of the Mississippi River right now. Pop out and try to be safe here. But look at this if you can. This is the mighty Miss. That is Davenport, right over the bridge area. And you see this road here will be covered in water in a matter of a week, potentially even 2. This will be all unpassable as the river continues to make its increase. Major flood stage is 18 feet and is expected. The hope here is that precipitation stays minimal.
Because that's what happened in 2019. We had a big flood and then a deluge of rainfall on top. That's what caused the huge issue.
Well, many of those levees have already been breached here in Davenport. Temporary barriers.
And as you can see in this video from 4 years ago, downtown streets underwater. Homes and businesses were wiped out. In total, 8 states experienced the wrath of the river and excessive rainfall.
Since then, they've taken steps to reduce the impact that flooding has.
City officials and the Army Corps of Engineers are making sure the pumps are working and up to par. Plus, training employees on how and when to start building makeshift flood walls, which will begin in the days ahead.
It's part of living here, I suppose. It'd be similar to forest fires out west or mudslides on the California coastline. If you're a native, you've grown up with it, and if you're new, you're going to experience it within a handful of years.
Back here live, you see the Mississippi River running with Rock Island, Illinois in the back. And look at those large birds. Those are northern pelicans. If we take a look at them, you see how fast the river's moving. They're just sitting idle on the water and getting pushed as if they're on an interstate, really, in a vehicle. But not so funny as this water is beginning to rise here. We are approaching 15 feet, which hovers around flood stage. 18 feet is major flooding. And then anything above that is really a catastrophic situation. And we're expecting where I'm standing here about a week from now, maybe even less, to be completely covered and water being moved into the streets. It's not just this part of the Mississippi River, the 2,300 plus miles from northern Minnesota down to the Gulf of Mexico. It's towns like St. Louis, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, New Orleans that will experience a lot of this flooding and rising water. And to think that last year there was a deficit in the water. You could walk across the Mississippi River at some points because it was a trickle. And now, because of the snow melt up north, we're dealing with this. It is always something that Mother Nature hands us. And now, the next month or so, people and towns up and down this beautiful river system are going to be battling this water on the rise. Back to you.
Just the reality of life along the Mississippi River, just a matter of how high that water is going to get there. Robert Ray with Fox Weather bringing us all the latest details. Robert, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. It is 10:22 on the East Coast, 7:22 in the morning over on the West Coast. We've got a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox as I take a look at a number of our feeds here. We've got Chuck Schumer. Looks like he's talking right there on the Senate floor, but we've also got a committee meeting here where they're talking about some particulars with the SEC, and then another one here going on. We'll dip into that as well. But the main one we're going to stick on actually, and is the fourth meeting we have going on here right now. Happening here. This, of course, would be that meeting in Washington, D.C., the committee meeting talking about the origins of COVID-19. So we've got a lot to keep an eye on, and we're going to do that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take our second commercial break, though. We'll get that out of the way, and when we come back, we'll jump right into all these live events. So stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I said before the break, we're going to look in at some of these live events. We'll stick with this one, though, talking about the origins of COVID-19. That's the committee meeting happening right here. So let's bring up that audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Coronavirus research was taking place in labs that did not have appropriate biosafety levels and precautions, as had been reported.
This is so bad. It just gets worse every day. These scientists flipped 180 degrees with no new evidence, produced a paper not based on facts, and then may have used that paper to brief the intelligence community and suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This is a how-to manual in orchestrating a cover-up by using some of the most powerful and influential institutions in our country. If you ask me, this was set in motion by Dr. Fauci to hide U.S. funding of gain-of-function research and dodge accountability for a virus that has killed more than 1 million Americans. This must be investigated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Winstrup, and my thanks also
to Ranking Member Ruiz and all others who collaborated to make sure that we could have this hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for their participation. Mr. Ratcliffe, welcome back. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored in many ways that the Chinese Communist Party's growing influence is absolutely contrary to America's interests and to America's values. If we as a Congress fail to meet this moment, I fear that we will undermine for some time to come our ability to respond to the next public health crisis and to protect American interests both at home and abroad. We've got a long road ahead of us. However, in the last 2 years, congressional Democrats, as the majority party during that time, working with President Biden, did lay the groundwork to make sure that we take decisive action necessary to safeguard and to advance our health, our geopolitical, and our economic interest. In October of last year, the Biden administration announced its national security strategy, which includes, as most of us know, a three-part plan focused on outcompeting China. And Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that that national strategy be entered into today's record.
Without objection.
The first step of the plan was to invest in strengthening American competition. President Biden delivered on that, rolling out initiatives guided by the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act to strengthen American manufacturing and American supply chains, all, mind you, while solidifying America's technological leadership on the global stage. The State Department also launched, as we know, the China House Initiative, which brings together China experts from throughout the State Department and security officials to help the administration responsibly manage competition between the U.S. and China. The second step of the plan was to work with America's allies with common purpose and with a common sense. President Biden delivered, convening, as we know, the leaders of Egypt, Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the EU, Italy, the UK, Mexico, and Canada to emphasize that combating China's global influence must be a team effort, to which, by the way, they all concurred. The third and final part of the plan was to put resources to defending America's interests abroad. The President delivered, including in his fiscal 2024 budget proposal to the Congress, comprehensive investments in the Indo-Pacific region's critical infrastructure, as well as investments focusing on shoring up American defenses in that region. Dr. Lowenthal, you're by all counts an expert in intelligence matters and have a robust understanding of China's influence in the global order. I appreciate the recommendation in your written testimony advocating for a national intelligence officer. I appreciate the chair's comments that if, in fact, there is a similar position in place, that we ought to look at expanding that role. Can you tell this committee, sir, and the American people what you think is the most important tactic that this Congress can use to counter the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, Mr. Mifune, I'm recovering from a cold. I don't have COVID, I promise you. It's less a tactic than a strategy. We need a strategy for dealing with China, and it's a difficult issue because we are entangled with them economically. They are a competitor. They are a rival. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily an enemy, but we have to figure out how do we outcompete them without resulting in overt hostility. And you have to also remember that anything that we do is going to have a reaction from the Chinese. So when President Biden tries to control the chip industry, for example, so that we're not supplying a rival with the technology that they need, which makes good sense to me. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union during the Cold War very successfully. The Chinese interpret that as an act of hostility, which if we were all sitting in Beijing, we'd probably agree with. It's important, certainly as an intelligence analyst, to understand how the other side is going to react. But I think we need a strategy. And I think we have elements of that strategy. I think the AU, the United States, British, Australian alliance is part of that strategy. I think that's being successful. I think our relationship with India is part of that, is successful. But this is also, we have to be prepared, just as we were during the Cold War. This is a long struggle. This is not going to wrap up in this administration or the next administration. This is a long-term struggle. But I think if you look at it objectively, would you rather be China or the United States? I'd still rather be the United States.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Mr.
Lowenthal, Dr. Lowenthal, my time has expired. Mr. Chairman, there's much to be done, obviously. I just want to invite colleagues on both sides of the aisle here and in the larger body to work together in a thoughtful manner to develop national security solutions based on putting the American people first. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Malitakas from New York for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses who are here today. What is equally as important as the CCP's actions to cover up and conceal the origins of COVID is understanding what role our government may have played in the origins of this virus and to what level, if any, that the health officials and members of our media attempted to conceal or hide the truths from the American people. The questions surrounding American tax dollars being used to potentially fund the origins of this virus and attempts to suppress them, that is what I'm here to focus on today. In November of 2021, Dr. Fauci told Senator Rand Paul under oath that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, despite having been explicitly told in an email in January of 2021 that NIH had a monetary relationship with the Wuhan Institute through the EcoHealth Alliance. During the committee's initial origins hearing in March, I asked former CDC Director Dr. Redfield whether the NIH was funding or had funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute, and he told me, direct quote, "No doubt," unquote, NIH was funding this research in Wuhan, refuting Dr. Fauci's claims. I'll start with you, Mr. Ratcliffe. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield?
I do.
Given what we know now, if you were in Dr. Fauci's position, would you have denied that the NIH's role in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab?
No.
Do you think that Dr. Fauci lied under oath?
I think that some of Dr. Fauci's testimony is inconsistent with some of the intelligence that we have that remains classified, as well as inconsistent with some information that is publicly available.
Do you think that President Biden should declassify all information related to COVID origins, every single document as was requested and passed by the legislature?
Well, with the caveat that we always have to be careful about protecting our sources and methods, particularly those sources and methods as it relates to what the intelligence community uniformly agrees is our #1 threat from a nation-state actor standpoint. But with that caveat, providing as much information about our intelligence as possible while preserving those sources and methods should absolutely take place.
Thank you.
As soon as possible.
Mr. Feith, do you agree with Dr. Redfield's original testimony that this funding, which very well likely played a role in the virus, came from actually, let me back up and fill you guys in. So even more troubling, at the time, when my time was expiring at the last hearing, Dr. Redfield testified that not only did American tax dollars fund gain-of-function research through the NIH, but also from that the Wuhan lab received money from State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense. Do you agree with Dr. Redfield's testimony that this funding, which very likely played a role in the virus, came from these government agencies?
My understanding is consistent with what you've read back in terms of the many funding sources that ran, from Washington to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and certainly if the COVID origin is indeed a lab leak from there, it was from, bat coronavirus research programs, some of which were funded by the United States government.
Okay, because we had previously heard about the NIH funding, but up until that hearing, I had not heard that it was potentially the State Department, USAID, and the Department of Defense that had also funded Wuhan lab activities. So the U.S. government determined that the Wuhan lab collaborated on publications and special projects, top secret projects, with the CCP military since at least 2017. Knowing this, for what purpose would U.S. Department of Defense funding be provided to the Wuhan lab?
Well, I think for a full answer, I defer to folks from DOD and from the DOD, biodefense, relevant components, but in principle, the kind of broad theme of the funding, as I always understood it, across different parts of our government, NIH and USAID and state and otherwise, was based on a certain theory of pandemic prevention by scooping up these viruses, playing with them in the lab, and then trying to design vaccines and therapies. But there were always warnings that this was extremely dangerous work, and that the work courted exactly the kind of danger that appears to have happened in Wuhan. And from our perspective at the parts of the State Department that don't specialize in this, part of what was most troubling is that when COVID broke out in Wuhan, practically on the doorsteps of that lab, we did not have folks from other parts of the government raising their hand to educate the non-experts across the government in how plausible this was and how it needed to be taken seriously. In fact, the folks from the other parts of the government that work these issues generally were deflecting attention, and that cost us a lot of time and understanding that was really damaging.
All right, well, I've run out of time. And Mr. Ratcliffe, you have anything to add to that? Because I saw you nodding your head. If not, I'll defer back to the chairman. Thank you.
Now recognize Dr. Barra from California for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot happened in the last 3 years. 1 million Americans died. We can go back and relitigate the past. I can go back and look at the prior administration that we set up an Office of Pandemic Preparedness that was there solely to advise the NSC. That was disbanded. That was a mistake. We raised alarms at that time. We raised preparations. I held the first hearing on the novel coronavirus at that time in February of 2020. We pushed the Trump administration to do everything they could to get our scientists to the hot zone, et cetera. So I can very well argue the lab leak theory because, China did not cooperate. They did not let folks get in there, et cetera. I can also make a case for why initially folks thought it jumped from an animal to a human. At this point, I think, as Dr. Lowenthal said, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer because I don't think China will ever let us get to the hot zone, will ever let us interview folks. I don't even think those scientists probably are around. I don't think the data that we would have to look at is there. So I think we have to take both theories seriously. I think the intelligence community should continue to try to get an answer with high confidence. But Mr. Feith, as you accurately pointed out, any bad actor out there in the world just saw what a virus did to the entire planet. What keeps me awake at night are these biothreats, are the fact that a lot of this equipment is readily available. I think it's legitimate for this committee to discuss and educate ourselves on gain-of-function research. There is a legitimate reason to do this, to help us develop counter tools, et cetera, but we should debate what kind of labs should do this. What are lab standards, et cetera? How do you make sure labs like Wuhan, which clearly did not have the precautions in place, are not doing research that might potentially allow something like that? Those are all legitimate areas, Mr. Chairman, that we should be thinking about policy on. We should be putting protocols in place, et cetera. We should be working with the IC to assess these threats. Mr. Feith, let me ask you a question. We have to work with the international community. There's a reason why the United States government partners with labs around the world, because we do want to have these early warning systems. We do want to go to where these novel viruses are emerging, whether man-made or naturally jumping from animals to humans, because we'd rather discover it over there. We'd rather have early warning systems abroad. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think broadly, biosurveillance is extremely important. As you've said, I think that There are, though, especially in light of COVID, clearly very important consequential questions about how broadly that kind of pandemic preparedness work should apply in terms of creating in laboratory environments certain viruses of a sufficient lethality and infectiousness that might be completely unlikely ever to emerge in nature. But having created them in a lab, we've delivered the world a risk that wouldn't have otherwise existed except with an infinitesimally small unlikelihood.
So I think that's accurate. Should we be doing that type of, we can certainly have that debate. And if that type of research is taking place, what are the exact highest safe standards that have to exist if that research is taking place? That said, there's nothing that is going to prevent bad actors in other countries and other individuals from doing this type of research. Director Ratcliffe, would you agree that we ought to be really concerned about biothreats going into the future within Congress?
Absolutely.
And what types of steps would you take? We've got to work with the international community to develop those standards. We've got to work with the international community to try to detect these risks and bad actors early on. And what are some recommendations you might have?
Well, to that point, I would agree with that, but the facts that are not in dispute here and have been acknowledged by those international organizations, including the World Health Organization, was that they were lied to initially by Chinese officials and that they were coerced into making or not taking certain actions that they later regretted. And so some of those world organizations, like the World Health Organizations, have corrected and have now tried to bring about China's participation. I think, from a common sense standpoint, Congressman, if to this question about the origins, if China had exculpatory evidence that showed that this was of natural origins or that there was not a lab leak, you would expect that they would share that information with international organizations, which they have not. They have not shared it with anyone.
100%. And again, China's acted irresponsibly here. They put the entire world at risk. I would not trust them as a legitimate partner at this point. That said, we would hope that at some point, if they look back at the damage that happened to their own country, that they would be forthright working with us and working with the rest of the world to get to the bottom of this and prevent the next pandemic. So I'm out of time, but again, this isn't about trusting China. It's about actually preparing and preventing the next pandemic.
I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks from Iowa for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Dr. and Chair Winstrup. I will be signing on to the letter just as an aside, so thank you for that. And I want to thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting talking about the origins of COVID-19. And you also see that third box on your screen there. We're looking into this, FAA pausing Southwest Airlines departures. So some pretty interesting news and some pretty interesting, I guess, disruptions that could be coming to folks trying to fly Southwest today. So we are looking into that and trying to figure out the latest information and see exactly what's going on there. After perusing social media a little bit, it looks like maybe some kind of technical glitch, but again, not confirmed. We're looking into that and we'll bring the latest details when we do find that out. But let's go ahead and take our third commercial break of the hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we're looking in live at that Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting where they're talking about the origins of COVID-19. You also see in that other box, we have some video playing from Southwest Airlines. A bit of a technical problem is what it sounds like. That's what we're seeing reports of on social media, but the FAA is pausing Southwest Airlines departures due to it appears, again, to be a technical glitch of some kind. So we are looking into that and trying to see how much impact this is going to have on travelers, but sounds like it could be a pretty big deal. So let's go ahead and listen back into this committee meeting that you see on those other two boxes where they are talking about the origins of COVID-19. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Species that has ever been identified. And COVID-19 was never known to exist in any animal or species before the pandemic began. Those are scientific facts that are not disputed, and there's nothing political about that. That factored into the determinations that have been made. And what I talked about before about this shift taking place, the things that I just related, early on, the intelligence community was briefed by various scientists who said, those answers will come. They referenced SARS-1 and MERS outbreaks and saying, look, it may take several months, even a year, sometimes even longer to identify an intermediate host or a species. We're now at 3.5 years, and every day that passes makes it less likely that there's anything that will ever tie this to nature, whereas on the other side of the ledger, it's overwhelming when you look at China's actions and the circumstances surrounding what was going on from a biosafety standpoint at Wuhan, the massive number of coronaviruses, the massive numbers of bats carrying coronaviruses that were brought into Wuhan. All of that weighs heavily into making assessments at some confidence level that a lab leak was the origin for this pandemic.
So it sounds like that you would consider the opinions of these components to be taken seriously, and I would say that in reference to the letter from the Chinese embassy, that at minimal, the WHO now recognizing its earlier mistakes would diminish the influence of the Chinese Communist Party within the WHO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Kuda from Hawaii for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we develop policies to better prepare us in the future, it is crucial that we do so without fanning the flames of anti-AAPI extremism that festered during the pandemic. Anti-Asian rhetoric espoused by those at the very top of the Republican Party in the pandemic's earliest days have had very real-world consequences on our AAPI community here in the United States. In an effort to deflect from his administration's botched pandemic response, President Trump looked for a scapegoat and a way to score points with his base. And in doing so, he recklessly villainized AAPI people for his political gain, making our community human shields and red herrings to distract from his inability to deal on all levels with the public health crisis, including understanding in the very earliest days the origins of COVID. For example, within a matter of days, President Trump using the phrase Chinese virus on Twitter, anti-Asian rhetoric on the platform grew exponentially, according to a study conducted by the University of California, San Francisco. And in the summer of 2020, President Trump began referring to COVID-19 as Kung Flu at campaign rallies across the country, ratcheting up vitriol among his right-wing base. This hateful rhetoric online has had deadly consequences. According to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, hate crimes targeting members of our AAPI community increased by 339% from 2020 to 2021. Words, my friend, matter. We know that the CCP did not cooperate with international efforts to understand the origins of COVID-19, but President Trump made it worse. His words help perpetuate the CCP's misinformation campaign and assign blame for the COVID-19 pandemic on Asian American communities, and in doing so further hindered our nation's ability to implement an effective, evidence-based public health response. We must recognize the consequences of our words, the impact they have on the communities we serve, and how it shapes the national conversation on issues of critical importance to our health and our security. Dr. Lowenthal, you've warned about the dangers of politicizing intelligence and national security. As we seek to engage in a thorough, fact-based analysis, what are the real-world consequences of distracting rhetoric and politicizing intelligence regarding the virus's origins?
Well, as I said, excuse me, as I said, it makes it very difficult for analysts to do their work. Because if they know that what they're writing or what they're briefing is going to be questioned, not because somebody disagrees with the substance, but disagrees with why they're being told something, it makes it increasingly difficult for analysts to do good work because they are worried about the consequences. Nobody wants to be vilified, either as an ethnic group or professionally, and so that becomes a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. There are clearly troubling consequences, as you noted, of this rhetoric, both for the value and ability for us to do the work, as well as for our AAPI community here in the United States, as well as we've all talked about today, our intelligence community's efforts. How can we make sure we course correct what has been happening to both ensure the safety of our communities and preserve the integrity of our intelligence work as we seek to fully understand the origins of COVID?
Well, the issue of vilifying communities is beyond the scope of the intelligence community. That's not our responsibility. That's a leadership issue. That's a political leadership issue. In terms of the partisanship, I mean, you have to hope that people on both sides of the aisle recognize that analysts are not out there trying to grind an axe. They're trying to present the best intelligence they have at the time with caveats and with uncertainties, and that they're doing this not because they're being pusillanimous, but because they really don't know the answer. And I've had to deal with senior officials many times, and I know this is frustrating.
And we do need to take our last commercial break of the hour here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A little bit of breaking news we want to get into here. Southwest Airlines says intermittent technology issues are impacting operations. So major problems here if you're trying to fly through Southwest right now. The airline said that today the intermittent technology issues are affecting its operations. This is a quote from them, from Southwest. "We should hopefully be resuming our operation as soon as possible," Southwest said on Twitter in response to a traveler asking if there was a nationwide ground stop. And this information I'm getting right here is from our friends over at Fox Business. It goes on to say nearly 800 Southwest flights are delayed as of 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The Federal Aviation Administration said in a tweet that Southwest Airlines requested the FAA pause the airline's departures. The airline apologized for any inconvenience and reiterated that it's hoping to get everyone going ASAP. Southwest is still trying to repair its reputation after an operational meltdown in December. You might have remembered that. Caused 17,000 canceled flights and displaced millions of passengers during the holidays. So Southwest, I'm sure, hoping they can avoid any kind of incident like that. But what you do know at this point is around 800 flights are impacted, and there's a technical glitch of some sort causing some issues for Southwest Airlines. So just wanted to get that out there for you. We'll track that and bring you any new information as we do find out anything more. I do want to get back to a hearing that we've been listening in on here. Now, this is a committee meeting talking about the origins of COVID-19. So we'll pull that back up and get into it live, raw, and unfiltered.
Limited sources and methods. You know, I do think that there were headwinds to get information. I endeavored to be made aware of as much as possible, and ultimately that's what led to the process where I worked with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the State Department fact sheet to put out the information about the coronaviruses, their similarity to what became COVID-19, researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology becoming sick, and the other information that was included in that fact sheet, so that that information would hopefully drive further declassifications of intelligence to the American people and would drive congressional hearings going forward. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened the way that we anticipated.
Thank you. Mr. Feth, in the January 2021 fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which you helped to write, it mentions WIV researchers who got sick in 2019 with COVID-like symptoms, which we've talked about. Can you tell us more about these sick researchers?
I can share the view that I think that the sick researchers are probably still today the most potentially probative part of this story that we are yet aware of. It's been suggested already that the passage of time doesn't help in finding a confirmed answer here, and that's certainly true, and that's probably true also with respect to some of what we'd want to know about these sick researchers and what tests were taken and what material and evidence would have been available from the autumn of 2019. But still, what we know is that there is additional information that the U.S. government has that was not able to be specified at the time in the fact sheet that was released in January of 2021. But part of the hope in doing the fact sheet, as Director Ratcliffe just noted, was that it would bring interest and, frankly, pressure and help make the case for additional disclosure, including by the Biden administration once they came in, interest by those with subpoena power elsewhere in Washington, because it certainly, bowled us over, frankly, to find in the autumn of 2020 that there was, after all, U.S. government information about a cluster of illnesses in that lab, which is exactly what you would expect to happen if the origin of COVID came from a laboratory accident where a worker became ill knowingly
get this problem
or
taken
not,
care of.
and then,
right now, though,
took
it is just a
virus
full
out into the
stoppage, and here at
community and had
LAX,
it
if
emerge
you are
from
on a
Wuhan,
Southwest
place where,
plane, best bet is
there's
go
really
ahead
hard
and
to
get onto
imagine
Twitter
any
and
explanation
figure
for a
out
bat
when
coronavirus
that
emerging for the
aircraft is
first
going to be
time on
leaving.
Earth
I'm Stu in
unless it walked
Skybox.
out the
Back to
door
you
of
guys
the
in the
lab.
studio.
Thank you very much for all of your testimonies, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. Let me be clear. The work that this subcommittee is conducting is critical to ensure that the destruction that was caused by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and our subsequent response is never again repeated. To quote from the Lancet COVID-19 Commission, identifying COVID-19 origins would provide greater clarity into not only the causes of the current pandemic, but also the vulnerabilities to future outbreaks and strategies to prevent them. Beginning with my service on the House China Task Force and throughout our investigation on this subcommittee, I have had consistent concerns with the NIH biomedical research security and how the NIH interacts with other elements of our government on research that could raise national security concerns. For this reason, last Congress, I introduced the Safe Biomedical Research Act, which did become law, that required both the NIH and HHS at large to consult with the director of the Office of National Security within the Department of HHS and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, the Director of National Intelligence, the Director of the FBI, and the heads of other appropriate agencies on a regular basis regarding biomedical research conducted or supported by the NIH that may affect or be affecting other matters of national security. Director Radcliffe, since this was not law when you served, do you feel that these requirements would have been beneficial to ensure research being conducted by the NIH was being properly vetted for national security risks?
Yes.
Overall, what was your experience with the NIH, and were they cooperative during the initial outbreak on matters such as lab leak theory?
To be candid, some of the information that came from officials there was inconsistent with what later became intelligence and later became publicly known through open source intelligence. As has been discussed here, there are questions about relationships, including scientists from the NIH, and whether or not they had an interest in one theory over another, and how that would have been or should have been disclosed.
In December of 2022, then Chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Adam Schiff, released an unclassified report on the origins of COVID-19, where he wrote, "At the onset, it is important to note that the first warning signs of an emerging novel virus will almost always come from public health authorities and their unclassified reporting." Director Radcliffe, to your knowledge, what mechanisms and processes exist between the intelligence community and public health authorities, such as the CDC, to coordinate the aforementioned dissemination of knowledge about the identification of novel diseases, particularly in countries like China?
Well, with respect to China, particularly, it is not unusual for local officials to actually suppress intelligence from national leaders until a problem can be arrested or remediated. Sometimes lives depend on that. It's one of the interesting things about the events that took place, and the fact that, as Mr. Feit testified, researchers became sick within the Wuhan Institute of Virology with symptoms that were consistent with COVID-19. There has been public reporting about intelligence that those patients, that those researchers became patients and were hospitalized. So without confirming the accuracy of that, what I would submit to you is, if that is in fact the case and those hospitalizations took place, the lab results and tests from those patients, if submitted for genetic sequencing, would be dispositive of the issue of whether or not those initial or patient zeros worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I would submit to you that in China, there are not HIPAA considerations that prevent the Chinese government from accessing that. I would submit to you that if this took place, they have the answers to that, and I would submit to you that if the answers were exculpatory in nature, that information would have been shared by the Chinese government, which it has not.
Had that information been shared early, could this have been a regional, a local endemic, as opposed to unleashing this pandemic onto the world?
Absolutely. That is just one of many factors, and unfortunately, actions that the Chinese government took or did not take. They misled. I referenced their conversations with World Health Organizations. They urged that a public health epidemic not be declared earlier. They misled international scientists about human-to-human transmissibility and what they knew about the COVID-19 virus. All of those things could have minimized and prevented the spread of this disease and surely would have saved millions of lives globally.
Had China cooperated and not suppressed actions by the World Health Organization, could this pandemic have not spread worldwide?
Yes.
Again, I thank you for appearing today, and Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, for the record, to address something that one of our colleagues across the aisle was talking about, which was Asian hate in reference to President Trump. President Trump never spoke any language of racism or hate. He did, however, call, and many of us have called the COVID-19 virus the Wuhan flu, the China virus, because we feel it originated from China. I'd like to also state for the record that many viruses and diseases are named after the area that they come from, like the West Nile virus from West Nile, Uganda, Rocky Mountain spotted fever from the Rocky Mountains, Marburg virus from Marburg, Germany, Zika fever from the Zika forests of Uganda, Japanese encephalitis, German measles, and I could go on and on and on. We're really tired of the racism and name-calling, and it needs to end. But we're really talking about the origins of COVID-19 here today, which is shocking to me.
And I want to get back into some of this breaking news we're following here. This is from the FAA. Southwest Airlines requested the FAA pause the airline's departures. Please contact Southwest Airlines for more. So this is an ongoing problem. However, I have been looking at some live cameras at some of the airports we have, and we've actually been seeing some flights take off, and they are clearly Southwest Airlines flights. So here's one of those airports we've been looking at. You see a number of planes there on the ground. There's a Southwest flight right there, actually, that is backing out. So we'll see if some of these are getting off the ground here. But regardless, a major disruption today for those flying on Southwest Airlines. Originally, we were seeing some reports on Fox Business saying that around 800 flights were impacted by this delay. So we'll see where this all goes. If it's been resolved, if everyone's going to be getting off the ground, we'll wait and see. But we are seeing some movement there from some of those Southwest flights at this particular airport. And by the way, the reason for this, it's been described as somewhat of a technical glitch. The extent of that and what that actually means, we don't know yet. But again, if you remember, just back in December, Southwest had a massive problem with canceling thousands of flights across the country. So it doesn't appear to be on that scale, but again, we don't have a lot of details. So we'll keep an eye on this and bring you the latest details on this grounding of flights from Southwest Airlines. But let's go ahead and take our first commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox.
President, that Russia ever
And
had
welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we're listening into a live event here. It's the Oversight and Accountability Committee. They're talking about the origins of COVID-19 here. And you see in one of those boxes, we were tracking some problems with Southwest Airlines. We have learned that pause has been lifted for the grounding of the Southwest flights. Around 800 were impacted, but that shot that you're seeing in that box, I've been keeping an eye on that, and I've seen a number of Southwest flights actually leaving the ground. So it appears all is well there, and we're learning that pause has been lifted. So we'll get that updated for you. But right now, we'll bring up the audio and listen into this committee meeting on the origins of COVID-19. Take a listen.
Great, please, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Well, I've talked about the overwhelming evidence on and intelligence on one side of the ledger that supports that the lab leak is the only plausible assessment at this point in time, and that conversely, that there really at this point isn't anything that ties COVID-19 to nature. I talked about the fact that no environmental source, no intermediate host, no reservoir species, nothing has ever been published that COVID-19 existed in any animal or species before the pandemic began. We make assessments all the time in the intelligence community with a fraction of the intelligence that we have available to us here. Again, I think this is a matter of won't, not can't, and I think that that it's unjustifiable when we're talking about 1 million Americans dead and as many as 10 or 15 million worldwide, and this contradiction that the current administration is taking through the intelligence community, and that you've heard here today, that we'll never know the answer to this unless the Chinese cooperate, is a contradiction with those that say our goal here is also to prevent a future pandemic. We'll never be able to prevent it if we don't get the answers that we need with respect to how this happened in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe. I think it's an issue of won't, not can't as well, and perhaps we need to look deeper into whether was China trying to sway possibly an election, a presidential election, or was it some type of bioweapon? I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Dingell from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to both you and Ranking Member Ruiz for holding this hearing, because I do think this hearing matters more than anyone does. Unfortunately, discussions, debates, and investigations in this country have become highly politicized in every arena. Okay, in the Congress, we expect it. But I hope we can minimize it on this committee, because I am worried about the next virus that's already out there. We're reading about them popping up everywhere right now, and I think we all want to be prepared. What worries me the most is what's happening in the scientific community, where it's exchanging of ideas, researched and shared data has found clues, discovered cures, reached consensus. And this arena is becoming so highly politicized between virologists and researchers, public health officials, national security experts, and, oh yes, the politicians, that I think we're in trouble. To quote the Wall Street Journal this morning, these divisions and a lack of transparency from Beijing have hobbled efforts to determine how the virus first infected humans. I hope our committee can work together to address that. So today, I want to focus on a couple things I think we can all agree on and raise a couple of other issues. First, China has not been forthcoming. I think all three witnesses would agree to that, and I think everybody on this panel would agree to that. I strongly echo my colleagues' calls from both sides of the aisle that we need greater transparency from the Chinese Communist Party regarding the Wuhan Institute of Virology, especially if we want to prevent further pandemics. And the further we get away, the more complicated it becomes. Second, here's a reality. With respect to our witnesses, I do not believe that we have certainty in either direction as to how this virus started. Lots of us have opinions. Lord knows how many papers have been written, intelligence investigations undertaken, studies abound. And as we've heard today, some are firmly in the camp that it was a lab leak. Some say it appears to be a zoonotic transmission from an animal. I've been up endless nights. I'm not a scientist, but trying to study it, talk to people. But I think here's a fact. No one definitely knows. A report by the Senate Republicans that was released yesterday on the pandemic's origins said, to quote, after 18 months of research, the team that worked on the Senate report acknowledged it was unable to definitely pinpoint the source of the pandemic, which has killed, everybody here has talked about the million Americans, but it's killed 6.9 million people worldwide. We should all be worried about this and want to stop the next one. I think there are areas of agreement. While the intelligence community has not reached a conclusion on the exact origins of the pandemic, there appears to be a scientific consensus that this specific virus does not appear to have been developed as part of biological warfare. Now, let me be really clear. This doesn't mean we don't have to worry about other forms of biological warfare. But in this instance, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified a statement states, quote, we judge the virus was not developed as a biological weapon. And other foreign countries and other scientists, there seems to be consensus on that. Next, some of my colleagues have pointed to the fact that the bat coronavirus, known as coronavirus RATG13, shares 96% sequence, similarly to the SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that was responsible for COVID-19. To be clear, there is scientific consensus that while everybody would say, oh, well, that's where it should be, that 4% difference represents decades of evolutionary distance from the virus that caused the COVID-19 pandemic. To put it in perspective, the National Human Genome Research Institute has found that fruit flies are nearly 60% genetically similar to us as humans. We're different than fruit flies. And third, while my Republican colleagues have attempted to draw conclusions based on reports of the Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers falling ill with symptoms consistent with COVID-19, the Office of Director of National Intelligence declassified assessment clearly indicates this is not diagnostic of the pandemic's origins. In fact, for the record, in November of 2019, I had 103 fever for 3 weeks. I ended up at infectious disease doctors at the University of Michigan and here, and no one knows what it was. And all the autos are located in Wuhan. But that's anecdotal. That's not a fact. We don't have facts. So, and I also want to say that, in 2018, we were getting warnings from the State Department of the lack of safety at the Wuhan airport, or at the Wuhan lab, and what were people doing? So I'm going to ask one question quickly. Dr. Lowenthal, is there any reason to doubt the validity of the intelligence community's determination on anything I just described?
No.
So I guess I'm going to have to conclude because I'm out of time. I could keep going, but I would like to submit both the declassified Office of the Director of National Intelligence Assessment and the peer review paper published by more than 20 leading virology researchers titled The Origins of the SARS-CoV-2, a critical review into the record. And I'd like to ask the chairman if he might ask his Republican colleagues on the Senate side if they would share their study for the members to read.
Without objection, and the other is public.
So I think it would be good for all of us to circulate it. With that, I want us all to work together. I take this virus very seriously. I don't want to see it again. So we're not going to solve it partisanly. We're going to solve it working together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Jackson from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. For over 2 years, many Americans, just like myself, have been demanding that investigation into China's role in the development of this vaccine, or this virus, and their efforts to cover up the virus after the fact that it was released, leading to this global pandemic that have killed millions and destroyed billions of lives. We've been demanding that for a while. I'm glad we're doing this now. I think we're way behind the power curve on this, but I just want to start off by saying, other than the Chinese government, other than the Chinese government, the entities most aggressively trying to actively spread misinformation about the origins of COVID, trying to actually create and spread what they would have you believe was scientific evidence or scientific opinion, and I'm referring in particular to things like the proximal origins document, a document that was intended to provide fodder to harass, label, threaten, cancel, destroy anyone with any other opinion, specifically an opinion that this came from a lab, from the Wuhan lab in particular, an opinion that we know now was accurate. The people that were most interested in doing just this were people like Anthony Fauci, Francis Collins, and others at NIH. It was Peter Daszak and Eco Health Alliance. It was Dr. Tedros at the WHO. And of course, it was our unbiased and purely factual cable news networks like CNN and MSNBC. Director Ratcliffe, do you know if there were any instances of the U.S. intelligence agencies, did they share information, did they cooperate or collaborate with any of the entities that I've mentioned or the individuals that I've mentioned to either suppress or get out information that was contrary to what we're talking about today that we know to be the facts?
As I understand your question, Congressman, were any of the scientists or individuals associated with any of those groups, did they have
were there interactions with the intelligence
they did have interactions. I don't know the answer to all of them, but some of the individuals that I know, for instance, Dr. Peter Daszak, Dr. Farrar, Dr. Gary, I believe were all at some point in time briefing various entities or agencies within the intelligence community about this virus.
One of the things I'm wondering, like, you know, we're looking back now, and we're realizing that some of these intelligence agencies probably had enough information to make a solid determination that this most likely came from the lab in Wuhan as far back as a year or more ago. My question is, were they sharing this information with these people that were putting out contrary information, that were being propped up as the experts, that were giving us things like proximal origin, using it as evidence to completely undermine what I think the intelligence agencies knew to be the truth a long time ago? Was there an active push within the, and I ask that because you may have realized, you know, after the fact, because I think you had mentioned at one point that even within the intelligence agencies, you as the Director of National Intelligence were being kept in the dark on some things, or not being fully briefed, or maybe not being read into everything that was going on, because people that were subordinate to you were doing things maybe for politically motivated, or they were saying that they thought that they didn't want to draw politics into it. But I think, in my opinion, they were politically motivated themselves. Was there any effort on the side of the intelligence agencies to correct what was misinformation, what they knew to be misinformation at the time?
Well, I can only speak to the personal knowledge that I have, and you know, the efforts that I engaged in was, as we found information and intelligence that was inconsistent with things that were some of the individuals that had consulted with the intelligence community had stated. We went through a process to declassify as much of that so that you would be aware. Or the State Department fact sheet that has been referenced a number of times about researchers being sick at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, coronaviruses, including the one most similar in nature to what became COVID-19, and the Chinese military's involvement. Those were all pieces of intelligence that I worked to get out publicly with Secretary of State Pompeo through a declassification process. So from my standpoint, my personal knowledge was where we became aware of inconsistencies like that, we did our best to make that information available publicly.
Thank you. I mean, I guess what I'm a little bit worried about is I'm just worried that there was a process here where the intelligence agencies were purposely not sharing information, or not coming forth with the information that they knew to be true, because they were being influenced politically by what was going on in the White House or elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, as again, I didn't just. There were instances that were documented by the analytic ombudsman that reflect the fact that when it came specifically to China, the country of China, that some of our intelligence and our analytic judgments were impacted by partisan politics and the desire for intelligence not to be used by one party as opposed to another.
Right, and I bring this up because I think it happens in this administration for the last 2 years. It's happened in the military. I think it happens in our intelligence agencies. These are people that we pay to be nonpartisan, to protect us. We pay them because of their expertise so that they can make sure that our national security is intact. And I think that if there's any of that going on behind the scenes, we need to get to that. People do not need to be making decisions based on their political beliefs or their political alignments if it's going to impact something like our response to COVID.
I agree completely.
Thank you. I yield back, sir.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. I do want to start, Mr. Chairman, by just responding to one of the committee members who just made some comments trying to link the origins of COVID to some of the national security leaks that are very concerning that we've been discussing recently. It's important to note that this committee itself cannot have credibility to discuss sensitive intelligence information if members of the majority are going to publicly defend people who continue to leak top secret information, which is in violation of their oaths of office. These members of the committee have defended Jack Teixeira, who has been arrested for leaking classified information. Let's be very clear, just to clarify that, he was no whistleblower. He wasn't telling the truth or trying to serve the public, and all the evidence shows that he has recklessly shared classified information to impress friends in a private chat, of which was also racist memes and jokes. If he is found guilty, he should be held fully accountable under law, and anyone who defended him should be ashamed. And so, again, we want to ensure that if we're going to actually talk about important information, the origins of COVID, we should actually focus on COVID, on the pandemic, and not trying to link this to someone who betrayed our country. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Chair, for continuing this investigation. So important to where we need to go in the future. You know, Director Ratcliffe, I promoted you maybe in one way, but you mentioned some of the stuff coming up with that China did to cover up a lot of what happened. We know they hoarded PPP, they silenced dissenters, they blocked investigations into the Wuhan lab. They've, as you mentioned, blamed service members. They've destroyed data, and so where we don't have maybe evidence of the definitive evidence of the origin, it certainly seems like we have evidence of a cover-up. Now, you know, I'm aggrieved by that, but I'm not surprised that godless communist countries do bad things. What has been extremely concerning and surprising, I think, to a lot of Americans is to see how certain aspects of our government has, in a way, misled them through the last few years. And you've mentioned that you have pretty high confidence that this did not have natural origins. Now we have the Department of Energy and the FBI now say that the lab leak is the most likely scenario as well, which, you know, you mentioned all the apparatuses at our intelligence, world-class, world-leading tools that our intelligence community has, and it boggles the mind of the American people to see that 3 years later, the intelligence community is finally coming around to where the American people were, you know, about 3 years ago. Could you speak to, can you elaborate on how you developed your degree of confidence to the extent that you can? I realize there's information you cannot share. But.
Well, I've talked a little bit about it today, but I think, you know, this highlights one of the, you know, the comments that the Congresswoman from Michigan was making earlier about no one can know with certainty. I actually agree with that at this point in time, but we don't have to in making intelligence community assessments. We have to have some level of confidence. It can be low, it can be moderate, or it can be high. So I have been very clear that when we look at all of our intelligence, much of it is circumstantial. And with circumstantial evidence, you can never know with certainty. But that doesn't mean that you cannot make an assessment with some level of confidence. And the more I have learned about this and the more I have seen, and again, as the person who had more access to our intelligence for the first year, as much as anyone in our government, my level of confidence became higher. The things that others were supporting for a natural origins approach have fallen away, and some of the people that were promoting that have been revealed to have had conflicts of interest in perhaps promoting that as a theory. But again, I go back to the fact that at this point in time, 3.5 years later, no scientist in the world can point to anything from an environmental standpoint that ties COVID-19 to nature. On the other side of the equation, you have all of the things that we've talked about, China's obfuscation, and the fact that they have the best access to the intelligence that would be diagnostic and dispositive, and yet they have shared none of that with us. And if they had any that was indicative or diagnostic that this was naturally occurring, why wouldn't they share that? If there was no one to blame for this pandemic, why wouldn't they share that information? I think the answer is that they know certainly, or they either they don't know the answer or they don't want to know the answer, because like me, they know that the intelligence certainly points to lab leak as the most plausible assessment, the only one supported by intelligence, science, and common sense at this point.
Now, you developed this high degree of confidence. Could you speak to about when? Was it earlier or later in the process?
You know, when I became the Director of National Intelligence, I had seen the prior assessments. I had been a member of Congress on the intelligence community. I said, show me all of the intelligence that we have, and I was frankly surprised how little we had supporting natural origins, how much we had, circumstantial or otherwise, that supported the lab leak. And over time, again, some of the explanations for natural origins became less and less likely. Again, I was told that some of this would appear over a course of months. We've now been 3.5 years, and we haven't identified an intermediate host, a reservoir source or species, any of those things. So pretty rapidly, which is why I talked about the process that Mike Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo, and I went through to declassify some of this with the hope that the next administration would declassify more information while protecting our sources and methods, and that this body would hold hearings. Unfortunately, 2 years went by without any hearings in this body into the origins of COVID. So, you know, I'm grateful that we're getting there, but these are things that should have taken place a long time ago.
Now, you've alluded that even as the DNI, you had trouble sometimes getting information from the intelligence community, and could you speak to that?
Well, I think there was at times reluctance, and you know, as I've commented, that you know, the independent analytic ombudsman found that there were instances where, particular to China, some intelligence was being suppressed so that it could not be used to support policies that the administration in which I was serving, the Trump administration, could use that, and that was improper, you know, and I think I've addressed that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to me, that's one of our major concerns from an oversight perspective is looking into, you know, an intelligence agency that seems to gone wayward in some of these aspects. And Dr. Lowenthal, while I certainly appreciate some of your comments, I think the intelligence community may have drifted since then, you know, and so it's important that we look into this. I'm sorry, my time's up. Thank you, Chair.
I now recognize Dr. McCormick from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ratcliffe, Mr. Honorable Ratcliffe, thank you for your service in Congress. Also, thank you for your service as former Director of National Intelligence during a tumultuous time during the origins of this disease process. Recently, Director Wei confirmed the FBI report stated that the COVID-19 pandemic was likely the result of a lab incident in Wuhan. Based on your knowledge, do you agree with the report from the Department of Energy as well?
I agree with both the FBI and the Department of Energy.
Thank you. In your testimony, you stated, and I quote, "Our intelligence has led to a demonstrable shift whereby a few of the intelligence community's 18 agencies are now publicly assessing that the COVID-19 virus originated from a lab leak in Wuhan. And as this shift continues, the day will come when every single agency in the intelligence community will make the same assessment," end quote. Do you think there is another federal agency close to falling on the side of the Wuhan lab leak theory in the near future, and if so, which one?
Well, I've talked about, you know, again, I'm not in the intelligence community now, but of course,
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to that committee meeting where they're talking about the origins of COVID-19. We'll bring that back to you live. We're on Unfiltered here in a bit. We're going to switch gears after a commercial break and talk about the latest developments with Southwest Airlines grounding a whole bunch of flights today. That has been lifted. We know that has been resolved. At least it would appear that FAA order to ground all departing flights for Southwest has now been lifted. But we'll kind of unpack what this all means for the airline when we come back in just 2 short minutes. Plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we're taking a live look there at the Atlanta International Airport there, where there were a number of Southwest flights not heading to the skies where they should be, as the number of their flights, around 800 it sounds like, were grounded. So we're reaching out for various perspective on this. We have Keith Jeffries. He's the former Federal Security Director at LAX there in Los Angeles and Vice President of K2 Security Screening Group. Mr. Jeffries, thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, let's just, we'll start real general. And tell me what you think when you see another issue with Southwest. Obviously, we had the big issues back in December. Now another technical glitch of some sort. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's disappointing, I'm sure, for Southwest because they've worked extremely hard since the challenges they've had over the holiday season. I will say this, that this is a positive step in the right direction because Southwest notified the FAA that they were having some challenges, which is the right thing to do. And they communicated with the FAA, which led to the ground stop. And in addition to that, you got to give Southwest some positive credit here for letting all of their customers know as well. We know it's an inconvenience, but certainly Southwest has learned from their last lessons, and they're getting that word out as quick as possible, and that's good to see.
And talking about a ground stop that was issued, how often does something like that happen? This is probably pretty rare, right?
Well, ground stops are always concerning, right? And when you have a national ground stop for a particular airline, it has a ripple effect. And that ripple effect, you know, you've got the FAA air traffic controllers that have an extremely stressful job of not only taking off and landing aircraft appropriately and safely, but they've got to park these aircraft in certain locations. And when there's a ground stop and planes are not moving, especially in your larger airports, where do we park all of these planes? And it's kind of a very choreographed dance that they go through to make sure that everyone remains safe. So yes, it's very rare. It can be disruptive. And it even is disruptive inside the security checkpoints in the airports for your concessionaires, your security personnel. And of course, the passengers that are trying to travel, they're a little frustrated as well. So it's just a tough day this morning, but it sounds like things are working themselves out. And again, it's you got to give Southwest credit for some excellent communication this time around.
So it seems really unlikely we're going to see the amount of damage control that happened back in December happen with something like this, because it looks like it lasted about 20-30 minutes, and then they lifted that grounding order the FAA did, right? So not a huge deal.
Well, again, it's them erring on the side of safety and being cautious with their customers. You know, that's certainly the most important thing. And any airline knows that. Any flight crew knows that. No airline likes to be delayed or delayed their passengers from getting from point A to point B. It does happen. Ground stops are unusual, and I can assure you that it was done for the safety of the traveling public.
And we're still working to learn more about what this technical issue was that caused all of this. So it would be speculating at this point if we were to really talk about that. But I guess when a company like Southwest, they say that there's a technical issue that's caused this grounding to occur, that could mean a number of different things, right? Like the possibilities are probably endless.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just as you said, I don't want to speculate. And I think the damage control that you mentioned earlier that will be discussed by Southwest will be, here's what we know what happened, here's what we're doing to fix it. And I think we can expect to hear that from Southwest.
And we'll see where all the investigating goes when they do release some of those new details. But that's pretty much all the questions I had for you. Mr. Jeffries, want to turn it over to you. Is there anything I didn't ask you that you want to add before we disconnect here?
No, absolutely not. I just want to, it's a great day in America again to see the traveling public. The flights are full. I know this is frustrating for some passengers today, but again, it's good to see airlines keeping safety at the top of their list and get out there and travel. It's going to be a great summer.
Absolutely. Glad this was a short-lived little hiccup there for Southwest. All right, Keith Jeffries, former Federal Security Director at LAX and Vice President at K2 Security. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11:43 on the East Coast, 8:43 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take another commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, another live event happening right now. This is in Kansas City, Missouri, a unity march around Ralph Yarl School. That's what you're seeing happening here. Yarl is a junior at Stately High School. In a show of support, the district has organized a unity walk around the school. Students will lock arms as they walk around the school in a circle. Of course, this to show support for Yarl as he was shot. He had allegedly knocked on the wrong door and then was shot by a man who's now facing facing a couple felonies, I believe, or at least some serious charges as a result of that. So now the folks at school, Ralph Yarl's school, showing their support for their colleague, I guess, there. So that case will continue on, and we'll bring you more updates as we do find out more, especially some of the more, I guess, particular details of what exactly happened when Yarl was shot. But right now you see everybody at the school there out showing their support. Let's switch gears and go back to something we've been paying quite a bit of attention to here today, is that COVID-19 origins hearing. So I'll bring that up to you. We'll listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. A committee actually discussing yet again all the possibilities as to where the COVID-19 may have originated from. There's been a lot of talk about lab leak theories and also about whether it jumped from an animal to human beings, the usual things that are discussed in these meetings. But this is the latest and happening right now. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I think in May of 2020, and you knew that within weeks that this thing came from a lab. In fact, you say that, I think, in your testimony. You say a lab leak is the only explanation, only credible explanation. If this were a trial, the preponderance of the evidence is all on the side of the lab leak. You knew that within weeks. So why did the government not tell us the truth?
Well, I think, you know, when you look at the intelligence community report that the Biden administration put out in October of 21, they acknowledged that China's refusal to cooperate, but the report in any way ignores what I think is the inescapable fact and reality that if the CCP had anything exculpatory, anything at all, anything that would be helpful to showing that no one was to blame for this, right, that this occurred naturally, that they would share that. And, you know, why not share data, samples, research, everything that tends to show that they had access to, that would tend to show that this was naturally occurring and tend to show that lab leak theory really was a conspiracy theory. But they didn't do that because they couldn't do that. And to me, that's why making an assessment with some level of confidence is something that should have been done a long time ago by the intelligence community. Yeah, we need to protect sources and methods. It's why Mike Pompeo and I labored over how much of this can we put out, hoping that it would drive the next administration coming in to declassify more information, which they haven't, and would drive congressional hearings into the origins of this, which it didn't.
Here's what gets me. So the director of national intelligence knew this thing came from a lab. The Secretary of State knew this thing came from a lab. Common sense tells you this thing came from a lab. And frankly, even the guys who called us names knew it came from a lab because we have their emails. We have their emails from the start. Mr. Gary says, I don't know how this happens in nature. It'd be easy to do in a lab. Mr. Anderson says, this is not consistent with evolutionary. Everyone knew at the get-go. You knew at the get-go. And yet, they tell us just the opposite. Why?
Well, you left out the top public health official, a virologist, Dr. Redfield.
Dr. Redfield knew. He's testified, yes.
Also testified. So you did. You had the top diplomat, the top of the intelligence community, the top public health official, all telling you with some confidence level that the most likely origin of this was a lab leak. And I think that, you know, unfortunately for political reasons and political narratives, it was difficult.
So did you talk with Dr. Fauci during this time frame when you get in May and over the next several months? Did you talk to Dr. Fauci anytime?
No.
Never spoke with Dr. Fauci?
No.
Do you find that strange when he's out saying something directly contrary to the Secretary of State, to the Director of National Intelligence, and to the top virologist, Dr. Redfield, that Dr. Fauci wouldn't talk with you?
Yeah, to be clear, there were folks within the coronavirus task force that were communicating, you know, medical and scientific information to the intelligence community, not me directly, but none of that information was frankly consistent with what we've talked about, what the intelligence showed. Again, some of those individuals, to include Dr. Fauci, were promoting the idea that this was natural origins, and notwithstanding the language that was read, they were referring to it publicly as a conspiracy theory in certain conversations.
Dr. Collins called us
and interviews.
conspiracy theorists if you believed in the lab as the origin. Tell me why do you think Fauci and Collins took that? I got my theory and I think I'm right, but I'd like to hear from the Director of National Intelligence what he thinks Fauci and Collins' motivation for sharing false information with the American people.
Well, I think the best evidence of that is their own conversations, which say that they didn't want unwarranted or unwanted, or I think the term was unwanted attention to the relationships that were taking place between Western virologists and those working within the Wuhan Institute of Virology and funding sources for some of that research.
Our money to a lab in China that wasn't up to code, that was doing gain-of-function research, and that's where this thing came from. That's what they didn't want us to know. Do you agree with that, Mr. Ratcliffe?
I do agree with that.
That's important. Thank you. I yield back.
I'd now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz for a closing statement, if he would like one.
Thank you. As I have said since the Select Subcommittee.
And we are listening in on that committee meeting on the origins of COVID-19, but we do have to take our last commercial break of the hour. So I had to dip in here real quick, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we're looking in live, as this is happening live, raw, and unfiltered here, the Oversight and Accountability Committee, talking about the origins of COVID-19. This committee meeting has been going on for quite some time. It could be wrapping up here shortly, but a lot of fiery rhetoric from both sides here talking about where COVID-19 may have come from. So just a disclaimer, in case there's any misinformation in this, just be aware that you got to check your sources on this particular topic and make sure you develop your own understanding of COVID-19. But certainly plenty of information to take here for your own opinion. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I'll never forget. I'm not the one who found it first. The other doctor did, and he called me and said, "You won't believe this," and sent it to me. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is extremely alarming. Fast forward, after a FOIA request was able to reveal some emails from Dr. Fauci, Christian Anderson, and others, going to the end of February of 2020, where Christian Anderson said, "This thing looks engineered." Immediately, Dr. Fauci reacts. He contacts his deputy. Capital letters, be ready, I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember exactly what the email said. But I do know the email had an attachment to it. And it had the attachment of that very article about the creation of a chimera. Oh my goodness. I would hope that when Dr. Fauci saw that or became aware of it, maybe he just became aware of it, I don't think so, but maybe he did, that he was as alarmed as I was. So you take that article, the question from Christian Anderson, or the statement from Christian Anderson saying this thing looks engineered. And what does this very group do within weeks? Come out and say it came from nature. It came from nature. Dr. Anderson, we found, had said that he was focused, he was going to focus to disprove the lab leak theory. Why? Why? What is the motive for that? That is very reasonable to ask that question. Mr. Moskowitz, I guess, wasn't here for the other hearings. He's not on this subcommittee regularly, so he doesn't understand that that's actually what Christian Anderson said, that I'm going to focus to disprove the lab leak theory. And they wrote Proximal Origins, got it published. How can we not question this motive? And if we are going to do all that we say we want to do with this committee to move forward, we have to consider these types of things, the motives, whether they're political or personal, so that we don't let someone else do that again in the future. As I mentioned, I'm on Intelligence Committee, so I'm able to get intelligence that others weren't able to get. And under Chairman Schiff, there was an unwillingness to investigate this together. The good news is, in the Intelligence Committee, that rift is now gone, and we work together very well. But at that time, since there was two separate reports coming out of the Intelligence Committee in the House, Democrats reported, in their report, they concluded there was no need to search any further for the origins. What good would that do? Well, that's changed, fortunately, in this committee and across the entire Congress, and apparently with the President of the United States as well. And I'm glad he ordered the 98 Commission, but to date, I've seen less from the Commission than I've seen on my own work on the Intelligence Committee. And when I ask questions of some of the people from the IC, they tell me it's their policy not to answer my question. Dr. Lowenthal, you referenced it before. You know what the statute is. They cannot have that type of policy. And that's why we want to know more. And fortunately, I have been able to work through some of that to some degree with Director Haynes. And I give her credit for being open. But overall, let me just say this. I am grateful for this opportunity that we now have in the House. It's long overdue. And I'm grateful to Speaker McCarthy for putting this select subcommittee together. And I'm grateful for Dr. Ruiz. He's been a friend for a long time. We've worked on a lot of health issues together as physicians, and I believe that if we continue to work together, we can produce a product. You know, the pain of this pandemic, in one way or another, has understandably evoked emotions from everyone on this committee and everyone in Congress and everyone across America. But at the end of the day, I do believe we can and we must produce a product of truth and accountability. And I'll keep repeating what I'm after. I want us to be able to predict a pandemic, prepare for a pandemic, protect ourselves from a pandemic, and prevent a pandemic if we can. And with that, I yield back. Where's my closer? I want to thank all of you for being here today and for being witnesses for us. I greatly appreciate what you have done and what you have said and participated. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
And it looks like that Oversight and Accountability Committee meeting wrapping up there, where they were discussing the origins of COVID-19. Now, the Security and Exchange Commission, their chairperson, I believe, is speaking. Yes, I've got that confirmed. Their chairperson speaking to another committee, as there's a number of committee meetings going on today. We'll switch gears and bring the audio up on that and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Sorry, House Financial. Comments that come in, but it's trying to get even greater competition. It's saying that that order could go straight to a lit exchange. That'd be fine. That order, if it can get at least mid-market, half the spread, that would be fine. But if it's less than that and not on a lit market, put it out to some competition.
Yeah, and then so a pilot program would reveal that. Is, you know, the main point I'm making, that if you do this, you should see better, you know, hive off 10% of the market, try your auctions and see if the order execution quality is better. It seems straightforward. I'm a scientist and a big fan of data. You know, nothing is more joyful as a scientist than to prove the theorists wrong. And you have theoretical calculations that should save money, and you should be able to prove it with a pilot program before you expose the whole market to it. Let's see, you sort of touched on crypto, and one of the lessons, it seems like if you're going to prevent wash trades, you need to know the true identities. Some regulator somewhere has to know the true identities behind market participants. And have you found any way in the crypto business to reconcile sort of the crypto libertarian point of view with the absolute necessity to know the true identities to prevent wash trades, or are wash trades the price we pay for crypto?
It's to get the intermediaries, the storefronts, to register, and then we could get the data from those crypto exchanges themselves as to where the buy and sell orders are coming from.
All right.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Gensler, I have a lot of questions and a limited amount of time, so if you could keep your answers to either a yes or a no, that will allow us to get through as many as possible, sir. From your perspective, is it more difficult now for the digital asset industry to access financial products and services in the United States than it was, say, 2 years ago?
Sir, I'm not running one of those businesses. If they came into compliance, I think
Reclaiming my time. The answer, sir, is yes. Do you think you and the SEC have had a role to play in that?
I think we have a role to protect the American investor and the capital markets. And
Reclaiming my time, sir. You have played an obvious role in that. During your tenure at the SEC, how many rules has the SEC finalized that actually accommodate the existing regulatory framework and are specifically to the digital asset industry so the crypto market can come into compliance?
It's our rule books that are on the books for years, so we have not finalized any new rule specifically with regard to crypto. We've proposed some things in best execution. We've also...
Sir, reclaiming my time, the answer is 0. And how many enforcement actions has the SEC levied against digital asset companies during your tenure, sir?
I think it's probably 40 or 50.
The answer, sir, is about 55. My understanding is that the biggest crypto failure in history is probably FTX at $9 billion. Were you the chairman of the SEC when FTX collapsed?
Yes.
And how many times did you meet with FTX prior to their collapse?
I think my public record shows 2.
You met it with FTX at least twice. And arguably, the second biggest crypto failure in history was Terra Luna. Who was the chairman of the SEC when Terra Luna collapsed, sir?
We had brought...
You were, sir. Reclaiming my time, you were. There are 5 members on the commission. Do you believe your speeches and interviews are to serve as the official position of the SEC?
I can only speak for myself when I'm speaking.
Again, sir, in a statement on the SEC website, you are quoted saying, the Kraken staking as a service enforcement action should make clear to the marketplace that staking as a service providers must register. But again, you haven't provided any rules for how that can be done. I must remind you, your public statements are not regulations. It's not responsible to expect the American people to assume your statements are a substitute for rules. Do you agree with this statement regarding the digital asset industry? The SEC needs additional congressional authorities to prevent transactions, products, and platforms from falling between the regulatory cracks.
I think that it's a largely non-compliant field. And
Sir,
we could use
again,
additional
I asked you to comply with my questions, and I'm asking you if you agree with that quote. And I'm going to tell you, I'm quoting you from an August 3rd, 2021 article where you, and I believe you told Congressman Hill earlier that you need congressional authority to regulate stablecoins, and stablecoins happen to be a significant percentage of the crypto market. So the question is, when were you telling the truth? To Mr. Hill or to me? You've got to start answering these questions in a more transparent manner, sir. Does it concern you, by the way, that your approach to the digital asset industry is actually driving this industry out of the United States?
We're trying to drive it to compliance, and if they're not complying with the laws, then they shouldn't be offering their products.
Reclaiming my time. Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the record this Wall Street Journal article from April 14th, 2023, detailing China's ploy to open its banking system to crypto firms in an effort to seize an opportunity created by our hostile regulatory environment, which, Mr. Chair, you're a big part of.
Without objection.
Chair Gensler, FTX was domiciled abroad and so is Binance, yet American consumers still had access to both. You can't really think that pushing this industry abroad is going to protect American consumers when it hasn't several times in the past on your watch. You say the crypto market is rife with non-compliance. However, existing SEC rules make no sense for blockchain-based companies, and following them would actually kill these businesses. Your regulatory style lacks flexibility and nuance, and as a result, you've been an incompetent cop on the beat, doing nothing to protect everyday Americans and pushing American firms into the hands of the CCP. Your intention to work against SEC mission and put American investors in harm's way has been made very apparent, sir. It's been a year and a half since you've appeared before this committee. You need to answer to Congress about the issues that you've had with the SEC staff union, the work environment you've cultivated at the SEC that's led to hemorrhaging of senior staff, the intellectual inconsistency of your regulatory treatment towards Bitcoin spot ETFs, and your politicization of capital formation opportunities through your treatment of certain SPACs. And that's just to name a few. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member Waters. Mr. Gensler, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your leadership on many fronts. I'll try to take a breath here, but I have a couple quick questions. I've shared with you my concern with the unusually short-fused, overlapping, rushed, and zone flooding rulemaking under the SEC, and undermining my fear that it undermines the public's ability to provide thoughtful feedback on the proposals of the Commission and risk stressing an already tenuous economic climate. The SEC's Inspector General raised concerns with this aggressive and rushed approach to rulemaking in a report last October, and raised concerns the SEC has staffing issues that may affect the quality of the rulemaking given these short fuses. Some of these proposals are necessary, obviously, to protect investors, and I want to make sure they see their way through and to ensure stability in the financial markets. But I'm concerned that doing it in this manner, it's sometimes hard to tell the impact these rules will have collectively on the economy, on jobs, on certain key job-producing sectors in my state of Jersey and the tri-state area and nationwide. Since you've taken the helm of the SEC, 27 of the Commission's 53 comment periods have had a highly unusual comment period, shorter than 45 days from the date the proposal was published in the Federal Register. Considering the delay between when rules are posted on the website and when they are posted in the Federal Register as part of the comment period is not only consistent, it strays from the historical practices of the SEC. These proposals collectively total more than 4,000 pages with more than 2,500 questions to respond to. Last year, it took a letter from 47 members of Congress to get you to extend a 30-day comment period on a 300-page rulemaking with more than 900 questions. Many of the proposals put forward by the Commission in the last 2 years affect the same stakeholders who've repeatedly requested additional time, especially small businesses and other smaller players in the space, to respond to the SEC's often overlapping and rushed comment periods. And I'm concerned that limited stakeholder engagement, especially from small businesses without large regulatory teams to respond, will lead to unintended consequences that will ultimately harm American consumers. Have you at any point been concerned that by moving this hastily, that it could really hurt smaller market participants and their time to provide feedback?
I'm very proud of what we've done. We put out 46 proposals to date. We've reopened some, so that may be why this other numbers floating around this hearing. And on average, it's been more than 70 days from the time we voted out, we put it on our website, and we have a formal end to a comment period. But then we get comments after that, and we take meetings after that, and we engage actively with trade associations and market participants.
My only concern there is when, it doesn't actually count when it goes on a website because there's no formal comment period on a website. It's the Federal Register, when it goes to the Federal Register is what the standard is. So
with all respect, people can read it, people can start to do their analysis, they can engage with staff or with their trade association members.
So they can start submitting comments as soon as it goes on the website? Is there a way to do that? Formal comments?
They tell us that they want to have time to read what we do. We put it out. It's very transparent. And we also often consider comments well beyond that period of time and continue to receive comments. On average, it takes 12 to 15 months from proposal to considering an adoption. And so,
but the comment period closes. But the comment period closes during that time, right?
But we continue to have meetings, we continue, and the staff and the commission is able to consider, just like this hearing right here is going to influence me as a decider, a decision maker on that commission.
Thank you. I'm just going to reclaim. Yeah, if I can just come back to this, I'll shift gears. Since 2019, I've pushed this committee and financial regulators to create smart guardrails for digital assets. You've repeatedly claimed that most cryptocurrencies are covered by existing securities law, and despite that belief, the Commission has issued little formal guidance to facilitate digital asset firms' compliance with existing rules. The SEC, under your leadership, has largely used enforcement actions to spur compliance. I'm concerned the lack of formal guidance through the normal rulemaking process is spurring even more uncertainty in the space, hurting our global leadership in financial technology and putting consumers at risk and further enabling bad actors. The SEC's advisory committee urged you to solicit comments on federal securities law regulation to crypto assets. Do you plan to take their advice and go through a public rulemaking process that allows regulatory changes in the appropriate manner versus just
we have congressmen in a number of areas. The best execution rule that we put out last December includes a whole section on crypto assets, if I might. We're updating our custody rule, and we put out a lot of words and important economic analysis. And last Friday, we did the same on an expanded definition of
Do you feel, before I lose you, do you feel like you have all that you need from us to all the laws you need to be able to do what you need to do?
Yes.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in there to the House Financial Services Committee, speaking with the Security and Exchange Commission chair, taking some pretty intense questions there from the members of that committee. Let's take this opportunity and take a commercial break. It'll be our first one of the hour, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's listen back into that House Financial Services Committee meeting with the Security and Exchange Commission chair. They're talking about a number of different economic-related topics. They're talking about crypto for a while, amongst other things. So let's pull that volume up and listen to hear what they have to say.
Information security. I had 30 years in the information technology sector. What I see in industry is a decentralization of information because of the risk of disclosure. Blockchain, many industries are going to blockchain because you're no longer centralizing it. When it's centralized, there's a one-stop shop for the bad players to come and get information about individuals. So my first question is, what do you believe in this? Is it easier to protect decentralized investor information held by thousands of firms? Or do you feel it's more secure to centralize that in a database administered from Washington, D.C.? Which do you feel is more secure?
There's risk in both sectors. There's risk in the decentralized, there's risk in the centralized. It's really about the appropriate data security in that database. And this is a debate that technologists have quite often. The consolidated audit trail is important to help surveil the market, to oversee the markets. Data was being collected before.
So surveil the markets. So you're looking to use this as surveillance tool of the markets to enforce regulation, or what's the purpose of consolidated audit trail?
To help oversee the markets, to protect against fraud and manipulation, front-running, insider trading.
Without any just cause? Or, I mean, are you just randomly going to look? Maybe somebody's doing something wrong here and I've got all this information. But let me tell you, there is no one in the information systems industry that's worth their salt that will tell you it's more secure to have information at one point, one-stop shop. So if I'm a bad guy, I'm a foreign player, I've only got one spot to go to pull all this information. I'm going to put all my investment, all my technology in breaking your security to get that information, versus thousands of places that I do not have the resources to do that. Centralizing is a security risk. Now, one of my questions here, will the consolidated audit trail and the case databases collect personal financial information of American retail investors? Are you going to collect information on individuals who are using platforms to invest? Are you going to collect that information?
So you're right, there's two databases. The case database will not have individual, their names, their birthdays, and so forth, but it has to have an identifier so that it can be tagged back to what the broker-dealer has.
What about consolidated audit?
Gentleman's time expired. Perhaps you can answer Chair Gensler in writing. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Gensler, for coming to testify today. Now, when you appeared before this committee in 2021, I asked you about your commitment to improving the SEC's diversity disclosures, empowering investors, and encouraging greater corporate diversity, especially within America's boardrooms and among senior management. And you mentioned your focus at that time on human capital rulemaking, which would include such disclosure improvements. And I understand that a proposal should be coming out within the next few months. Now, what concerns me, however, is much has happened since 2021, including efforts by some on the extreme right wing, like Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, to politicize diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts and attempt to ignite his own, I guess, presidential campaign. Now we have well-intentioned companies in states like Florida trying to make improvements to their policies who find themselves at odds with the leadership of their state. It's also disappointing since there is evidence, strong evidence, that improving corporate diversity can be a bipartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue. For example, my board diversity bill received the support of 55 of my Republican colleagues right here on the House floor in 2019. So we passed it with the support, a bipartisan support with my Republican colleagues, many of whom sits on this very committee. So given the attempts by Governor DeSantis and others to curtail DEI efforts in academia and corporate America, I have two questions related to your human capital rulemaking work. Is the SEC considering how state-level efforts to hamper DEI-related programs could make it harder for companies to comply with more robust human capital disclosures, which we expect from the SEC?
We consider the law, the federal law, but certainly if you have things, and we maybe have staff follow up, if there's something at the state level that you want to flag for us and help us sort through in terms of any of our rulemaking, but particularly with regard to human capital management. But we try to do our best to stay within the law and how the courts interpret our laws.
Yeah, so, what I'm concerned about are there things that the SEC can do in your human capital rulemaking so that you can shield public companies looking to do the right thing with respect to DEI and disclosure from state-based legal challenges, or at least will the SEC seek public comments on this question?
Well, in all of our rulemaking, we seek public comment on our authorities because we want to, of course, stay within our authorities, but our disclosure-based authorities, again, we're merit neutral, and that's because Congress chose that we needed to stay that. But it's the disclosures for investors to best understand the companies they're investing in as it relates to human capital, that they could best understand that most important asset of the company.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that's good policy. That's why it should be bipartisan. And that's why it has been bipartisan previously. So I'm just hoping that states, like what's happening in Florida, doesn't occur or affect what you're trying to do on an equitable basis, just giving investors the information they know. Let me do real quickly. I see I'm running out of time. I know people I want to touch on crypto regulation. As you are aware, our regulator in New York, the New York Department of Financial Services, has created a first-in-class bit licensing regime for virtual currency businesses, which we are very proud of. What I'm afraid of, some are saying that they may take businesses throughout this country abroad and get regulated someplace else. What say you on that?
I say if they're complying with the laws and doing the right by investors, they can be here, but if they're not complying with the laws, investors will get harmed.
I'm out of time.
The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Securities and Exchange Commission may be the agency that most directly threatens the livelihoods of West Virginians today. I never imagined I would say that because American presidents are not supposed to so brazenly weaponize the SEC to push through radical climate change policies that they're unable to pass through Congress. When the Obama-Biden war on fossil fuels was first launched in 2009, coal mining gainfully employed nearly 28,000 West Virginians. Today that number has shrunk to 14,000, a 50% decrease. And the SEC has proposed a crippling climate disclosure rule to mandate all sorts of detailed emissions data for public companies and many non-public companies. The SEC already requires the disclosure of material information to its investors, so let's not kid ourselves and say it's about materiality. SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce put it best when she stated, quote, although styled as a disclosure rule, the goal of this proposal is to direct capital to favored businesses and to advance favored political and social goals. In other words, it's about naming and shaming fossil fuel companies. Some estimates suggest this disclosure rule could cost companies over $100 million to comply. So, Chair Gensler, the SNC Inspector General issued a scathing report saying you were rushing through rules without adequately considering the costs. So can you tell me today how many jobs this climate disclosure rule will cost West Virginia families?
Again, sir, we're not a climate regulator, and we're merit neutral. This is about companies are already making disclosures and trying to bring some consistency to that disclosure. That's what it's about, is, with all respect, not about something further than that. In terms of the economics, it's really about ensuring that investors get the benefit of.
And if you are just joining us here, we're listening into the House Financial Services Committee. They are asking a number of questions there to the Security and Exchange Commission chair, taking some pretty heated questions. So one of the many live events we have been tracking here on Live Now from Fox. But now we're going to switch gears and switch things over to our Phoenix team as we bring in Andy Mack. He's going to take things over from here. Andy, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you as well, Zach. Certainly a busy morning as Southwest Airlines. You saw a slight pause there. They have resumed flights, so that was a little bit of a disruption earlier this morning. Lots of congressional hearings, including on the origins of COVID-19. I'm sure we're going to get right back into that. Also, big news coming up in just about 90 minutes or so. We'll hear from President Biden talking about access to child care and that new executive order he just signed. Of course, we'll also hear from Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary. So plenty more coming to you here over the next few hours here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is a live picture right there, as you can see here, as we're continuing to follow the news out of around the country. Southwest Airlines pausing some flights earlier this morning due to a technical issue. They have resumed flights, though, throughout the country as they continue to follow all of these major headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we take over here for the next few hours, covering all the top headlines from around the country. I want to give you a few Live Now looks at what we're monitoring, including out of Capitol Hill. You can see a podium set up. We heard from the Democrats earlier this morning, potentially hear from the Republicans a little bit later on. So we'll take you out to that as soon as someone steps to the podium there on Capitol Hill. Certainly a lot of congressional hearings taking place. So we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to bring you some of the top headlines that we're following this morning, including across the ocean overseas. This a tweet from the Associated Press. This Wall Street Journal reported there. Evan Gershkovich was held in a glass box during a court appearance in Moscow. Gershkovich was arrested on spying charges as part of a sweeping Kremlin crackdown on press freedom. Of course, an American reporter jailed in Russia is heading back to his prison cell on Tuesday following a court appearance in Moscow. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcutt has more.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him.
Evan Gershkovich will be spending more time in a Russian prison. The American journalist, arrested on spying charges, appeared in court on Tuesday for the first time since his initial appearance last month. He appealed his detention, asking for bail, but a Russian judge rejected that appeal, meaning Gershkovich will remain behind bars until at least the end of May.
We will continue to provide all appropriate support to Evan and his family, and we expect Russian authorities to provide continued consular access to Evan.
Gershkovich is a Moscow-based reporter for the Wall Street Journal. He wrote articles critical of the war in Ukraine and Russian President Vladimir Putin before officials claim they caught him red-handed trying to steal military secrets. His lawyers say it's just the latest in a pattern of persecution for journalists throughout the country.
He is in a combative mood. He is ready to fight for independent journalism. He is ready to defend himself.
The court appearance, coinciding with the visit to the front lines in Ukraine by Putin, is second in 2 months, hoping to rally his troops ahead of what's expected to be a tough Ukrainian counter-offensive in the coming weeks.
It's important to me to hear your opinion about how the situation develops, listen to you, and exchange information.
Gershkovich is facing a prison sentence of up to 20 years if he's convicted of those espionage charges. In London, Greg Palcutt, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that, and we'll keep an eye on that as well here on Live Now from Fox. Sticking with international news, the Pentagon is promising Ukraine continued support to defend itself against Russia. And a Russian president, Vladimir Putin, makes another visit to Ukraine. His government continues to detain that journalist we were just talking about. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington on the U.S. response.
As the U.S. talks about more support for Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin is showing his determination to keep fighting. Putin digging in. The Russian president arriving by helicopter in the Russian-controlled Kherson region of Ukraine. He met with his commanders, a clear show of support to continue waging his war, and still facing stiff resistance from Ukrainian forces backed by a number of allies, including the United States.
And I'm going to keep on saying it. We will support Ukraine in this fight for as long as it takes.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin appearing alongside his UK counterpart, promising to keep the supply lines open. But Russia may have opened up another front with their continued detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. He's accused of being a spy, but the Biden administration says he is being wrongfully detained. And yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to Russia was able to meet with him.
Ambassador Tracy and our chief consular officer were able to see Evan in prison in Moscow. I can report, based on what Ambassador Tracy has said, that he's in good health and good spirits considering the circumstances.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Japan trying to rally support for Ukraine from G7 nations for, as the State Department says, as long as it takes. And Putin may see a similar timeline, showing no willingness to back down. And as far as the detained American journalist is concerned, Russia says a prisoner swap is possible, but only after a trial. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much as we continue to follow those major stories there past the one-year mark of the war in Ukraine. Back here at home, Missouri prosecutors are filing charges against a Kansas City man after he shot a 16-year-old boy. The homeowner claims he was acting in self-defense. For more on this, we go out to Fox News correspondent C.B. Cotton.
An 84-year-old Kansas City man was taken into custody Monday afternoon and charged with 2 felony counts days after firing on 16-year-old Ralph Yarl. Officers say Andrew Lester shot Yarl in the forehead and the right arm. The boy's parents say it's a miracle their son survived and is now awake and talking.
One of his teachers from elementary school asked him for permissions to give a testimony. How good a student Ralph was. He smiled, say, of course, he can talk about me.
The shooting happened around 10 p.m. last Thursday when police say Yarl mistakenly went to the wrong home to pick up his 2 younger brothers. He rang the doorbell, and when Lester eventually answered, he had a gun and fired. Court documents say Lester heard the boy pulling on the storm door and was, quote, protecting himself from a physical confrontation. Yarl says he heard Lester yell, "Don't come around here," before getting up to run.
We enforce the laws and we follow the laws, and that does not matter where you come from or what you look like or how much money you have. Everyone is held to the same standard.
The shooting reigniting a debate over Missouri's Stand Your Ground law, allowing people to use deadly force if they reasonably believe they are about to be attacked.
This 16-year-old should not have been shot in the head and then shot once more. That's the reason for the outrage.
A rally for the 16-year-old boy will be held Tuesday night in Kansas City. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that, CB, a story we're following very closely there out of Kansas City. I want to put up some video from earlier this morning, a unity walk taking place there in Kansas City for Ralph Yarl after this incident taking place. Of course, some new developments as prosecutors there charging that man after shooting the teenager right outside of their home. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. So much for joining us. We're awaiting a press conference there on Capitol Hill, potentially some members of Congress making remarks. We heard from Democrats earlier today, likely will be Republicans taking the microphone in just a little bit. You can see people patiently waiting. Until then, let's get you out to some remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor there from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox and see what he had to say as we await this upcoming press conference.
This message to send to the world than for Speaker McCarthy to travel all the way to New York, look Wall Street in the eye, and threaten that the U.S. will default on its debt unless Republicans get spending cuts first. Why the Speaker traveled all the way to New York to give a speech that offered nothing new in substance or concept, but the same dangerous message, different than what we've done in the past, is beyond me. If Speaker McCarthy continues in this direction, the U.S. is likely headed towards default. But you know what will avoid default, Mr. President? Republicans working with Democrats to avoid this crisis altogether, just as we did under Donald Trump. Now, the Speaker has insisted for months on cuts, though he has failed to offer any clarity about what kind of cuts Republicans want. House GOP leadership is presenting their wish list to their members at a closed meeting this morning. No one should confuse this wish list as anything more than a recycling of the same bad ideas we've heard about for weeks. And it's still not clear that Speaker McCarthy has the votes to even pass this. Indeed, a handful of House GOP members insist they won't raise the debt ceiling for anything, not even a GOP wish list. One of the few specific items is the Speaker's laughable suggestion, and it is laughable, that we avoid default for only a year, ensuring that this dangerous crisis repeats itself in 12 months. Why the Speaker thinks anyone would agree to have another debt ceiling crisis next year is beyond me. Nobody is saying that there cannot be a conversation about what kind of cuts Republicans want, but it doesn't belong in this debate, plain and simple. It belongs in discussions over the budget that Congress has every year, and not as a precondition to avoiding default. So let me make this easy for my Republican colleagues. Don't bother with partisan wish lists and unrealistic proposals that will never solve this debt default crisis. Instead, avoid default using the same approach we did under President Trump twice and under President Biden once. Democrats and Republicans working together without preconditions. If Republicans agree to that, there will be no default. Now on GOP extremism and our FBI resolution. Today, the governor of Florida is meeting with a group of hard-right GOP extremists here in D.C. As the governor comes to the nation's capital, the ink is still not dry on the bill he signed a few days ago, banning practically all abortions in Florida after just 6 weeks. The Florida law is not the only one. Over a dozen states in the country now have near total bans on abortion. Idaho, for instance, is now the first state to explicitly outlaw out-of-state travel for abortions. That's sinister. Freedom of choice is not the only victim of GOP radicalism. Over 11,000 Americans have now died from gun violence in the U.S. this year. In school shootings, birthday parties, New Year celebrations. But what do Republicans do in response? They pose with machine guns on their Christmas cards. They gin up the NRA. They even expel state representatives who dare speak out against GOP inaction, as the Tennessee State House did to 2 members of color earlier this month. Republican radicalism is even taking aim at law enforcement. A few weeks ago, President Trump called for cutting funding to the Department of Justice and the FBI because of personal grievances. And to date, we have still yet to hear Speaker McCarthy or any Republican leader speak up against this dangerous idea. But there's good news. The members of this chamber will have a chance to do the right thing and stand up for federal law enforcement later this week. That's because today, I will be introducing a resolution denouncing the former president's call to cut funding to our federal law enforcement. And senators will have to choose between standing with President Trump and his dangerous view that we ought to cut funding for law enforcement and the FBI, or will they stand with public servants who keep America safe? Again, where will they stand? With the former president's dangerous call to cut funding to federal law enforcement, or with the American people who want to be safe? The FBI and DOJ do critical work to protect our communities against drug trafficking, gun violence, terrorism, and so much more. We just yesterday in New York saw an example where federal law enforcement arrested 2 individuals for running a secret, unauthorized Chinese police station right in the middle of Lower Manhattan. Do Republicans agree with President Trump that funding for federal law enforcement who guard against terrorism and CCP encroachments should be cut? cut or even eliminated? Again, this is the kind of resolution that should pass unanimously. If Senate Republicans block this provision, they'll be telling the American people that the GOP has been utterly consumed by extremism, where not women, not schools, not even federal law enforcement are safe. On Yom HaShoah, and the
You're just listening in there. Chuck Schumer making those remarks here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow all of the top headlines as we follow them here on this Tuesday. It is a busy day as we continue. I want to give you a few Live Now looks from around the country, including New York City there, Lady Liberty as well. We're waiting on a press conference from potentially some Republicans there on Capitol Hill, as well as a live look outside of the Capitol right there. We want to continue on here, though, on Live Now from Fox, as it is officially tax day, and we want to bring in someone that gives us a little bit more insight into what we need to know on this day. Carlos Salmoniego, thank you so much for joining us, an enrolled agent, tax debt consultant. Carlos, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. First, just kind of what are your thoughts, tax day? What do people need to know? What's kind of overall mindset for you heading into this day?
This day is an important day for all Americans when it comes down to taxes. Today is a tax deadline. A lot of people are kind of getting confused. I'm getting a lot of calls, I mentioned to you earlier, that they're thinking, well, today's the 18th. Isn't tax deadline on the 15th? And it normally is, but the 15th landed on a Saturday this year. So because of that, it's been extended to the 18th. So if you have not filed your taxes, today is the day to have them filed. However, as we talked about earlier, there are a lot of counties that got an extension due to all the natural disasters that are happening. A lot of the counties in California, Alabama, and Georgia did get an automatic extension to October 16th. And those were federally declared disaster areas. So that's something to keep an eye out. And we talked about this earlier, a client of mine, they're like, well, how do I know? Well, you can go to the IRS website and look that information up if your county is part of those counties. And if you're not sure, if you're not positive, just file an extension today.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, obviously, people do this every single year, but every single time it comes around, we have a lot of questions that we'd like to ask. When you first get started with this taxes or the extension for the taxes, what do people need to know? What do they need to do first?
When you get the extension, understand that if you're not part of this disaster area, the extension is an extension to file your taxes. That's really important. They're giving you more time to file. It doesn't necessarily mean they're giving you extra time to pay your taxes. Those are normally due on the tax extension date. So I always tell people, if you need an extension to file and you've owed money in the past, I would highly recommend paying as much as you can with that extension if you have that ability to do that. But if you can't afford to pay it, at least file the extension. It avoids a huge penalty for not filing.
And I think a lot of people, when they think of tax debt, they also think of refunds. And since this is not the day, it's the 18th, not necessarily just a few days before, as you said, it landed on a Saturday. Does the refunds maybe get pushed back? How does that work out?
No. It's very important to understand is that your refund doesn't get pushed out. If you got a refund coming and you need to file the tax return, you're still going to get your refund. It's still going to take the IRS about 21 days or estimating to process the refund, but that does not get extended. Now, here's something that's really important to understand, though. If you haven't filed your tax return from 3 years ago, so that would be 22, 21, what would that be? 19, 20, 21. If you have not filed your tax returns, tax refunds do expire. The IRS will only give you refunds on the last 3 years of tax returns. So if you happen to have an old refund that return that you haven't filed, make sure you file that by as soon as possible, because those refunds do expire. But refunds from 2022 are still there. No need to worry about it.
I got you. A lot of math here happening on tax day. All the addition, and we're in 2023 now, so keeping up with it. But you mentioned, obviously, people sometimes file early. Sometimes they file right. Is there any difference in your mind with filing early versus maybe procrastinating, like maybe some people like myself might do? Is there any difference?
That's two of us. I feel one of my recommendations to a lot of my clients is that if you have the ability to extend your return, do that, because the IRS does like to kind of pick their audits as they're coming in. So it gives, we kind of feel in the tax industry, a less chance of being audited the longer you can wait. So I say there's no bad thing about extending your filing deadline. There can only possibly be good stuff that comes out of there. I'll just leave it at that.
Definitely. And every year, something's a little bit different. Are there any differences maybe from years past for 2023, this year of 2022? Are there anything differences that people need to keep in mind?
There's some really good differences. Obviously, because of all the disasters that have been happening all over the country due to the weather issues going on, the IRS is giving people the ability to get some benefits and write off a lot of the tax damages, the storm damages that are going on. So you want to talk to your tax professional to see what's available for you. Another really important tip, my practice, we tend to deal with a lot of clients that are already in trouble with the IRS. And one of the things I tell people, when you file your tax returns, make sure that you're reporting all your income. And here's what I mean by that. In years previously, everybody would always wait for their mail to show up, and then all their tax documents are coming in the mail. Well, a lot of places don't mail you that information anymore. A lot of places send you an email. Go download your tax documents, like your interest, your interest statements, investment income. A lot of brokerage accounts don't even mail that information out. They'll send you an email. You need to log online and download it. And the same thing with like cryptocurrencies. A lot of people kind of played around with the cryptocurrency stuff because a lot of places made it easy to buy it. Make sure you go download those documents and make sure it gets reported, because that can become a huge tax audit if you happen to file your returns and forgot to include that. And I'll give you a perfect example. I had a client that we found out that she didn't report $50,000 of income and had no idea. It was a big brokerage account. She never got the document in the mail to fill out with her tax return. And she got audited for it just because she didn't open the email to go download that document.
Yeah, everything in this digital age is kind of moving that direction. Carlos Samaniego, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. In fact, I was taking copious notes here just for next time around, so I don't have to ask you all the same questions, but I think I might as well. But we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much, Carlos. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, some great advice as we continue on. We'll put up a live shot of the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. I just had myself muted there real quick, but now we're back up. Let's take you right back out to Washington, D.C., and hear some more congressional meetings and hearings there taking place on Capitol Hill.
Well, they occasionally, over the course of the time, inadvertently send me something, and then I just forward it to the SEC.
So you've not used a personal email address while at the SEC. Have you used multiple email addresses at the SEC to conduct SEC business?
I have 2 SEC emails. They're both on the website, both stored and retained.
Thank you very much. Do any members of your senior team or subject matter experts have digital wallets or own digital assets?
I don't believe under our ethics rules they do.
Do you own digital assets or have a digital wallet?
I don't own any crypto assets. All of my securities holdings are actually digital because they're held by a broker-dealer and they're digital there.
Have you ever owned Bitcoin or another digital asset?
No.
And so maybe here, I'm guessing most folks on your senior staff, I'm guessing you included, have bought or sold stocks, but none of them have owned, or none of them currently own crypto assets, but are in the process of making rules and regulations on crypto assets. That'd be a fair assumption?
I couldn't speak to that. I actually at MIT taught a course called Blockchain and Money. I taught multiple courses called Crypto Finance and other courses as well.
But you didn't own any crypto?
No.
You taught the course, but you weren't a user in the product?
I did not own crypto assets. They're a highly speculative asset.
No, I'm not asking for your view on it. I'm just saying that you're in the business now of making rules and regulations regarding digital assets, but you've taught a class on it. You've never personally owned a digital asset, any crypto, including Bitcoin.
The only digital assets I have is my bank account and my brokerage accounts, but no crypto.
Very good, thank you. On July 13th, 2022, the SEC proposed amendments to Rule 14a8, which would make it harder to exclude duplicative proposals. According to a recent analysis, shareholder proposals increased 8% last year, a lot of them ESG related. Do you agree that this proposal will burden shareholders by increasing compliance costs? Yes or no?
I think it will benefit shareholders
but will
enhance shareholder
but will it
democracy.
increase, the question is, will it increase compliance costs?
We put out to public comment and economic analysis includes both the cost and the benefits.
Understood, but is there a cost associated with that? Is there a compliance cost?
Sir, I'd have to get back to you as to what we put out in that.
Well, I would know.
I believe
that's fine. The proposal acknowledges the fact that it increases compliance costs, and Commissioner Ueda argued in a statement that this proposal is, quote, one more reason for not becoming a public company to begin with. Do you then disagree with your commissioner's comment?
We have lively and good debates, but I do think that shareholder democracy is part of our U.S. capital system.
Understood. I would be concerned about the increasing compliance costs, and that this burden upon burden upon burden is a reason we see fewer companies going to the public markets in the United States. Let me shift gears. Last summer, the SEC released a request for comment looking into whether or not index providers should be considered investment advisors. I've not heard this concern or this complaint from anyone. Did anyone come to you and ask you to investigate this issue?
It's a policy initiative that has been in front of the career staff at the SEC for a number of years, and so we thought we should get public input. This was just a request for comment, not a rule proposal.
So understood that it's at that stage, but I think it's.
You're listening here to this meeting on Congress there with the SEC chair as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. As we continue to cover all of the top headlines, you can see several of our live pictures from Washington, D.C., as there's a stakeout cam, potentially some GOP senators making remarks as well. as a look at Atlanta at the airport there, as we were watching a developing story earlier today as Southwest Airlines paused some of their flights for just about 15 or 16 minutes. Of course, this was the image from earlier today as we were monitoring this developing story, but they have resumed their flights as of now after those slight pause due to a technical issue. Of course, possibly some headaches there for travelers around the country, dating back to remembering what happened over the holiday season with all of those malfunctions and technical issues taking place. I want to put up a few tweets just to give you a sense of what we were watching earlier this morning, about an hour and a half or so ago. This from the FAA talking about the pause to the airlines' departures taking place around the country. Also, though, they did resume, and here's a statement from James Torres out of the Bay Area early this morning. A vendor-supplied firewall went down and connection was lost to some operational data, was unexpectedly lost. They did eventually resume those flights, and they are back up and running as Southwest Airlines, another live look there out of Atlanta, one of the busiest airports in the country, in the world, as this minor hiccup early this morning. They are back moving forward full steam with these airlines. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox, give you a few top headlines that we're following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, including international stories out of Russia, as an American reporter jailed in Russia is heading back to his prison cell on Tuesday following a court appearance in Moscow. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more.
The charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately release him.
Evan Gershkovich will be spending more time in a Russian prison. The American journalist, arrested on spying charges, appeared in court on Tuesday for the first time since his initial appearance last month. He appealed his detention, asking for bail, but a Russian judge rejected that appeal, meaning Gershkovich will remain behind bars until at least the end of May.
We will continue to provide all appropriate support to Evan and his family, and we expect Russian authorities to provide continued consular access to Evan.
Gershkovich is a Moscow-based reporter for the Wall Street Journal. He wrote articles critical of the war in Ukraine and Russian President Vladimir Putin before officials claim they caught him red-handed trying to steal military secrets. His lawyers say it's just the latest in a pattern of persecution for journalists throughout the country.
He is in a combative mood. He is ready to fight for independent journalism. He is ready to defend himself.
The court appearance coinciding with the visit to the front lines in Ukraine by Putin is second in 2 months, hoping to rally his troops ahead of what's expected to be a tough Ukrainian counter-offensive in the coming weeks.
It's important to me to hear your opinion about how the situation develops, listen to you, and exchange information.
Gershkovich is facing a prison sentence of up to 20 years if he's convicted of those espionage charges. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you so much. Following that major story here very closely on Live Now from Fox. Back here at home, though, the ATF director was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill on Tuesday, facing questions from lawmakers as communities reel from another violent weekend as well of shootings. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
3 weeks after the Nashville mass shooting, protesters once again hit the steps of the state capitol, this time carrying caskets. They hope the image sticks with lawmakers whom they're urging to pass gun reform.
Third graders saw the dead bodies of their friends.
In Alabama, a community is also grappling with grief after 4 people were killed at a Sweet 16 birthday party over the weekend. That tragedy among the more than 160 mass shootings this year. New research shows the number of gun deaths among children and teens in the U.S. rose 50% in 2 years.
This is not the time to sit and be complacent because 120 people at least die every day from gun violence.
Still, passing more gun measures in a divided Congress is a tall task.
How is this not a blatant attack on Americans' Second Amendment rights?
Despite more Americans voicing concern over the political gun debate.
Certainly, we all know the number of mass shootings in this country continue to rise.
ATF has not significantly grown as
firearms violence and violent crime in our country has grown.
With action from Congress unclear, at least one company is taking action that could help curb the gun crisis. BioFire Technologies has developed a smart gun that uses fingerprint and facial recognition to prevent unauthorized people from firing it. But the push for a bipartisan solution remains. According to a new survey, gun-related incidents are becoming more common. 1 in 5 U.S. adults have been personally threatened by a gun. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you for that latest report, Madeline. Certainly something we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox, stemming from that most recent shooting in Alabama just over the weekend. We're going to put up this shot here on Live Now from Fox as we're expecting to hear from some lawmakers themselves on Capitol Hill, a stakeout cam outside of the Senate. We heard from Chuck Schumer on the floor as well as Mitch McConnell on the floor. We'll take you out to those remarks soon, very soon here on Live Now from Fox. We want to get out to another major story that we're learning new developments of out of Nevada, and stemming from the snowplow accident involving actor Jeremy Renner. I'll put up this tweet from the health system there in Reno, Nevada, as they were saying they're thrilled to welcome Jeremy Renner back to Renown Health. For all our care teams, we are happy to see Jeremy recovering well. Of course, this stems from that January snowplow accident in Nevada that left the actor with 30 broken bones, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung. We're now learning more information on this in the body cam footage released from the county sheriff's office. For more on this, let's go out to Reno, Nevada for this story.
We got this video after I put in a public records request. A lot of people responded to Jeremy Renner's house off Mount Rose Highway on New Year's Day. And it was this quick response that helped get him to the hospital and saved his life. The video has been redacted in some parts to protect privacy and sensitive information.
That truck was stuck in the driveway. They were using this to get the truck out of the driveway.
Renner's nephew's truck was stuck, and it was the snowcat that helped free it. The nephew in the black camo jacket explains to deputies on this body camera footage how Renner ended up under the snowcat.
He went up and then turned around, got out to tell me something, and then that's when it started coming at me like full force. That's when he tried to jump back in there.
The snowcat kept moving after it crushed Renner. You can see where emergency crews worked on Renner and how far the big machine is away.
He slipped because these tracks, there's no way to stand on them.
He tried to jump on it?
He tried to jump on it into the thing, and it took him under.
Emergency crews stabilized Renner, and he was flown to the hospital in Reno. Renner posted on social media that he broke more than 30 bones and had chest and head trauma. After 2 weeks in the hospital, he did return home. About a week ago, he was in Reno thanking his first responders. In studio, Kim Burrows, News 4 on your side.
You're just hearing there from that story and some of that body cam video from that incident as he was airlifted to a hospital. And this is also the health department there in Reno saying they're thrilled to welcome Jeremy Renner back to Renown Health. For all our care teams, we're happy to see Jeremy recovering well. Hashtag fight the good fight. So good to hear that Jeremy Renner is doing better after that very scary incident. 30 broken bones, a pierced liver, and a collapsed lung. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Day fell on a Saturday. It was pushed just a few days to the 18th of April today. For more on this, we want to go out to Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, as the Americans for Tax Reform president, as well as some lawmakers on hand on the steps of Capitol Hill of the U.S. Capitol, making some remarks on this tax day. Let's listen into what they had to say here.
Children, and we've got to rein in the spending, grow the economy, return to pro-growth policies like lower taxes. We do that like our fathers and grandfathers did after World War II, we can save this country. And the best and brighter days are ahead of us. Thank you, Grover.
Thank you. Next, Kevin Hearn, who chairs the Republican Study Committee. Kevin.
Thank you all for being here. You know, every day, tax day, is a reminder of the obligation to the government that we have. In an organized society, citizens pay taxes to their government in exchange for things like military protection and public services. It's a partnership. We work together. Americans expect their government to be good stewards of their tax dollars and not take more of their hard-earned money than they need. Today, we're staring down the barrel of a monumental debt disaster, and it's a direct result of the careless spending in our capital. The federal government no longer respects its taxpayers. Under the Biden administration, your tax dollars have been abused and taken for granted. Our debts are piling up at a record pace, but Democrats want to keep their foot on the gas. It's tax day, so yes, we fulfill our obligation to government, but it comes with an opportunity to hold that government accountable for the way they spend our tax dollars. It's never been more timely than it is today. In 2017, Congress passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and President Trump signed it into law. Democrats said those tax cuts would ruin our economy, but the opposite happened. Wages grew, investments grew, jobs were created, and the United States saw the highest tax revenues in our history, all as a result of tax cuts. The American people are much better stewards of their own money than the federal government. When we give Americans more control over their own money, the economy thrives. When we disrespect the taxpayer and waste their hard-earned money, the economy suffers. Inflation rises, the cost to heat your home and put food on your table rises as well. Companies have to lay off employees and cut wages. Does all of that sound very familiar and like what we're seeing today? We've seen how the economy thrives under pro-growth policies. We've seen how the economy suffers under a Democrat spending spree. The facts remain the same. When the government spends more, the American people have less. It's time to stop the spending, balance our budget, and start paying down our debts. Thank you. I want to thank Grover for all he does over at American Tax Reform. Thank you all.
Next, Congresswoman Carol Miller from West Virginia. She is the leader on H.R. 3425, the Saving the Gig Economy Taxpayer Act.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Grover, for having this press conference on this beautiful, windy spring day. The contrast between the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the American Rescue Plan is ridiculous. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act worked for the American people, while the American Rescue Plan Act created tax hikes that actively take money out of the pockets of the American worker. For the past 2 years, I have been working with the Republicans to fix another law that needlessly tax hardworking Americans and independent contractors who use online services, payment platforms, and marketplaces. I reintroduced the Saving Gig Economy Taxpayer Act to repeal an unfair tax hike that the American Rescue Plan used to target the income of people selling items online and using online payment platforms. President Biden is targeting Americans who are trying to make ends meet by unfairly classifying their normal sales and purchases as running a business, essentially raising taxes on people who are making a lot less than $400,000 a year. Because of the Democrats' law change in the 1099-K form, Someone who is selling, let's say, exercise equipment out of their garage online, they now qualify as the owner of an equipment corporation. A teenager who's babysitting their neighbor's children, they now qualify as a child care business. And a roommate who has other roommates and they're all splitting their rent together, but they pay each other through Venmo or whatever, they are now property managers and they're all eligible to be taxed by the IRS. This overbearing and unnecessary...
You're listening into this press conference there taking place on Washington, on Capitol Hill as well. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We just saw, stepping to the podium now, officials in New York relating to a drugging and robbery case. We're going to hear from the mayor, Eric Adams, the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, as well as other people, police commissioner there as well for the NYPD. We'll take you out to this here as they're just about getting going here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
All right, guys, heads up. Let make a pass here, please. Guys, down over on
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. In addition to our NYPD detectives, we are joined here this afternoon by Mayor Adams and along with the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and his team. Today we are announcing a final apprehension has been made in a long-term investigation into several crimes, including 2 homicides that took place between September of 2021 and August of 2022. In the course of their investigation, your NYPD investigators never stopped working to identify those responsible and to bring them to justice. There were numerous victims in this pattern of crimes. They were targeted for robberies, and many of the victims are from our LGBTQIA+ community. The NYPD's tireless detectives, their work led to the apprehension of several suspects, not only for the homicides of John Umberger and Julio Ramirez, but for the range of other crimes across Manhattan and the Bronx that they are responsible for. On Monday afternoon, the final suspect, 25-year-old Jaquan Hamilton, was taken into custody without incident. He is being charged in connection with both homicides. This case, once again, epitomizes the relentless work that the women and men of the NYPD perform each day to keep New York City safe. I want to thank the NYPD detectives of the 7th and 9th precincts and of the Manhattan North and Manhattan South homicide squads for their detective work and their dedication to this investigation, as well as the NYPD's Fugitive Enforcement Unit for their careful and precise efforts to apprehend the suspects in this case. Their work is dangerous and crucial to the safety of this city. Lastly, I want to express the NYPD's appreciation to our partners in the DA's office for working closely with our investigators to build the strongest case possible. I will now turn it over to the Chief of Detectives, James Essig.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Detectives investigated 17 similar incidents occurring between September 19th, 2021 and August 28th, 2022. Male victims were offered narcotics or marijuana when they were inside or in the vicinity of a bar restaurant in Manhattan. At the victim's home or at the scene, the perpetrators got his phone, transferred money into their accounts, and took other property in some instances. There have been 2 overdose deaths associated with this case. A Julio Ramirez, which occurred on April 21st of 2022, and a John Umberger, which occurred on May 26th of 2022. In both cases, the medical examiner ruled those homicides on March 3rd of 2023. It listed the cause of death as acute intoxication by the combined effects of fentanyl, bifluorofentanyl, cocaine, lidocaine, and ethanol. Investigation in these two homicides revealed that on April 21st, 2022, our victim, Mr. Ramirez, was approached by three perpetrators outside of the Rich Bar at 369 West 46th Street. All got into a taxi. Our victim was found deceased from a drug overdose. His cell phone was used to make numerous transfers from bank accounts and purchased sneakers from a Soul Stage sneaker store. On Wednesday, June 1st of 2022, police responded to a wellness check at 34 East 61st Street. Mr. Umberger was pronounced deceased. Detectives began investigating the fraudulent usage on credit cards as well as unauthorized cash app transfers from the victim's bank account. In addition, connections were made to incidents with similar fact patterns, including the Ramirez death. Video post-incident depicted an individual later identified as Jaquan Hamilton utilizing the victim's credit cards to make numerous purchases. Pre-incident, the perpetrators are seen entering his residence, and post-incident, they are seen leaving the residence in a red Durango. That vehicle was rented to a Robert DeMaio, who was previously arrested in this investigation. A search warrant was executed on a cell phone recovered from Robert DeMaio. Among the results returned were two videos depicting Hamilton and DeMaio in the victim's apartment. In another, the victim is seen on the bed, apparently unconscious, in the same pose he was later found deceased. A grand jury was convened, and on March 23rd, a true bill was issued indicting 5 members of this crew. 3 members, Jacob Barrasso, male 30 with 9 prior arrests, Robert DeMaio, a male 34 with 4 prior arrests, and Jaquan Hamilton, a male 35 with 12 prior arrests, were indicted for the murder of Julio Ramirez. 2 members, Jaquan Hamilton and Robert DeMaio, were indicted for the murder of John Umberger. Barrasco and DeMaio surrendered to police last week. Jaquan Hamilton was arrested without incident yesterday in front of 241 8th Avenue by the Regional Task Force. All are being charged with murder in the 2nd degree, robbery in the 1st degree, grand larceny, and identity theft. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the District Attorney.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you to the Police Commissioner, Chief of Detectives, Mayor. As you've heard, this was a tremendous collaboration that leads us to this point today. And I also want to thank all of the members of the NYPD who worked on this case, as the Commissioner said, dangerous and crucial work to the safety of our city. I also want to recognize and thank the outstanding members of my team at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office that worked on this case, including Assistant District Attorneys Emily Ching, Matthew Lindenmuth, Megan Mers, and Elizabeth Berry. I also want to acknowledge Lisa Del Pizzo, the Chief of our Trial Division, and the leadership of Trial Bureau 60. Later today, Jaquan Hamilton will be the 5th and final defendant arraigned on a conspiracy indictment related to a series of druggings and robberies which tragically caused the deaths of 2 individuals, Julio Ramirez and John Umberger. Hamilton will be arraigned today on murder, robbery, identity theft, grand larceny, and conspiracy. 3 defendants, Jaquan Hamilton, Robert DeMaio, and Jacob Barrasso, are charged with the murder of Julio Ramirez. 2 other defendants, Hamilton and DeMaio, are charged with the murder of John Umberger. All 5 defendants were each indicted on various counts of robbery and grand larceny, as well as 2 counts of conspiracy. A 6th defendant, Eddie Ashley, was also previously separately indicted in relation to one of these robbery incidents. The evidence supporting the conspiracy counts demonstrates that the defendants engaged in a concerted and deliberate scheme to harm innocent individuals. Their motive, we allege, was simple: to make money. They approached people leaving bars and nightclubs late at night, engaged them in conversation, and offered them illicit and dangerous substances. The defendants used these substances as weapons to incapacitate their victims, giving them an opportunity to steal their phones and credit cards. In the subsequent hours and days after each incident, we allege, the defendants would then use the phones and credit cards to make purchases for themselves. They also sent themselves thousands of dollars in transfers using cash transfer apps from bank accounts and credit card links linked to their victims' phones. The defendants had no regard for whether their victims ever recovered from being drugged, and indeed, as was mentioned, two of their victims never recovered. Julio Ramirez and John Umberger both tragically died as a result of a combination of drugs, including 2 types of fentanyl. I cannot imagine how painful it is for the families of Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Umberger. My thoughts continue to be with them, and it's my sincere hope that today will bring some solace in the fact that our investigation has now led to these charges. In my conversations with residents and community leaders and elected officials, I know these incidents have provoked a lot of fear. Nobody should have to worry about their safety and well-being when enjoying Manhattan's vibrant nightlife. And this investigation sends a clear message that we have no tolerance for this type of dangerous and deadly conduct. This team, the partnership between the DA's office and the NYPD, really is on full display here. It took a methodical approach to piece the evidence together in a way that demonstrated the full nature of the conduct that occurred and led to these charges. The results of the investigation are now clear and in. These defendants are facing serious murder charges. It speaks to the professionalism and diligence of both the DA's office in the NYPD. Our partnership is hard at work and on display every single day in helping to keep this city safe. And I want to end by encouraging members of the public to come forward if they've been the victim of a similar crime. We have a helpline, 212-335-9040, and we will continue side by side with NYPD to remain vigilant in this and other matters. I now turn it over to the Mayor of the City of New York, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you. Thank you. Just really want to commend DA Bragg, the police commissioner, the chief, and DA, your team, for really the thoroughness of this investigation. And it's not lost on us. There was a lot of concern because some of the victims in this case were members of the LGBTQ plus community. And I want to commend DA Bragg for having a member of his team that's part of the hate crimes to look and see if there was a component that was present, and as well as the police commissioner. This partnership made sure that we could get to the source of this crime, and it was clearly rooted in greed, total disregard for the victims, and the investigation allowed us to bring dangerous people off the streets. But we want to send a message to our LGBT community that we understood the trauma that you experienced during this time, and that is why we were very clear that we wanted to investigate any potentiality of a hate crime component to this. And I want to thank both the police commissioner and the DA of ensuring that as they communicated with the various LGBTQ plus communities representatives to send a very clear and loud message. These are dangerous people, and when you see a pattern of using an illegal substance to participate in criminal behavior, it is an aggravating factor that was taken into account. We also want to speak to those responsible nightlife businesses who also assisted here and put the word out to their patrons. You saw New Yorkers come together to participate with our law enforcement apparatus to bring dangerous people to justice. Our hearts goes out to the family of John and Julio. We know how traumatic this could be. We're hoping that these arrests will bring some sense of justice and bring about a conviction of ensuring that the message is loud and clear that those who bring about violence in our city in any level, if it's gun violence or violence through fentanyls or drugs, they're going to receive the same level of aggressiveness to bring them to justice, and that is what we did today. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, District Attorney, and your teams.
We'll take some questions.
Let's start off with Mary Murphy with what's going on.
You're just listening in here to this press conference as they're laying out this new arrest made in this drugging and robbery case. You just heard some victims fatally lost their lives during this. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break here and then get right back into it on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. There's a live look at New York City. Let's jump right back into that press conference there as another arrest has been made in this case related to those druggings, robberies, and fatalities there. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The conspiracy is to commit a Class B felony, in this case robbery in the first degree, and specifically to commit forcible robbery using a dangerous instrument. The theory in this case being that the dangerous instrument is a dangerous substance.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to Tony DeStefano on Newsday.
Yeah, Commissioner Sewell, initially you had said that you enumerated 4 homicides would appear to be this pattern. And given that the deaths are alleged to have happened through wanton, reckless use of narcotics, mixtures, should we consider this a serial murder case targeting the gay community?
Well, I think as we stated, while the many members or many victims in this case are part of the LGBTQIA plus community, the motive was robbery. The motive was for monetary gain. And as it stands out in terms of charging this as a serial investigation, I guess I'll turn that over to the DA's office.
The mayor and the commissioner also both been very clear on the targeting of the community in the general sense, right? We all know the locations of these crimes, and we've met with the community leaders and stakeholders, and that's why the matter was staffed with expertise from our hate crimes units and task force. We thoroughly and rigorously reviewed evidence, including looking at things like, as we do in all of these cases, social media, text messages, things like that. And so there's no evidence of targeting under the law. But that does not undo the sort of trauma that we know, and that's why we've been meeting with stakeholders in neighborhoods and communities. And I would also more broadly mention and credit the mayor and his team for funding our office with $1.7 million last year to increase the capacity of our hate crimes unit. We went from about 3 assistant district attorneys with trained expertise to about 20. So we investigate all of these matters rigorously, thoroughly, looking to see if they should be charged as a hate crime. And here, there was no evidence within the 4 corners of the law, but we still stand with the community and continue to meet and address their concerns.
Ann Thompson, NBC.
Thank you. NBC News has spoken with a half dozen men who feel that the NYPD initially ignored their complaints. They were all victims of these kind of crimes, but they feel their complaints were ignored because they're gay men. This investigation took a long time. Were they ignored because the victims are gay men?
I'll say categorically no to your question. This was a complex investigation that involved a number of different resources in place to make sure that we were able to bring justice to those responsible. We will never discriminate against anyone in this city. They are all part of our communities, and we will make sure that we address any concerns that they have. This investigation took a long time, but I think the results speak for themselves, that everything was done to make sure we held those accountable who committed these crimes.
Mr. Mayor, is there anything you want to say to the gay community who feels that they have not been heard?
Yeah, no, and you, in these cases, you have to get it right. And sometimes the desire to get it right collides with the immediacy that people would like to see in justice. The number of times you'll get a call of stating, why aren't you making an arrest right now? Even if you have a suspect, you may not have probable cause to actually arrest. If we do a premature indictment or arrest, families won't get the justice they deserve and need. And so we understand clearly, anytime you are a victim of a crime, there is a desire to immediately see the issue resolved. But a complex case like this, that the DA and the police department methodically went through the evidence and came out on the other side with indictments that is going to now go to trial. We will never be expeditious that is going to endanger allowing guilty people to walk free. And so our hearts goes out to the family. We're going to continue to communicate to the community, but it was about being thorough so we do not make the mistake of being premature and allow dangerous people to stay on the street.
We're going to go Craig McCarthy, New York Post.
Commissioner, can you say how many in the LGBTQ+ community were victims of these crimes? And the drugs was obviously had fentanyl in it, the 2 overdoses, but were the drugs similar in the 15 other cases? Did that make it difficult to connect all the cases, or is it just this tragic accident or tragic incident with these 2 overdoses?
As Chief asked to discuss the investigation.
So in terms of the drug overdoses, the 2 drugs that we know were used for those 2 were the fentanyl, fluorofentanyl, lidocaine, cocaine. What was the first part of your question?
How many members of the LGBTQ+ community were
We know many, if not most, were members. We know there were roommates who were also victims when they went back, where property was taken from the apartment. We don't know what community they belonged to, but many, if not most, of the men that were confronted were members of the LGBT community.
And the drugs used in the other 15 cases, was it similar to the overdoses, or is it?
They offered marijuana and other similar narcotics.
All right, we're going to Juliet Papa, 10-10. We got time for 2 more. Juliet Papa.
Do you believe that Mr. Ramirez was either forced to get into the vehicle with these suspects or forced to take the drugs, and in the same case with Mr. Underwood, that he was forced to go back to the apartment so that they could overdose and
In the Ramirez case, we have video of them entering a taxi. It doesn't appear to be forced. In the Umberger case, going back to his apartment, we have them going up to the apartment, you know, and leaving the apartment. And that's how we ultimately cracked this case with the Durango, ties it to DeMaio, which the cell phone, and then we get the video. But we don't know if they were forced or coerced, you know, in terms of Umberger. But Ramirez appears to have gone into the cab willingly.
All right, this is going to be our last question. Rock Paris Condola, Daily News.
For Chief Essing, Chief, two-part question. For the accused killers in this ring, who's the ringleader? How do they know each other? And where does the death of the woman fit in, either to this ring or the other one?
Yeah.
The other pattern, I should say.
I mean, wouldn't say there's a ringleader. They all know each other. They're from the Brooklyn. Most of them live on Front Street or Bridge Street over in Brooklyn, although one of our persons live up in Adam Clayton Powell and up in Manhattan, but we think they're friends from Brooklyn. As terms of in the Gallagher, that overdose was just ruled a homicide. It's an active investigation. And, you know, that's an active investigation. We took down another case like this in December, and then this one here resulting in 2 deaths in September, 2 deaths today we're announcing. But that's an active investigation into the Gallagher.
All right, thank you everyone for your time and attention. Thank you.
You're just listening into this new developments and to the arrest there. As you can see, members of the NYPD, the mayor, DA Alvin Bragg in Manhattan, giving us an update there here on this very sad story there as another arrest has been made. For more on this, we want to take you out to our Fox 5 team in New York who had video of the suspect in handcuffs there. Let's take out to you more there in New York City.
35-year-old Jaquan Hamilton, seen here donning a face mask, orange hoodie, and a jacket, was completely silent as he was led out of the 7th Precinct by police in handcuffs. Hamilton is the 3rd suspect to be placed under arrest and linked to the murders of 2 men who died after leaving gay bars in Hell's Kitchen. He was picked up at around 7:30 last night on Bridge Street in Brooklyn and faces 1 count of murder, robbery, and grand larceny charges. He's also being charged with conspiracy and ID theft. 2 other alleged accomplices, 30-year-old Jacob Barroso and 34-year-old Robert DeMaio, were arraigned on similar charges earlier this month. By the end of March, police had linked dozens of druggings, including 7 fatal overdoses, to 2 separate robbery patterns in and around Manhattan nightclubs. According to the NYPD, the 3 suspects drugged their victims and wiped their bank accounts after using facial recognition technology on the victims' iPhones.
When people believe that a community has been targeted, whether it's the LGBTQ community, the Jewish community, the African American community, those need to be taken particularly seriously.
The deaths of 2 victims, John Umberger and Julio Ramirez, were only ruled homicides recently. They were previously suspected to be overdoses. Last spring, police say 25-year-old Julio Ramirez left the Ritz in Hell's Kitchen with a group of men. He was given a lethal cocktail of drugs, robbed, and then left to die in the back of a taxi. A month later, 33-year-old John Umberger was fatally drugged and robbed after leaving another gay club just a few blocks away from the Ritz. Umberger was a political consultant from Washington, D.C., who was found in the Upper East Side townhouse where he had been staying. According to the city medical examiner, both batches of drugs were laced with fentanyl.
Certainly a very sad story, as we just heard, for the last arrest, that 3rd arrest there from officials in New York City. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Here's a live look at the White House as we approach the 2 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Of course, we're expecting to hear from President Biden regarding that executive order around access to child care as they increase that. We'll have that for you here on Live Now from Fox Live on Unfiltered. Until then, let's take you out to Washington, D.C. once more as House leadership for the Democrats there making some remarks at a weekly press conference. Let's listen in here to this on Live Now.
Well, let's talk about what this bill does. I mean, this is Republican culture wars going into our classrooms from Washington, D.C. There are already rules and there are already organizations who are taking the lead on this. The NCAA, the International Olympic Committee, both have guidelines and rules for participating in sports. This is about banning kids from playing sports. And as Vice Chair Lieu said, ask our Republican colleagues how you're going to determine that. How are they going to inspect that? A lot of us up here, all of us up here have kids. A lot of them played sports. What are they comfortable doing? Are they comfortable, are Republicans advocating for coaches to inspect young women? Are they comfortable for a referee or an athletic director? That's what this is about. And so if you have a young daughter playing sports, you should be incredibly concerned about this bill, because that's the next step. And that's what Republicans should be asked, is how you implement this. What is the next step? And that's why Republicans have vetoed this. And in the House Democratic Caucus this morning, Mark Takano, as well as Whip Clark, read portions of Governor Cox's veto statement in Utah. He vetoed this bill, and I wanted to just read a passage. And he said, finally, there's one more important reason for this veto. I must admit, I'm not an expert in transgenderism. I struggle to understand so much of it, and the science is conflicting. When in doubt, however, I try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. That's what we're dealing with. Republicans have vetoed these bills. Some Republicans, because they care about compassion. And by the way, the governor also said 75,000 high school kids participate in sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids play sports in Utah. 1 transgender student playing girls sports. That's what this is about. This is a continuation of culture wars. They wanted to ban abortion care, ban books, and now ban kids playing sports. Next question.
Quick follow-up on debt ceiling. Where are you guys on the concept of a debt ceiling increase that is not, that has anything, big, small, you're not going to negotiate with me, and I don't want to negotiate, but where are you, could Democrats support, in theory, a debt ceiling increase that has something else on it?
We are always willing to have conversations with our Republican colleagues. And like I said, when it comes to debts and deficits and spending, we're happy to have those conversations. In the Budget Committee, if Republicans choose to put up a budget blueprint or a budget, which we hear may not happen, I don't know. I learned some of that information from you all. If Republicans want to put up a budget, we're happy to look at that. If Republicans want to put top-line bills up and talk about our appropriations process, we're happy to engage in those efforts as we have in the past. When it comes to the full faith and credit of the United States and paying our bills, those are separate conversations. The United States should stand for, and always has stood for, paying our bills. I think the American public realize that. I look forward to our Republican colleagues hopefully getting to that realization. We'll see. Speaker McCarthy says he has the votes for this, so we'll see what Republicans can put up and what they can pass.
You're just listening in here to this weekly press conference, answering questions there on Capitol Hill. We were waiting for President Biden in just about 10 minutes to make some remarks about child care access and that new executive order put in place. This is a live look out there. We're also awaiting potentially some GOP senators making remarks on Capitol Hill. I'm Andy Mack. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and just as we went to break, we do have that shot up now out of the White House as President Biden expected to make some remarks on the executive order he just signed earlier today relating to increases to access to child care. That's a shot of the podium, and he's expected to speak in about 5 minutes or so there from the White House. We also have another shot as they'll watch him walk up to the podium as well. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens. People still milling about, the press there on hand, awaiting this press conference there taking place just in a few moments. So we'll hopefully have that for you coming up in just a little bit. We're also monitoring this shot inside of Capitol Hill. You can see our Fox News Capitol Hill reporter there, Chad Pergram, on hand awaiting potentially some lawmakers making remarks. We've heard from Democrats today quite a bit, so likely some Republicans on hand there to make some remarks as people coming out of these rooms, different meeting rooms. So hopefully we'll have that as well here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, let's slide into a meeting from earlier today as there was a discussion about the origins of COVID-19. Let's listen in from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox from some of these representatives from around the country.
So-called analytic exchange that had been hosted by the State Department's Intelligence and Research Bureau that day or the day before, including a number of U.S. scientists who were briefing a range of policymakers from across the interagency.
So that the authors were on the conference call with Dr. Fauci on February 1st, 2020, where they almost universally said COVID-19 may have come from a lab.
That actually I'm not sure of, and there's a little bit of a difficulty in identifying exactly who was part of that State Department briefing just because of the rules that we were subject to.
Okay. Director Ratliff, once you became director, did Dr. Fauci relay any of these concerns to you?
He didn't.
May have come from a lab?
He did not.
And why do you think he did not?
Well, that would I would obviously have to speculate, but I would point you to Dr. Fauci being perhaps the best person to answer that, and there is publicly available under information that has been obtained through open sources and freedom of information, where Dr. Fauci and other virologists and scientists talk about the fact that it would bring unwanted attention to funding sources and the research that was taking place using funding sources, domestic funding sources from the United States, and the relationship of certain Western scientists with scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where unsafe coronavirus research was taking place in labs that did not have appropriate biosafety levels and precautions, as had been reported.
Oh, this is so bad. It just gets worse every day. These scientists flipped 180 degrees with no new evidence, produced a paper not based on facts, and then may have used that paper to brief the intelligence community and suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This is a how-to manual in orchestrating a cover-up by using some of the most powerful and influential institutions in our country. If you ask me, this was set in motion by Dr. Fauci to hide U.S. funding of gain-of-function research and dodge accountability for a virus that has killed more than 1 million Americans. This must be investigated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Winstrup, and my thanks also to Ranking Member Ruiz and all others who collaborated to make sure that we could have this hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for their participation. Mr. Radcliffe, welcome back. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored in many ways that the Chinese Communist Party's growing influence is absolutely contrary to America's interests and to America's values. If we as a Congress fail to meet this moment, I fear that we will undermine for some time to come our ability to respond to the next public health crisis and to protect American interests both at home and abroad. We've got a long road ahead of us. However, in the last 2 years, congressional Democrats, as the majority party during that time, working with President Biden, did lay the groundwork to make sure that we take decisive action necessary to safeguard and to advance our health, our geopolitical, and our economic interest. In October of last year, the Biden administration announced its national security strategy, which includes, as most of us know, a 3-part plan focused on outcompeting China. And Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that that national strategy be entered into today's record.
Without objection.
The first step of the plan was to invest in strengthening American competition. President Biden delivered on that, rolling out initiatives guided by the Bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act to strengthen American manufacturing and American supply chains, all, mind you, while solidifying America's technological leadership on the global stage. The State Department also launched, as we know, the China House Initiative, which brings together China experts from throughout the State Department and security officials to help the administration responsibly manage competition between the U.S. and China. The second step of the plan was to work with America's allies with common purpose and with a common sense. President Biden delivered, convening, as we know, the leaders of Egypt, Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the EU, Italy, the UK, Mexico, and Canada to emphasize that combating China's global influence must be a team effort, to which, by the way, they all concurred. The third and final part of the plan was to put resources to defending America's interests abroad. The President delivered, including in his fiscal 2024 budget proposal to the Congress, comprehensive investments in the Indo-Pacific region's critical infrastructure, as well as investments focusing on shoring up American defenses in that region. Dr. Lowenthal, you're by all counts an expert in intelligence matters and have a robust understanding of China's influence in the global order. I appreciate the recommendation in your written testimony advocating for a national intelligence officer. I appreciate the chair's comments that if in fact there is a similar position in place, that we ought to look at expanding that role. Can you tell this committee, sir, and the American people what you think is the most important tactic that this Congress can use to counter the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think it's, excuse me, Mr. Mafuni, I'm covering from a cold. I don't have COVID, I promise you. It's less a tactic than a strategy. We need a strategy for dealing with China, and it's a difficult issue because we are entangled with them economically. They are a competitor. They are a rival. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily an enemy, but we have to figure out how do we outcompete them without resulting in overt hostility. And you have to also remember that anything that we do is going to have a reaction from the Chinese. So when President Biden tries to control the chip industry, for example, so that we're not supplying a rival with the technology that they need, which makes good sense to me. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union during the Cold War very successfully. The Chinese interpret that as an act of hostility, which if we were all sitting in Beijing, we'd probably agree with. It's important, certainly as an intelligence analyst, to understand how the other side is going to react. But I think we need a strategy. And I think we have elements of that strategy. I think the AU, the United States, British, Australian alliance is...
You're just listening into this hearing there on Capitol Hill relating to the origins of COVID-19. Of course, following all these major headlines here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. We want to put up a live picture out of the White House, still awaiting the press conference there on child care access from President Biden. But we're also seeing it's closing in very soon here as potentially some senators arrive in Capitol Hill. We see a podium right now taking place, potentially some GOP senators making some remarks from Capitol Hill on a variety of topics. We saw quite a little bit of movement there. I thought it might be people walking up to the podium. Alas, that is not the case as of yet. So still watching and monitoring these two shots here on Live Now from Fox as we await remarks from lawmakers in Washington, D.C., relating to COVID, relating to child care access, as well as a variety of weekly press conference taking place here. So hopefully we'll step up to the podium very momentarily. I want to give you a couple looks at what we're seeing here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to monitor all of these various sources that we do have. Of course, taking a close eye on all of them. Here's on the top left there, President Joe Biden expected to make remarks, was supposed to be at the top of the hour here. Also awaiting a press conference from senators there. As you can see, some flash bulbs going as people making some movement in the distance, walking down this hallway in Capitol Hill. So we're still waiting on these two press conferences getting going here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our first 2-minute break of this hour. Live Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. There are several podiums we are keeping an eye on here on Live Now from Fox, including out at the White House. President Joe Biden expected to make some remarks there on access to child care. We're also watching at Capitol Hill, potentially some GOP senators, as well as the mayor of Los Angeles expecting to make some remarks on the budget. Another big story we're following here on Live Now from Fox during the offseason of the NFL revolves around Damar Hamlin and his possible return to the football field. That would be certainly something to see, as he was fully cleared, according to the GM of the Buffalo Bills. They held some remarks earlier. We want to take you out to some of these remarks, courtesy of the Buffalo Bills, on Damar Hamlin possibly being back on the field this offseason with his teammates after that scary incident on Monday Night Football, cardiac arrest there, but taken to the hospital, revived. Let's listen into some of these people from the Buffalo Bills here on Live Now from Fox.
He is of the mindset, he's in a great headspace to come back and make his return. Since then, he's seen 3 additional specialists, most recently on Friday, and they're all in agreement. It's not 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 or anything like that. They're all in lockstep of what this was, and that he is cleared, resumed full activities just like anyone else who was coming back from an injury or whatever. So he's fully cleared.
That was the GM there in Buffalo, as we had some audio issues right off the bat, but certainly still some good news. Fully cleared, could potentially return to the field. Let's hear from Damar Hamlin, courtesy of the Buffalo Bills here on Live Now from Fox.
First I want to just start with just saying I'm thankful and I'm blessed, I'm blessed to have a wonderful medical staff and a wonderful trainers here who treat me with the care of their children. And that tender loving care just gives me confidence, faith, strength, just all the wonderful things, just to keep going in this journey that I've been on so far. With that being said, also I would like to just say how thankful I am to have wonderful coaches and teammates here in Buffalo that just allow me to grow mentally, physically, spiritually each and every day. So many different aspects. I learned so many different things from my coaches here, my teammates here, the vets here. I'm always learning here, and that's a wonderful environment to be in and to be around. With that being said, over these last few months, I've been on a journey, and I've seen, some of the top professionals across the country, and their answers to me were pretty much all the same. They were the same. And this event was life-changing, but it's not the end of my story. So I'm here to announce that I plan on making a comeback to the NFL. So the diagnosis of pretty much what happened to me was basically commotio cordis. It's a direct blow at a specific point in your heartbeat that causes cardiac arrest. And 5 to 7 seconds later, you fall out. And that's pretty much what everyone's seen January 2nd of this year. Commotio cordis is the leading cause of death in youth athletes across all sports. So that's something that I personally will be taking a step in to make a change. And also, with that being said, all the awareness around CPR and the access to AEDs have been lowering that number as well. First I want to just start
You were
with
just listening in there
thankful.
to those remarks from Damar Hamlin himself, the Bills safety, saying he plans to make a comeback to the NFL. Certainly something of miracles are made of there, as we saw him on the field on that Monday night game in January, suffering from cardiac arrest, though revived thanks to an AED in large part. He was at the White House earlier this year talking about AED access for youth sports, but certainly such good news to see Damar Hamlin potentially back on the field with his teammates there in Buffalo. What a great story that we'll continue to follow very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Like I said, Damar Hamlin was at the White House earlier this year talking about AEDs. Well, President Biden expected to make some remarks here in the coming moments, talking about an executive order related to child care access. As you can see, they're getting the microphone set and everything ready to go for the president there, as we were expecting him at the top of the hour, just a little bit behind schedule. As you might imagine, very busy coming back from that trip overseas recently in the coming days. Let's take you out, though, to another event that we just saw post up here on Live Now from Fox, as GOP senators, including Mitch McConnell, make some weekly remarks on Capitol Hill. Of course, we've heard from Democrats today. We've heard from Senator Chuck Schumer on the floor. Let's hear from Mitch McConnell and other GOP senators from just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm doubly glad to be back. And one of the things I missed the most were your smiling faces every Tuesday. Having said that, with all the skepticism about whether anything could be accomplished on a bipartisan basis, it seems to me that the energy bill that the House passed on a bipartisan basis was not given enough attention in terms of potential accomplishments during this divided government. So I would encourage the Majority Leader to take another look at the House-passed energy bill, bring it up, give us a chance to offer amendments, and let's see if we can surprise everyone and actually achieve some important bipartisan accomplishments for the country during this period of divided government.
Well, today is tax day. Of course, for Democrats, every day is tax day, but this is the point in time when people across this country have to get their tax returns in. So it's not, in most cases, a very popular day for the American taxpayer. And the Democrats, of course, in their budget this year proposed increasing taxes almost another $5 trillion, $4.7 trillion in new taxes, and that's on top of the $318 billion in taxes that were included just in legislation that they passed last year. So this is all part of what happens when Democrats control government in Washington. They raise taxes, they increase spending, and they grow government. That's the very simple formula. And one of the ways that they try and do that is to increase funding for the IRS. So the so-called Inflation Reduction Act included $80 billion in new IRS funding to hire an additional 87,000 employees. In 2025, there will be 105,000 employees at the IRS, a 45% increase over this year. New IRS employees. That's five times, more than five times the number of border agents we have policing the southern border. And what's remarkable about all that isn't that they are trying to improve taxpayer services, which desperately need to be improved because, as everybody knows, in the last 2 years of the number of calls that went into the IRS, I think in 21, 11% got answered, and in 2022, got up to 13% of those calls actually got answered, and that's literally hundreds of millions of calls into the IRS not responded to. So what do the Democrats do when they increase all this funding for the IRS and all these new employees? They shove them into enforcement instead of taxpayer services. Today, the ratio of people who are involved in enforcement at the IRS to those who are actually responding to taxpayer services is 2 to 1, 2 enforcement for 1 taxpayer services. Under this new legislation that has passed, and as I said, the 105,000 employees they'll have in 2025, that ratio goes to 14 enforcement employees for everyone included in taxpayer services. This is something that Danny Werfel, the Commissioner of the IRS, is going to get questioned about tomorrow in front of the Senate Finance Committee. But I think on behalf of the American people, it's up to us to try and hold this agency accountable and realize that in the end it's the American people who are paying the price for all this, and what they're going to get caught up in is a lot more audits and a lot less service.
Well, Joe Biden is trying to force-feed American drivers expensive electrical vehicles that they don't need, they don't want, and they can't afford. Joe Biden is trying to put the federal government in the driver's seat as people make decisions on something that is a very personal decision and an expensive decision in terms of what they purchase. And the bad news about these regulations, these come on top of the crushing inflation that so many people in this.
You're listening into some GOP senators make remarks on Capitol Hill. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break before President Joe Biden makes those remarks on child care access. From Fox, I'm Andy Mack. Let's take you out to the White House as President Joe Biden has arrived at the podium as they're talking about child care access. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
I want them to see that you can truly achieve anything you set your mind to. They said they want to be doctors so they can work with mommy, so I guess it's working. Free childcare helped propel my education. And though I'm no public speaker, it is something I truly believe in and I'm proud to speak on, which is why it is an honor to introduce someone who always fights for hardworking families like mine, President Joe Biden.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Kazi, and thank you for the introduction. And former Speaker Pelosi, members of the Congress, members of union labor that are here today that make a lot of this possible, so many of you. Thank you for being here. The Vice President is in Nevada today fighting for reproductive rights for women, but I know she wanted to be here as well because this is an issue she's worked on her whole career. And I want to thank members of the Congress who have spent decades in the trenches fighting for this issue. I want to thank the advocates and the proud union members who are here. Without you, none of this progress, in my view, would be possible. And by the way, that's why every worker needs to be free to make the choice to join a union. And thank to you, care workers and family caregivers who are doing God's work, taking care of our children, our parents, and those we love so dearly. You care for the people we value the most in the whole world. And I want you to know how much we value you, and I mean that. We're here today to take action on an issue that's fundamental to who we are as a nation, who we are as a country. How do we treat the people we care so much about? Who needs the most help? Our children, the people we love, people with disabilities, including veterans. And how do we value those caring for them? Child care workers, nurses, home care workers, family caregivers. The executive order I'm about to sign is the most comprehensive set of actions any administration has taken to date to increase access to high-quality child care and long-term care and support for the caregivers. You know, under this order, almost every federal agency will collectively take over 50 actions to provide more peace of mind for families and dignity for care workers and who deserve jobs with good pay and good benefits. The executive order doesn't require any new spending. It's about making sure taxpayers will get the best value for the investments they've already made. For example, we used last year's increase in Head Start funding to take steps to recruit and retain workers by increasing wages so that families who need affordable care can get it. Like I called for in my State of the Union address, we're going to improve long-term care by strengthening staffing standards at nursing homes. And I also instructed the Department of Health and Human Services to figure out how home care workers can get the pay they deserve with the money already allocated. I'm directing the VA, the Veterans Administration, to cut red tape and give veterans who need assistance at home more flexibility to pick their own caregivers. We've heard directly from the veterans that this is one of the top priorities for them, one of their top priorities. To ensure we have enough care workers, we're expanding partnerships with community colleges, registered apprenticeship programs, and the AmeriCorps. You know, more than 1 in every 5 adults is a family caregiver. This order recognizes the labor of love and makes sure family caregivers are involved and informed when a hospital discharges the one they love, that the caregivers know about the Medicare benefits their loved one qualifies for, that caregivers of veterans have access to mental health support. Folks, there's a lot we can do. We're doing all of this. Why? Because right now, the cost of care is too high. For seniors in nursing homes, for working families with young children, pay for care workers is too low, and that's why there's so many are leaving the whole endeavor. In fact, half the long-term care workforce, nearly 20% of child care workforce, leave their jobs each year, making it even harder for families to find the help they need. And family members are too often forced to leave their own good jobs behind, to stay home to be mom and dad. The United States of America, we should have no one should have to choose between caring for the parents who raised them, the children who depend on them, or the paycheck they rely on to take care of both. You know, too many folks lie awake at night wondering if mom can't take care of herself at home, what are we going to do? She'll have to move into a nursing home. Are we going to be able to afford it? Can I still afford to get the kids through college and save for retirement? How do I do it all? If I take that better job with a better pay, longer hours, will I be able to take care of my kids? Or will it cost me more than I get the raise and the paycheck the new job I'm about to have? If you live in a major American city, you can pay more than $17,000 a year, as all of you know, per child for child care in order to be able to go to work. And for a lot of families, that's more than you pay for your rent, your mortgage, or college education for your children. You can all imagine a young couple expecting their first child, thinking they should be really excited, but instead they're a little bit scared. They've already need 2 paychecks to make ends meet now. Are they going to be able to do it? They're going to be able to do it and keep the job, and are they going to be able to afford child care when the baby comes? Meanwhile, Long-term care costs for the elderly or people with disabilities are up 40%. Costs are up 40% over the past decade. Some of you have had to spend your own retirement savings to care for your parents. Imagine, Dad lived in a house his whole life, but he can't manage his own house anymore. He has trouble getting around. He needs his little self to stay home, someone to just deliver the dinners, just to be able to shovel the sidewalk, etc., just to be able to stay where he was. Who's going to go tell Dad? You probably had that conversation, some of you. Who's going to tell Dad? You can't stay in the house. You can't stay home anymore. You've got to go to a nursing home. Millions of Americans are stuck in the middle, and part of so-called sandwich generation, caring for young children and elderly parents at the same time. And it's overwhelming. I get it. I was a single parent for 5 years with 2 young children after my wife and daughter were killed in an accident. Thank God I had family to rely on. There's a reason why, by the way, a lot of people don't move beyond where their families are, even though they have other opportunities. They can't afford to. My sister, my brother, my brother-in-law, my mother, they all chipped in. My sister and husband gave up their home and moved into where I lived just to be there, to help me with my kids. Folks, you know, I couldn't have done it without their help. I couldn't have made it. And I was making a good salary. I was making, I think we got paid $45,000 a year then. And that was more money than I ever made in my life. But I couldn't possibly. That's why I commuted every single day for 36 years, so I could be home, because I couldn't sell my home and get reelected without having a home in Delaware. Couldn't move down here and afford it. But I had a big family. I had help. I often ask myself, what in God's name would I have done? Not a joke, had I did not have the family I had. Over the years, Jill and I took care of both our parents, all 4 of our parents. Well, they didn't have to take all 4. One died suddenly. But my point is, we were with our parents to the very end. We could do it. We could afford to do it because of where we were, and we had housing to be able to bring them in. We understand. In the pandemic, we made it even clear just how hard it is for millions of working and middle-class families to provide care for their families. It's not just how important the care economy is to the entire economy. It's when people have to leave the labor force and can't enter in the first place because caregiving responsibilities. They can't fully participate in the economy. And that drags down the whole nation's productivity and growth overall. Care work is demanding, as many of you in this audience know. It requires serious skill. But these workers are among the lowest paid workers in the country. As soon as I got in office, I signed the American Rescue Plan to help millions of families afford child care. The consequence, we're able to keep 200,000 child care advisors and providers, many of them in small women-owned businesses, keep their doors open during the pandemic, taking care of as many as 9.6 million children during the pandemic because of that act. 1/3 of child care providers said they would have to shut down for good without the help. Instead, the American Rescue Plan helped them stay afloat, and in many cases, increased pay for the child care workers. It also helps states expand and strengthen Medicaid home care programs. We also increased child care and development block grants, helping more low-income families afford child care. You know, we issued the first ever and much needed national strategy on support family caregivers. And that was, Nancy, thank you. And received federal dollars through the CHIPS and Science Act, which I might point out has already generated $200 billion in investment in the United States, commitments. Those companies are going to have to provide high-quality, affordable child care for their workers if they want to participate in the programs. We're using the power of the federal government to get companies to do what's good for their workers, and I might add, good for business as well. Good for business as well. And folks, care workers deserve to make a decent living, and that's a fight I'm willing to have. We need it. Folks, we know there's more to do. And yet yesterday, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy, went to Wall Street. He did not tell the wealthy or the powerful on Wall Street that it was finally time for them to start paying their fair share of taxes. That didn't come up. Other than say they're going to renew the $2 trillion tax cut. Anyway, I won't. Instead, he proposed huge cuts to important programs that millions of Americans count on, millions of middle-class, suburban, as well as inner-city folks. He threatened to become the first speaker to default on our national debt, which took over 230 years to accumulate. He threatened to be the first one to default on the debt, which would throw us in a gigantic recession and beyond, unless he gets what he wants in the budget. Folks, you've got to ask yourself, what are MAGA Republicans in Congress doing? Because this is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal. You know, the two presidents that warned most directly against playing with the national debt were Ronald Reagan. He spoke very, very passionately about that. And he came forward. And anyway, I won't, but you know, why are they doing this? What's the purpose? The Speaker talked about limited spending, which sounds good. And by the way, I was able to cut the deficit by $1.7 billion in 2 years. And if we pass the budget I'm proposing, we'll lower the spending way beyond that just in the first year. We're gonna lower the spending by $168 billion just because the way we've changed Medicare. Prescription drug costs. But let's take a closer look at what he didn't say. Critical programs for hardworking Americans, the ones they count on, will be slashed starting next year if he has his way. He didn't tell you the leading House Republican proposals would cut all the programs and discretionary spending by 22%. It would mean higher costs for child care, higher costs for preschool, higher costs for college. 200,000 children would lose access to Head Start slots. And even more would lose access to child care altogether. It would mean higher costs for housing, especially for older Americans, for veterans, people with disabilities, and families with children. Longer wait times for Social Security and Medicare benefits. Robbing seniors of their healthy meals. 30 million fewer veteran outpatient visits, leaving our brave warriors unable to get checkups, mental health services, and treatment for substance abuse disorders. Congress just passed the PACT Act, which I was very proud of, to help, it was bipartisan, to help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits like my son. These cuts will make it harder for us to meet that sacred obligation to protect those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they return home. They would deny tens of thousands of people suffering from opioid epidemic and addiction the treatment they need for recovery. We're also planning other cuts as well. They'd cut 10 million people, including 4 million children, would lose food assistance programs. Changes to Medicaid would also cause millions of people to lose their health care. And now, what the Speaker didn't tell you is the MAGA Republicans in Congress are still supporting over $3 trillion in tax giveaways overwhelmingly benefit the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. I might add, we have now about 1,000 billionaires. You know what the average tax rate is? 3, T-H-R-E-E, percent. 3%. And their cuts to those critical programs I talked about won't go to reduce the deficit after all. They just pay for the rest of the MAGA Republican agenda. Massive tax cuts, giveaways to gear up for the rich and large corporations who acknowledge they don't need them all. Folks, if MAGA Republicans in Congress won't ask the wealthy or big corporations to pay $1 more in taxes, but they'll make a 22% cut to programs across the board like education, scientific research, basic services people rely on, then they should tell the American people what that means and why they're doing it. It means they want to go back to the same old trickle-down economic theories of the past, while we, the economy, have been growing from the middle out and the bottom up, is sidelined. Instead of investing in kids and cutting taxes for families with children, mega Republicans in Congress support more than $3 trillion in tax cuts and giveaways over the next 10 years toward those at the very top of the agenda, on the income agenda. You know, on the other hand, as I said in my first Tuesday, we brought down the deficit by a record $1.7 trillion. And my budget that I proposed, which I've laid out, would cut the deficit over the next 10 years by another $3 trillion. So I urge Congress to take the threat of default off the table. Pass my budget. If they don't pass, at least argue with what they don't like about it and let's vote on it. But in the meantime, we're not waiting around. That's what today's all about. Let me conclude with this. The actions we're taking today are about dignity, security, and peace of mind for working families and caregivers all across the country. And they're good for the economy as well. When I ran for president to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class, to grow our economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, 2 years in, we're making progress. So let's finish the job. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's virtually nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. And I mean it, nothing if we work together. So may God bless you all. May God bless our caregivers. Now I'm going to go over and sign that executive order. Thank you.
You're listening into President Joe Biden. He's about to sign this executive order to increase access to child care. They're very important for a lot of Americans. As you can see, he'll sign this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, hearing all of these statements, as he also talked about the budget, and also Speaker McCarthy there here on Live Now from Fox, as we watch this very, very closely. Of course, relating to the child care access, he's signing this executive order containing more than 50 directives to increase access to child care and improve the work life of caregivers. The directives would be funded by existing commitments, the White House said. That likely means the impact would be limited and they'd carry more of a symbolic weight about what's possible. The Democratic president was far more ambitious in 2021 by calling to provide more than $425 billion to expand child care, improving its affordability and boost wages for caregivers. Biden also called for more money for the care economy of his 2024 budget, drawing a sharp line with Republicans who are seeking limits to spending. Let's just listen back in here as he signs this executive order on Live Now from Fox.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats as the president departs. Thank you.
Not going far.
You're just listening in there as President Joe Biden signing this executive order to increase those access to child care. Of course, you heard his speech here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live picture there, President Joe Biden. They're just signing that executive order relating to child care access. We watched his speech here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. I want to put up this tweet right now from President Joe Biden talking about an incident that took place in Missouri. He said, "Last night, I had the chance to call Ralph Yarl and his family. No parents should have to worry that their kid will be shot after ringing the wrong doorbell. We've got to keep up the fight against gun violence, and Ralph, we'll see you in the Oval once you feel better." So an invitation there for Ralph Yarl, that teenager there in Missouri. Of course, following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox, as Missouri prosecutors are filing charges against a Kansas City man after he shot a 16-year-old boy. The homeowner claims he was acting in self-defense. For more on this, we go out to Fox News correspondent CB Cotton.
An 84-year-old Kansas City man was taken into custody Monday afternoon and charged with 2 felony counts days after firing on 16-year-old Ralph Yarl. Officers say Andrew Lester shot Yarl in the forehead and the right arm. The boy's parents say it's a miracle their son survived and is now awake and talking.
One of his teachers from elementary school asked him for permissions to give a testimony how good a student Ralph was. He smiled, say, "Of course, he can talk about me."
The shooting happened around 10 p.m. last Thursday when police say Yarl mistakenly went to the wrong home to pick up his 2 younger brothers. He rang the doorbell, and when Lester eventually answered, he had a gun and fired. Court documents say Lester heard the boy pulling on the storm door and was, quote, protecting himself from a physical confrontation. Yarl says he heard Lester yell, "Don't come around here," before getting up to run.
We enforce the laws and we follow the laws, and that does not matter where you come from or what you look like or how much money you have. Everyone is held to the same standard.
The shooting reigniting a debate over Missouri's Stand Your Ground law, allowing people to use deadly force if they reasonably believe they are about to be attacked.
This 16-year-old should not have been shot in the head and then shot once more. That's the reason for the outrage.
A rally for the 16-year-old boy will be held Tuesday night in Kansas City. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that. You can see there's a unity walk taking place there in Kansas City in support of their classmate Ralph Yarl. There is protest in Kansas City and outrage nationwide mounted this weekend over the shooting of the black teenager whose family says he accidentally came to the wrong home, the wrong address to pick up his younger siblings. This taking place on over the weekend as on Monday night. Clay County prosecutor Zach Thompson identified the shooter as an 84-year-old white man, Andrew Lester. They filed felony criminal charges of first-degree assault and armed criminal action against Lester. Of course, we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to another event that we're watching out of Missouri. This one taking place in a courtroom as a hearing in an effort to oust a St. Louis City Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner. It's an ongoing effort from the Missouri AG, Andrew Bailey. We'll have much more on this coming up in 2 minutes' time. Mac, thank you so much for joining us. You're looking at the New York Stock Exchange as we just approach the 3 o'clock hour there on the East Coast, as well as the White House. We just saw the signing of an executive order to increase access to child care from President Joe Biden. I want to take you out now to Missouri as we're continuing following this hearing in an effort to oust St. Louis Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner. This in courtroom there as the Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey is trying to do this as a civil courts building where the first court hearing in the case is set to take place. Motions are expected to be discussed, including Bailey's petition to remove Gardner and also Gardner's motion to dismiss this case. Let's listen into this here and these proceedings on Live Now from Fox.
As we all know, in the matter of Missouri Attorney General versus Kimberly Gardner, it's case number 2322CC00383. We got a number of motions to take up. Before we do so, I'll have the parties just announce themselves and the people that they represent. And we'll just, if we want to start over here on my left. For the attorneys, we are, this is being streamed live and recorded otherwise. And so if you could use this microphone here during your presentations, that would be great. For announcements, you can just go ahead and stand.
Thank you, John Jeffers from the law firm Kaiser Dillon, here on behalf of the Circuit Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers.
Your Honor, Kate Conway of the County Law Group on behalf of Kimberly Gardner.
Thank you.
From County Law Group on behalf of Ms. Gardner.
Please support Jonathan Sternberg, also on behalf of Ms. Gardner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Paige Swinsky on behalf of non-party subpoena recipient Serena Wilson Gardner.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Bill Corrigan for the state of Missouri.
Greg Goodwin from the state of Missouri.
Natalie Warner for the state of Missouri.
Andrew Crane from the state of Missouri.
Thank you. All right, so I think, yes.
We also have other counsel.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Judge Booker Shaw here on behalf of the judges of the 22nd Circuit.
Wonderful, thank you.
Your Honor, Bob Plunkett on behalf of Tyler Berkowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. All right, we got everybody in? Wonderful. So I'm going to go through kind of the list of motions that I have to take up, and let me know if there's anything I'm missing. First of all, we have the motion to dismiss the original petition that's still technically pending. I assume that everybody would agree that that should be denied as moot at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Next, we have the motion to dismiss the amended petition, the motion to stay discovery. We have a motion to quash filed by the Circuit Attorney's Office, a motion to quash on behalf of Ms. Wilson Griffin, a motion to expedite discovery, a motion to expedite trial setting, a motion for leave, and then we have kind of the remaining requests from the motion for leave to amend and set a trial and schedule it for hearing, which I think mostly has been addressed. But is there anything else that anybody had a motion that they wanted to argue that we haven't taken up or haven't mentioned already? No? Wonderful. Well, unless you all think we should do it differently, I think that we should start with the motion to dismiss. Okay? Counsel?
May it please the court. Again, I'm Jonathan Sternberg, and I represent Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner. Your Honor should dismiss the amended petition in quo warranto that the Attorney General filed in its entirety. It's a poorly considered political move that doesn't remotely state a lawful claim for Ms. Gardner's ouster under the well-established law of Missouri. Under the only authority that the Attorney General has invoked, which is Section 106.220 of the revised statutes, specifically its subsections or subparts allowing for removal of a public officer for, quote, willful or fraudulent violation of a public duty or willful neglect of a public duty, he has to show that Ms. Gardner intentionally failed or refused a duty. He omits that from both his petition and from his response to our motion to dismiss, which was filed yesterday afternoon. And Your Honor, that's a fairly detailed motion or opposition, 37 pages long. I did not have time to file a reply in the last 12 hours to that. We'd asked for a week to file a reply. I'm an appellate guy, and as are you, and we're used to filing reply briefs, so I would ask for a week to do that.
Do you have any objection to the request for time to file a reply? You don't have to answer right now either, if you don't want.
It's just another delay, Your Honor. They got 3 weeks to do their response to our lawsuit. We had a week to respond. We responded last night at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I would, as we'll take up with our motion for expedited trial, we're asking for an expedited trial, so I would object to another week.
Okay, thank you.
I'll address it as best I can. Perhaps we can take that up again later.
Thanks.
But he omits from both his petition and his opposition to our motion to dismiss that the standard is that he has to show that Ms. Gardner intentionally failed or refused a duty. His allegations, even taken as true, don't remotely come close to meeting that bar, which is why I guess he omitted that standard. You see, in our state, unlike in some other states, neither the governor nor the attorney general controls county prosecutors, or here in St. Louis, the circuit attorney. The governor and the attorney general usually are elected by the people of the state, and county prosecutors, or the circuit attorney here, are separately elected by the people of their communities. And every 4 years, they answer to those people, as Ms. Gardner did in the last election, where she won by 74%. Only a few years ago, in State Ex Rel Gardner versus Boyer, in 2018, the Supreme Court, addressing Ms. Gardner herself, stated that she has been elected to exercise her discretion to the dictates of her own judgment and conscience, uncontrolled by the judgment and conscience of anyone else. Despite this, in this case, our new unelected Attorney General, Mr. Bailey, has decided he doesn't like how Ms. Gardner is doing her job and seeks to unseat the people's choice. But because Mr. Bailey doesn't supervise or control Ms. Gardner, the law gives him very little room to seek that. And what he's chosen to invoke is 106-220. Again, it's standards of willful or fraudulent violation of a public duty or willful neglect of a public duty.
And that has been alleged in the petition.
Certainly. He alleges the words willful neglect. The question then becomes...
He mirrors the language of the statute.
He mirrors the language of the statute. That's correct. The issue in a motion to dismiss, of course, is whether not the conclusions, but the well-pleaded facts, the well-pleaded allegations meet the legal standard under the statute at issue. Here they don't. In our motion to dismiss, we cite what I thought at the time was the only 12 ousters in the history of Missouri under this statute. The statute's about 150 years old. I actually found another one while preparing for this yesterday. It's a case from 1954 where a county assessor solicited bribes, something intentional. Each and every one of those cases, though, were for intentional failures or refusals. A recorder of deeds who intentionally fudges numbers about the amount of money she received. Sheriffs who intentionally detain prisoners unlawfully longer than they know they're allowed to do so. Sheriffs who misrepresent costs and pocket the difference. County judges, what we would call county commissioners today, who direct that bond money go to their friends. And importantly, only 2 prosecutors in the history of Missouri, both in the 1930s, in the Wymore and Graves cases, who intend involvement in those same offenses. That's what it takes to make for a willful or fraudulent violation or willful neglect. Now, the most recent authority from the Supreme Court about this is the Foote case. They call it Fuchs, we call it Foote, from 1995. They note in Foote that these are 2 standards, right? Willful or fraudulent violation or willful neglect. Willful or fraudulent violation, the Supreme Court says, means malfeasance, that is, misconduct in the performance of official duties. Now, they, in their opposition, argue that we're focusing too much on corruption, and the word corruption has not been in the statute itself since 1945. But that portion, the malfeasance, misconduct in the performance of official duties, that actually used to be its own offense. If you look at the Olvera case, which both sides cite, and the Elliott case as well, both of those cite to an older statute that was repealed in the mid-1970s that was actually a misdemeanor, where people in public office engage in some kind of official corruption. And if you had committed that misdemeanor, even if you weren't convicted of it, the law said in the Elliott case, then that fit that. In the Fletchell case in 1967, the Supreme Court refined, and again, this is after corruption is taken out of the statute, that what willful or fraudulent violation means are willful and deliberate acts of oppression and coercion designed to benefit the respondents personally and financially. Again, this is something they leave out of all of their pleadings. And then in Foote, the Supreme Court again said willful neglect, which is what they cite over and over again in their petition and their opposition, means, quote, the intentional failure to act contrary to a known duty. So what Mr. Bailey has to show to even proceed on this is that Ms. Gardner either committed willful and deliberate acts of oppression and coercion designed to benefit her personally and financially, or that she intentionally failed to act contrary to a known duty. The sorts of things that have only resulted in ousters before. Now, in his opposition, Mr. Bailey skips over this entirely. This is his opposition to our motion to dismiss. He tries to analogize this to the existing cases where someone was ousted for office, with him not identifying any new ones, but skips over that all the conduct at issue, all the conduct that was found to justify those ousters in those cases was intentional, and in the prosecutor cases was additionally in bad faith.
Aren't there allegations here, though, that all the conduct taken by the circuit attorney was willful, therefore I can infer from that it would be intentional?
No, Your Honor. I'm happy to go through each of the counts, which I think might be prudent. In the prior prosecutor cases, the only two ones, Wymore and Graves, those were prosecutors who were accused of intentionally not filing cases against people, all right? In their opposition to the motion to dismiss, they argue that the other prosecutor cases, of which there are 3 others that we also cited, I'm sure Your Honor read, the Attorney General still got their day in court based on their allegations, so they should too. The difference there, though, is in those cases, once again, the allegations, the well-pleaded allegations in the original quo warranto petitions were for intentional failures to do something. So, for example, in the Wallach case, it's the intentional failure to file 95 liquor control cases that they specifically identified. That is not what they allege here.
I mean, if you changed the word willful to intentional in their pleadings, would you then believe that their pleadings were adequate?
No, Your Honor, because the only place the word willful occurs in their pleading repeatedly is in its conclusion, that they conclusorily say that Ms. Gardner willfully neglected some duty, all right? But what the well-pleaded facts leading up to that don't allege anything intentional by Ms. Gardner herself at all. They start in count 1 with an allegation about dismissals. And before I go deeper into that, I'll note that they, on page 52 of their amended petition, the Attorney General has a table of what he says are all the numbers of cases filed by the Circuit Attorney's Office, issued cases for the past 10 years or so. And if you add up all of the ones from 2017 through 2022, so that would be during Ms. Gardner's full tenure so far, that's about 19,300 cases. In their petition, in their amended petition, they identify only 40 cases out of 19,300 where they even allege anything. And in all of those, they don't allege intentional failures by Ms. Gardner. They start in count 1 with a complaint about dismissals. But all they have are 4 cases where someone else from Ms. Gardner's office made a mistake and the case was dismissed for some reason. Again, and before I go on with that, I want to make clear that Ms. Gardner does not accept any of these allegations. I think it's pretty clear from our lengthy answer that we dispute all of these allegations. Ms. Gardner is not throwing anyone under the bus, what Mr. Bailey calls in his opposition a pass-the-buck defense. That's not the defense. The issue is whether these allegations taken as true fit the statute, and the answer is that they don't. So they start by talking about dismissals, but no intentional conduct by Ms. Gardner. It's not like alleged, as was alleged in the Moody case in the 1950s, that she intentionally engineered the dismissals of these cases. There's no allegation of that. They then talk about nolle prosequis in the second part of count 1. They point to 4 examples where there was a nolle prosequi issued. Well, the fact that a prosecutor issues a nolle prosequi, and again, all of those weren't alleged to be Ms. Gardner, they're alleged to be someone else. It's not that she's alleged to have done this intentionally.
Why isn't it a fair inference from what's been alleged that that this is intentional conduct, particularly when you take all of the contents of the whole entire petition together?
Because no actual, no conduct by Ms. Gardner is alleged to be intentional. It's not like any of the prior prosecutor cases. The nolle prosequis, for instance, are much more like the Moody case, where the Supreme Court ultimately said that even an unwise or foolish nolle prosequi doesn't rise to the level of this kind of intentional misconduct. It has to be the intentional failure of a known duty. So unless they have some fact that they can allege, which they don't, that Ms. Gardner engineered this for some reason, that doesn't meet that standard. That's not that high burden. The same thing with the failure to writ defendants. And I'll remind the court that in Foote, again, this is a recent decision from the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court says that the mere violation will not support a judgment of ouster. They have to show more than that, just that some duty was violated. They have to show that Ms. Gardner intended for that duty to be violated. And that's not something the court can infer because there's no extra conduct from which that can be inferred.
But is it your understanding, as it is mine, that the kind of the question of what conduct is intentional versus negligent or otherwise is typically a question of fact?
Once there have been allegations that meet that initial hurdle, they haven't met that initial hurdle yet. All they're alleging is effectively neglect by other people besides Ms. Gardner. That is not, as the Supreme Court confirmed in Foote, enough to allege an intentional violation of a known duty to subject someone to an ouster case. The same thing with speedy trial or failing to prosecute in associate circuit cases. What they're doing is they're plucking out select cases from 19,300 showing that something went wrong and then trying to say, well, now you should infer from that Ms. Gardner engineered that. There's nothing in their petition that suggests she did. So that isn't enough either.
What do I make of the allegations that all of these specific examples are part of a larger pattern in practice?
Well, they would have to show that pattern in practice. They, in their petition, they say that this includes but is not limited to. Well, you can't have any well-pleaded fact petition. This includes but is not limited to. You have to show your cards. You have to show what you believe fits this standard and what they've alleged does not. And even if there's some kind of extra pattern, that would be a pattern not again of any intentional thing. They don't get over the first hurdle of saying that Ms. Gardner has intentionally done something wrong. It's like the prosecutors with their friends in the gambling industry who, in the Wymore case, who doesn't want to prosecute his friends in the gambling industry.
Well, and a lot, those cases certainly are very specific. And I guess part of what I'm wondering is whether, that.
You're just listening in here to this hearing taking place in St. Louis, Missouri, regarding the effort by the Missouri AG to oust a St. Louis Circuit Attorney, Kim Gardner. It's a story we're going to continue to follow very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. I want to give you a few Live Now looks from around the country, including out of the White House. We're expecting to hear from Karine Jean-Pierre momentarily as she will make remarks from the podium there. We haven't heard from her in about a week as well. I also want to put up a live picture right now out of Maine, out of Bowdoin, Maine, as we continue to follow this story developing for the last couple hours or so, as a man is now been detained after this little saga earlier today, as 4 people were fatally shot in a home in a crime that was linked to gunfire that erupted later on a busy interstate highway about 25 miles away, leaving 3 more people injured and a person in custody. I want to take you out to some remarks from Maine State Police as they were providing an update on what happened and the suspect of what took place that left 4 people dead. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Folks, this morning, State Police responded to an address in Bowdoin where they found 4 people deceased within the home. From that, shortly after 10:30, we had reports of several vehicles being hit by gunfire at between mile marker 17 on the 295 and exit 15 here behind me. A person of interest has been detained, and the incidents are connected. There is no threat to the public right now. But we would like to talk to anybody that has experience with what happened on the interstate today or in Bowdoin, and they can contact the Augusta RCC at 624-7076.
Is there only one person of interest, or was there two?
One person of interest right now.
And that you're still looking for that additional one person of interest, is that right?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're talking to people that are involved in this case. There are people that we need to talk to that experience this. So if they can call in, that would be appreciated.
The search through the woods, what was that in regard to?
In regards to where our person of interest was located.
Okay, so that person has been located in?
Correct.
I see.
Talk about how he was apprehended, what happened.
I can't get into those details. Just know that the big threat right now to the public is the 295 shutdown from the mile marker 20 down to the 15. It's going to be shut down for a short term while we work all these scenes. We've got vehicles that have been hit by stray gunfire all across that we're getting reports on. So if anybody has holes in their vehicles, please contact us so that we can follow up with that.
Any idea what the motive is for these shootings?
I can't get into those details, sir.
Do we believe the quadruple homicide was planned? Were these people known to each other?
I can't get into those details, ma'am.
Is that how you're characterizing it, a homicide investigation?
I'm sorry, what was that, Terry?
Are you characterizing it as that a homicide investigation?
The 4 bodies have been taken to the OCME in the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office in Augusta, where they will determine the cause and manner of death of those people.
The person detained, do you anticipate that they will be charged today, or will they be held?
It's currently under investigation, Terry. We can't talk much more about it. I just wanted to get the basic information out to the public so that they can rest easy, because a lot happened this morning between those 2 scenes, and those are the people that we want to talk to, those people that were impacted by this.
Where in Bowdoin is the home?
On the Augusta Road.
What about the victims here? Do you have any idea how they're doing right now? Or what's
They've been transported to Maine General, and they are currently, one is in surgery, one is in critical, but that's all I can release about that right now.
So just 2 injured? Oh, sorry, Jen.
No, go ahead.
Was it just two injured in addition to the 4 deceased?
3 injured, 4 deceased right now.
Are the 3 all from that are injured?
Between the mile marker 17 and mile marker 15 here.
The 4 people in Bowdoin, were they a family?
I can't get into those details.
Was there another shot taken at exit 17?
I can't get into those details. There was several shots in transition between the 2 mile markers from 17 down to here.
And 3 people were injured in the car?
Correct.
All in the car?
It's multiple scenes. So we're working many different scenes, and we're just getting our arms around it right now. But I wanted to get this out to the public so that they knew about the traffic closure and that the person of interest has been detained.
How long do we expect the road to stay closed?
With evidence text processing right now, we've got all our ERTs in those 2 locations. I would estimate probably in a 5 to 6 hour window.
Tell everyone to take Route 1.
That's where we're diverting traffic to, the 1.
We've seen mass shootings like this across the country. Maine's sort of avoided it, it seems like, at least lately. And now this. Your thoughts about something like this happening?
I can't get into those finer details, sir. I just wanted to get something out to the press so that you had it.
Personal, I mean,
I can't comment on my own person.
Can you talk about, though, when you get a situation like this, what that means for the state police as far as multiple scenes and trying to get there and trying to figure out a situation where you got people being shot at the cars?
There is a lot of moving parts and a lot of people, and we're relying on our partners too. You know, Falmouth, Yarmouth, all our partners that came forward to help us out in this. So it's a team effort for us, and collectively it takes a lot to disseminate.
What partners?
You're listening in here to Maine State Police as they're providing an update after the shooting that left 4 people dead and 3 others injured in 2 separate scenes there in Maine off this highway there. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the White House as Karine Jean-Pierre just stepped to the podium there. We'll have that and much more coming up next. Fox. We just passed the 3 o'clock hour there on the East Coast. Let's take you out to the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Okay, I have a few things at the top for all of you, so please be patient. As you all just saw this afternoon, the president was out in the Rose Garden alongside with family caregivers, people with disabilities, long-term care workers, long-term care workers, early educators, veterans, and aging advocates signed an executive order to expand access to affordable, high-quality care and provide support for care workers and family caregivers. This executive order, which includes more than 50 directives for agencies across the government, is the most comprehensive set of executive actions by any president has ever taken to make care more affordable and accessible for hardworking families and further support care workers and family caregivers. The reality is that too many families are struggling to access the affordable, high-quality care they need. And too many care workers lack the support they need to do their critical work and are leaving the workforce. The results have hurt our economy and American workers, particularly women. President Biden wants to change our trajectory and transform care in this country, and that is reflected in his fiscal year 2024 budget. President Biden has also wants to ensure taxpayers get the best value for investments we've already made by helping to make American families access care, all while supporting care workers and family caregivers and growing our economy as well. And that is exactly what this executive order will do. Now, this next topper here that I have, it's just one, it feels like every week, at least once a week, I come to the podium and I talk about this gun violence epidemic that we're seeing across the country and how our communities and families across America, yet again, have been devastated by tragic acts of gun violence. And it is not just devastating for me, I'm sure it's devastating for all of you and your families. It's devastating for this president. It's devastating for our administration. And to have to continue to do that over and over again. So let me just lay out, sadly, what we have seen these last couple of days. 4 young people killed at a Sweet 16 party in Dadeville, Alabama. 2 killed and 4 others injured on Saturday night in a crowded public park in Louisville. A bright, young, loving 16-year-old kid, Ralph Yarl, shot in the head in Missouri after ringing the wrong doorbell. And we just learned a few hours ago, about 12 hours ago, about a young woman, 20-year-old woman in upstate New York who was killed for turning down the wrong driveway. And these are just some of the tragedies that actually have made the headlines. As you saw from the president, he and the First Lady are grieving for those killed and the many others injured and fighting for their lives in the wake of this gun violence that we're seeing across the country. The president had the chance to speak on the phone with Ralph last night. In addition to talking about Ralph's success in high school, his hopes for the future, and wishing him a speedy recovery, the president committed to Ralph and his mom, as he has committed to so many other survivors, that he will continue to fight for gun safety reforms. That's because action on gun safety is what we owe. It is what we owe to those who have had their lives stolen from them, and it is what the American people want to see. Majority of the American people want to see us take action. Despite that, last week we saw many national Republican elected officials stand alongside NRA in a race to the bottom on dangerous laws that further erode gun safety. Though the proposals they're pushing take us in the wrong direction at a time when we're seeing gun violence surging, particularly gun deaths of our children. Now, this stat, as you've heard me say many times, the president put it in his statement recently, guns is the leading cause of death in our children. Guns is the leading cause of death in our children. So So, as the president has said, he wants to work across the aisle in good faith on federal legislation that will save lives. It is within Congress's power to require safe storage of firearms, require background checks for all gun sales, eliminate gun manufacturers' immunity from liability, and ban assault weapons, and also high-capacity magazines. And he continues to believe this should happen without delay. This is something that they can do today if they chose. Okay, on to the next topic. As you saw on Friday, the Supreme Court temporarily paused the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals decision that, just like the Texas District Court's decision, attempts to disregard FDA's scientific judgment regarding mifepristone. This administration continues to stand by FDA's evidence-based approval of mifepristone and the agency's independent expert authority to review, approve, and regulate a wide range of prescription drugs. In recent weeks, we've seen hundreds of pharmaceutical companies and executives, attorney generals from across the country, and members of Congress all speak out against the dangerous precedent this court decision could set if it does stand. We've seen even conservative legal scholars, commentators, and ed boards like Wall Street Journal all point out the flaws in the court's reasoning. I have said this many times, if the district court's decision or the Fifth Circuit's decision is upheld, it would put women's health at risk and undermine FDA's ability to keep safe and effective medications available for people who need them. And it could open the floodgates of attacks against any FDA-approved medication that Americans rely on for care. So today, you'll hear from the Vice President Harris, who will host a conversation in Reno to talk about the administration's work to protect reproductive rights, including new actions she announced last week to safeguard patient privacy. The stakes of this could not be higher. It could not be higher, and we're going to remain focused on prevailing in the courts so that women can access the care they need without government interference. All right, next up, as you know, it's tax day. Happy tax day, and we have some good news for taxpayers. I know people are always excited about this day. Yesterday, we learned that thanks to new funding from President's Inflation Reduction Act, the IRS has significantly improved customer service. You see this to my left here. This tax season, the IRS answered 2.4 million more calls than last year, cut phone waits time from 27 minutes to 4 minutes. That's what you see here in this graphic behind me. Served 87% of customers who called up from just 15%, served 87% of customers who called up from 15% last year, and helped 100,000 more taxpayers in person. So now MAGA congressional Republicans want to repeal this progress, making customer services worse for hard-working taxpayers and making it easier for wealthy tax cheats and big corporations to get away with cheating on their taxes. So it's literally the first bill that the House Republicans have passed. That's how they want to move forward here. President Biden and congressional Democrats have a different agenda, more help for taxpayers while ensuring the super rich pay what they owe. That's what we're seeing today. Finally, a word on the discussion today of the debt limit and the budget. So you've heard the president share his father saying, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I will." And that will show us, you, the American people, what you value. And you hear the president say that over and over again. You've heard me say that, repeating the president from time to time here at the podium. And here's the thing. We still haven't seen a budget from House Republicans. What we have seen from them are trickle-down proposals that would sell out hardworking Americans. Speaker McCarthy doubled down on many of these proposals yesterday, and the Republican conference has advanced others that would kill jobs by sending manufacturing plants we're delivering overseas, end Medicare's new power we gave it to negotiate lower drug costs, increase energy costs while increasing the deficit, take food assistance and health care away from millions, make devastating cuts to veterans' benefit and education, defund law enforcement and border security, They're even talking about adding $3 trillion to our debt and wasteful tax giveaways to the richest Americans and big corporations. Compare that to what we're trying to do. Compare that to what this president is fighting for. Today, he's taking unprecedented actions on behalf of hardworking families to make child care more affordable, improve home care for veterans, and improve care for older Americans. He's laid out how to shrink the deficit by $3 trillion by ending wasteful subsidies for rich special interests and having them pay their fair share. That's all we're asking, for them to pay their fair share. Also, by expanding the power he gave Medicare to reduce lower drug costs. He's fighting to pick up the pace of the reshoring trend he's leading right now. He wants to support law enforcement with funding for community policing and to ban assault weapons so that we can reduce gun crime and save lives. And he wants to preserve our most basic rights, like the right of women to make their own health care decisions. So again, we'd like to see a Republican budget. We have not seen one yet, so that the American people can see for themselves in a transparent way what is it that House Republicans want to do. But one thing that we know that is clear is that this President Biden's budget shows his priority is delivering for hardworking Americans. And one last thing before I go, I promise I will be taking questions momentarily. It's been a while since I've been in here, so I want to make sure that I introduce you to a fresh face in our briefing room today. Kelly Scully has joined our team as Assistant Press Secretary from her former role as Communications Director at ONDCP. She's a veteran of the Biden campaign and the Senate, and we're excited to have her on our team, and she'll be covering healthcare and adjacent issues to healthcare. So, please come back and say hello to Kelly. We're really excited to have her, but I wanted to make sure that I introduced her while I had a second with our very long topper for all of you. With that, Sungmin, you want to kick off the first question?
Two topics. Sure. On your last one,
yes.
On the debt limit package, I know the president did a pretty thorough rebuttal in the Rose Garden of the various proposals that have been brought out there, but there is an emerging thought today among House Republicans that repealing the Inflation Reduction Act has to be part of this debt limit package. So I wanted to get the White House's impression of that offer.
So let's be clear what MAGA attacks on the Inflation Reduction Act would mean for American families. I'm going to lay this out for you. And I kind of talked about it a little bit, but this has a little bit of a fuller layout. So offshore tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs, including in districts many of these members actually represent. So they're doing their job there, I see. Send investments in supply chains back to China. Raise costs for prescription drugs, insulin, and home utility bills. Remember, that's kind of the core of what the Inflation Reduction Act and what you've heard us say over and over. It will hurt American energy independence, protect wealthy tax cheats, and make it harder to get refunds from the IRS. Increase the deficit in the name of special interests like Big Pharma and billionaires, because as we know, the Inflation Reduction Act actually helps in reducing the deficit. And so this is what they would be doing if MAGA Republicans get their way. This is what the attacks lay out and what they would be repealing as well. These really key, critical, important issues that matter to the American people. And guess what? This is an unpopular agenda that the Americans do not support. They don't support this. So why would they go against what majority of the Americans want to do? And this is going to hurt their own district, hurt them and the Americans and their constituents in their own district.
And a quick one on Sudan. Are there plans to evacuate U.S. embassy personnel from there?
So just a couple things a couple things I want to say about that. And you mean Americans more broadly, or are you talking about both? Okay. So, look, the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum's security alert on April 16th stated that due to uncertain security situation in Khartoum and closures of the airport, Americans should have no expectations of a U.S. government-coordinated evacuation at this time. But we expect that will remain the case. We have been urging American citizens not to travel to Sudan since at least released back in October of last year when the State Department travel advisory was set at a level 4, which means do not travel. That's what a level 4 means. It is imperative that U.S. citizens in Sudan make their own arrangements to stay safe in these difficult circumstances. We advise U.S. citizens to remain sheltered in place and to contact the U.S. Embassy if they need assistance, and that is currently where we are at this time.
And what about the embassy personnel?
So, look, we have no higher priority to make sure that our government, make sure that the safety of our U.S. government personnel and their families overseas. That is clearly a priority for this administration. The State Department plans for all contingencies to ensure their safety, depending on local conditions. But we have nothing imminent at this time to announce. We have made clear to both sides that any attacks, threats, or dangers posed to our diplomats are totally unacceptable, and you've heard from Secretary Blinken directly yesterday on this particular issue.
We saw Evan Gershkovich today for the first time since he was detained. Obviously, Russia's denying his appeal. I wanted to get your reaction to that, but also ask you about. Well, actually, let me get your reaction to that.
Okay. Yeah, we do have something at the top. Look, we're deeply concerned by the news that Russia will continue to wrongfully detain Evan following a sham judicial proceeding today, and that's what we saw earlier today. The Biden-Harris administration is engaging with Russia through every available channel to bring Evan and fellow American Paul Whelan home, who is also a priority for us, and you have heard us speak to that for the past several months. And as we have said before, the charges against Evan are baseless, and we call on Russian Federation to immediately release him. We also call for the immediate release of Paul, who has been wrongfully detained on sham espionage charges for more than 4 years. We remain in touch with their families and admire their courage in the face of these unimaginable circumstances. I know you had a follow-up to that, Mary.
You mentioned Paul Whelan. Both he and Evan Gershkovich are being charged with espionage. You just called them sham espionage charges. Does the U.S. believe that freeing Evan is going to be just as difficult as it has been to bring Paul Whelan home, given the similarity of charges?
So, look, I'm not going to look. These are always challenging circumstances, right? As we have known, and we've seen this play out under this administration this past 2 years. Not going to get into hypotheticals. Not going to get into negotiations in public or from the podium. As you can understand, these are sensitive matters. So I just want to be incredibly careful from here, but don't want to get ahead of that. Just know that we are committed to bringing them both home.
Whelan's family is concerned, though, and has been vocal about their concern that the administration might leave Paul behind. In fact, his sister Elizabeth is now pausing her interactions with the administration because she says she won't re-engage until you, quote, stop wasting her time and come up with something more than thoughts and prayers. What do you say to her?
I don't want to discuss private conversations or meetings or interactions between the National Security Council and families who are wrongfully detained. What I can say is this is a president who's committed to getting U.S. citizens who are wrongfully detained and being held hostage home, and so that is a commitment that you have seen from this president the last 2 years, but definitely don't want to go in a back and forth in public. We remain in touch with their families and certainly admire their courage and in the current challenges that they are currently facing, and it's certainly unimaginable. And so, but don't want to get into private interactions or go back and forth with the family.
Thank you. Julie Sue's confirmation hearing is set for this Thursday. Given how some Democrats have been talking about their reservations when it comes to her and her record, is the White House confident that you will have the votes needed to get her through?
Here's what we're confident, and because of her proven track record, as you have just laid out in your question about speaking about her track record, and her track record, you see it working across the aisle, sitting down with business community as well as organized labor and delivering strong results for the American economy. And that's why Julie was unanimously confirmed as Deputy Secretary of Labor. Let's not forget, she actually went through this process before. It was done by all Senate Democrats at that time. And so that's why Julie's nomination has been endorsed by a range of business groups. I'll list them out for you right now, from small business majority to labor, to LA Chamber of Commerce, and labor leaders from United Mine Workers to NABTU and to LUNA to IBEW. As you know, she served under Marty Walsh's, or served as his right hand, Marty Walsh's right hand, for the last 2 years as they helped produce historic job growth. As we've seen, you've heard us talk about the 12.5 million jobs that has been created under this administration, 800,000 manufacturing jobs. This is something that, certainly the Department of Labor and as herself and Marty Walsh were very directly involved in. So we're looking forward to the hearing coming up on Thursday and feel confident, to your question, we do feel confident about Julie's confirmation process. Again, she has a proven track record that she can stand on proudly, and we are proud to have the President is proud to have nominated her.
So as you're canvassing for support, have you heard from Senator Tester, or of course Senator Manchin has privately expressed reservations? What's the feedback that you're getting?
So again, I'm not going to speak for any senators. I will let the senators that you just named speak for themselves. But again, she went through this process as deputy and got all Democrats in the Senate. And so she has been through this process before, and so again, we're confident to her getting through, and we look forward to the hearing that's coming on Thursday.
And on a different topic, I have a question on the secret police station in New York on behalf of the Chinese government, and 2 men were arrested yesterday on charges that they helped establish this on behalf of the Chinese government. Has the White House or the administration spoken to China? Can you give us an update on that?
So a couple of things. The U.S. government has been clear that we will use all available tools to protect American citizens and other U.S. persons from transnational repression and other forms of foreign malign influence. We will not tolerate the PRC government or any foreign government harassing or threatening U.S. persons. Any other specific questions on this particular arrest, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. And then I'll come out there.
Thanks, Trina. I know the President spoke by phone with Ralph Yarl and his family. I'm just curious from a broader perspective, from the President's viewpoint, what does it say about the country that a black teenager could ring the doorbell at the wrong house and get shot in the head?
Look, it's devastating. I think the gun violence epidemic more broadly is devastating. As you know, as you just mentioned in your question, he spoke to Ralph and his mom. And look, I don't want to get too far into it. As you know, there is going to be an investigation, so I want to be very careful from here. And they spoke at length. As I mentioned, they discussed his success in classrooms. But look, this is an epidemic that we need to deal with. I'm tired, I'm sure you all are tired, having to report on these types of shooting almost every week. And we can fix this. Congress can fix this. They can take action today and deal with some real issues that we're seeing to really deal with gun reform. And we're not seeing that. You know, we get asked often, why is it that the President keeps asking for Congress to take action? Because he's using the platform that he has to speak directly to Congress and to make it clear that we need to take action. This is unacceptable. What we're seeing is unacceptable. You heard the President say this. It is outrageous and unacceptable. It is unacceptable that guns are leading killer in our children. And those numbers are just rising. They're not declining when you think about our children dying by guns. And so, look, I'm not going to get, again, too far into the weeds on this case, but what I can say is that, like the President said to him, we hope for his speedy recovery, and we are going to continue to do everything that we can to really deal with this epidemic. This is a president that has put forward almost a dozen executive actions to deal with this issue, and he's going to continue to use the bully pulpit to call on Congress to act.
Before you go on, the audio back here, we can't hear, no one can hear back here. Is that right, folks?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe can somebody on the team get that fixed? I apologize, guys.
I'm sorry, it's not.
No. It's good to know. Maybe we'll get to it. Sorry about that. I'll try to speak louder.
ask the question from a broader lens? Because I'm not sure what in the president's proposals related to gun reform would have addressed either the weapon used in this case or the specific scenario here. And that's why I'm asking kind of more broadly, what does it say about the country that this is, like, this can happen?
Well, look, there's investigation. I think it just went up. I just woke up for a second there. There's an investigation going on, and we'll learn more as the investigation goes by. What we can say is continue to lay out what we're seeing. Our children, our schools, our churches, our grocery stores, they've all become targets. And that is devastating to hear. When I started out talking about the gun violence that we have seen over the last couple days, I said, and I just said this to you in answering this question, it feels like almost every week, at least once a week, we are having discussion. There was one week where the president talked about gun reform and gun violence 3 times. And that's when we saw that horrific shooting in Nashville, where 3 9-year-olds and 3 administrators were murdered at school. And so what I can speak to is that there's clearly an epidemic. There's clearly actions that need to be taken. We are asking Congress to take actions, and this is something that they can do today. This is a president that's taking this very, very seriously, not just as president, as vice president, as senator. His record shows that. But now we need legislation. We need courage on the other side of Pennsylvania. And we just haven't seen that yet from Republicans. Republicans need to act here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. What is the White House's reaction to Mitch McConnell saying that Republicans would block attempts by Democrats to temporarily replace Dianne Feinstein on the Senate Judiciary Committee?
Look, I want to be very clear here. Let me first say that, and the President and the First Lady has offered up, a speedy recovery. As you have heard me say many times, that Senator Feinstein is not just a former colleague of the President, but a friend. And so was her late husband, Richard. And so certainly we wish her a speedy recovery. And look, this is a decision for her to make when it comes to the future, her future. That is something that she gets to make and should be allowed to do that. And what we know and what the President has said is she's had a impressive career. He's worked alongside her with dealing with the assault ban weapons. That's something that they worked on together. And the work that she's done as a senator has certainly lifted up this country. As it relates to, I'm not going to speak to every senator or every elected official that makes a comment. But look, what we believe, when you think about what Democrats are doing or what their request is, this is a request that is, we think that is reasonable. This is something that Senator Feinstein asked for. This is her request. And it is flat wrong to ask to seek partisan advantage from health issues of a colleague, right? The American people reject that kind of scorched earth type of behavior or approach to governing. Again, this is something that she put forward. This was her request. So I'll leave it there.
If her seat on the committee is not filled while she's away with her illness, I mean, is it going to hurt the White House's ability to get judges appointed in the Senate?
So look, what we appreciate the efforts that we have seen in confirming judges and what we believe, look, confirming those judges who uphold the rule of law is a top priority for the President. Senators should not needlessly deny community judges who can ensure accountability for criminal acts. And so that's what we believe, and I'll just leave it there. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. Back on Evan Gershkovich, you mentioned that the administration is using every possible avenue to try to talk to the Russians. Have there been any substantive negotiations or even conversations about Evan between U.S. officials and Russian officials yet?
So, as you can imagine, I can't get into details from here. These are sensitive conversations. Don't want to get into negotiating in public or negotiating from the podium. What I can say is that we are committed to getting Evan home, and we are committed to getting Paul Whelan home. That is what you heard from the Secretary yesterday, and that is what you're going to continue to hear from this President.
I know that the U.S. ambassador was able to meet with Evan for the first time yesterday. Has any message been delivered from President Biden to Evan?
So don't have any direct message to report out. They report that he was appreciative of the support that he is receiving from people at home, and that he feels good and is holding strong. And I think that's important to get a state of how Evan is doing. And so that's what we heard from Embassy in Moscow. And so again, I think that's important, but I don't have any direct communication that was provided to Evan from this president.
Sorry.
No.
How often is Evan going to be able to meet with the U.S. ambassador going forward?
So look, I don't have any specific timelines on how often that's going to occur. Clearly, Evan's health is very important to us, which is why we wanted Embassy Moscow to see him and to get to see him with their own eyes. Just don't have a regular cadence of what that's going to look like, and so I will leave that to the State Department to speak to directly.
You're listening into the White House press briefing here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
That the Brazilian president was repeating Russia and China's propaganda.
Territorial sovereignty and territorial integrity. That Russia invaded. And to say, and again, what we heard, the tone was not neutral, and it is not true. And so we'll continue to speak out against that, just like you heard from Admiral Kirby yesterday.
So just a follow-up. Do you think is President Biden aware of those comments, and going back to the implications? Do you see any implications against Brazil on the diplomatic?
So look, I have not spoken to the president. I'm assuming that he is aware of this. Look, again, Brazil is a sovereign country, and they get to make its own decision. And so I will leave it there. And again, I'll just say that, I'll say this, we are confident in the strength of the U.S.-Brazil relationship, even if we disagree with some of the things that the President Lula said, we are still confident in that engagement, in that relationship.
Can I just ask a very quickly one about Mexico, because the president of Mexico just accused the Pentagon of espionage against his country. Do you have any reaction to that?
I have not seen those comments. That just happened just now. Yeah. I haven't seen those comments, so I can't speak to this at this time. Okay.
Okay, great. I have a question about judiciary, but first I wanted to follow up on Ralph Yarl. I wonder if you can talk about how the president learned about and ingested the news. And a presidential phone call is a significant and rare thing. Why did he decide to make this phone call and then to tell the nation that he did it?
So I think also the parent spoke to the phone call as well. I think you guys heard directly from the parents who spoke to the call that the president had with Ralph, and I think you also heard from others who are supporting Ralph in this moment. Look, you guys heard the news. It was a 16-year-old, a sweet kid, as he's being reported, was shot in the head twice. This is a president, as we know, understands loss, understands the importance of making sure that he's a president that's there when a family is suffering and dealing with a hard time. And that's what you saw. This is a president having to deal with another shooting, talking to another family about what they're going through with their kid being shot for ringing the wrong doorbell. Again, I want to be very careful. There's still an investigation going on, so I don't want to get ahead of it. But that's what we know thus far. And so the president wanted to reach out to the family and to Ralph and to say that, we wish him a speedy recovery, have a conversation, let them know that he and the First Lady are with them. And I don't think that's unusual or uncommon for this president to do.
And turning to judiciary, I wonder if the president of the White House is concerned that committee assignments, which usually have been pro forma before now, or stalling of judicial nominees is going to just become par for the course in the Senate and kind of stall you guys' ability to get judicial nominees through.
Look, I just spoke to this about how important it is to confirm judges and what it means for our rule of law. To ensure there's accountability. So we believe that it is a top priority and will continue to be a top priority for this president. I can't speak to what Congress is going to do or not do, or what the Senate is going to do or not do. I can't speak to hypotheticals from here. What I can tell you is what the president's priority are, and this continues to be a priority for this president.
Hi, thanks, Corinne. Is the president following all this drip of questionable financial stuff happening from Justice Thomas's private life?
I've not spoken to the president about this, so I can't speak to that. What I can say is we're going to be very careful from here and not comment on that.
Okay, how about, can you give a little preview of the bilat with the Colombian president?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can give you a little preview of what that might be. On April 20th, as you all know, President Joe Biden will host President Gustavo Petro of Colombia for a bilateral meeting at the White House. Colombia is a key partner of the United States, and during the meeting, the two leaders will discuss how the United States and Colombia can continue to deepen our strong bilateral relationship by making progress on areas of mutual national interest, including promoting further economic and security cooperation. The two leaders will also discuss joint efforts to combat climate change, counter narcotics trafficking, address our regional migration challenge, and promote democratic values and human and labor rights in the region and around the world. And we certainly will have more to share. As you know, we tend to have these background calls, these preview calls. We'll have one tomorrow, and certainly we'll have more to share for all of you. I'm going to try and take one in the back. Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about immigration. We're preparing for next month for Title 42 to lift and for more people to be eligible to apply for asylum. We saw that new border numbers are out for March and that there's been the vast majority of migrant encounters are from Mexico and Central America. I know you've got a program separately for a couple other nations where you saw a lot of people coming from there, but can you talk about how you're preparing for next month, particularly with people coming from these particular nationalities?
So you kind of asked a couple of things. Let me just touch on the March numbers for a second, as you just stated. Look, what we believe is our border enforcement measures and what we have seen continue to limit unlawful immigration. So that is important to note. We typically see an increase in border encounters this time of the year as weather, I'm sure you've reported, as weather gets warmer. And but what we want to note and what's notable is that the seasonal increase this time around was the lowest in 2 years, and the number of people attempting to cross unlawfully last month was down about 23% from this time last year. And we'll continue to do what we can to build a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system. But as you've heard me say many times, Congress needs to act and to also show that they truly have real concern and not do political stunts when it comes to the border. As you've heard from the Secretary of Homeland Security, they put out a plan back in January on what the process would look like, and we're continuing to implement that plan once Title 42 is lifted. As you know, and we've talked about this, we're expanding legal pathways like parolee program for migrants from Venezuela, Nicaragua, Haiti, and Cuba, and we have actually seen the numbers come down by more than 90%. We're working with our partners across the Western Hemisphere to jointly manage migration patterns. We're surging additional resources, including personnel and technology, to the border, and we're ramping up expedited removals under Title 8. So again, Department of Homeland Security put out their plan back in January, and they're going to be implementing that plan. And I just laid out some of the things that they announced that they're going to be doing, and we're going to be really focused on making sure that we have a humane, orderly process when it comes to the border.
Another question for you. The Supreme Court, Justice Alito put a hold, or not a hold, I should say, but we're expecting as soon as tomorrow we could get a decision on the Mifepristone. Can you talk about how you're preparing for that, both from not necessarily a political perspective, but a practical one when so many patients rely on this medication?
Yeah, and so I spoke about that a little bit at the top. As you know, the Vice President is going to be is currently traveling right now in Nevada, and she's been leading on this for the past week, and she's going to be talking at a roundtable to talk about how we're moving forward. We announced some actions last week, the privacy on HIPAA, what we're doing to strengthen that, and I think that's of course very important. For now, Mifepristone remains available and approved for safe and effective use. I'm certainly not going to get ahead of the courts, but this is certainly an administration, the President and the Vice President, who have taken this very seriously and will continue to fight for fundamental freedoms. We're talking about fundamental freedoms for women, and this is something that the President or this Vice President is not going to back away from. And again, I laid out some actions that we've taken in the past week, but not going to get ahead of the courts. As you just said, they're going to be deciding at some point tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Anita.
I have a question on migrant issues and on Afghanistan. Starting with Afghanistan, the UN says they're prepared to make the heartbreaking decision to pull out UN staff if the Taliban won't allow women to work for the UN. What is the White House's reaction to this possibility, and how could this affect assistance to Afghanistan?
So look, I've talked about this many times about the Taliban and if they want to be taken seriously, if they want us to have a real conversation with them, they have to behave in a way, for example, where women are treated in a respectful way. I'm going to let the UN speak to their decisions, again. Look, we're assessing the situation closely, and with the UN and our other partners. Look, when it comes to women not being able to work at the UN, that is something that we've talked about, and we've said that we were extremely concerned with yet another horrific Taliban action. Women are central to humanitarian and civil society operations around the world. In Afghanistan in particular, only women are able to reach some of the most vulnerable, in part because many of the most vulnerable are women-headed households that male aid workers cannot enter. And so women must be able to work for the UN, as I've talked about, so that millions of Afghans can receive food, medicine, and other basic needs for their survivals. They are essential to the delivery of this assistance and essential to ensuring women, children, and other members of vulnerable groups receive the necessary types of assistance, such as protection and gender-based violence services without risk of exploitation. So again, I'm going to let the UN speak to their decision on how they're going to move forward, but we've been very explicit about this. We've been very clear about our concerns with, with the Taliban's tragic decision and horrific decision on how they treat women in Afghanistan.
And then on migrant issues, these disturbing reports of migrant children being forced to work, how does the White House respond to reports that the administration repeatedly ignored warnings about this, and what are you going to do next? And then if I can just follow up on Sudan real quickly, what's the consequence if these two warring parties don't reach any sort of peace agreement? What's the stick?
So the first part is, look, it's unacceptable that these companies are using child labor. You've heard us say this when the New York Times story first was reported earlier this year, and we'll continue to say that. What I can say, a couple of things that I can say since the New York Times shined light on these abuses in February, this administration moved swiftly to crack down on violators and are more rigorously more vigorously vet sponsors of unaccompanied minors. DOL and HHS launched a new task force to heighten cooperation and better share information. We also called on Congress to provide the resources this administration has long requested to help us crack down on companies that exploit children for labor. The actions we've taken since February make clear that we will continue to investigate and hold companies accountable, but we also need Congress to provide the resources we need to enforce. And we've been very clear. Again, DOL, HHS have taken actions, but we need Congress to also give DOL and HSS the resources that they need to broaden these actions that they've put forward.
And the consequence for the warring parties in Sudan?
Look, we've been very clear about the importance of de-escalating, and you've heard Secretary Blinken speak to this. You heard my colleague from NSC speak to this as well. And so I'm just not going to go beyond to what they have said. I'm going to take a couple more questions. Go ahead.
On the leaked classified documents, the president, when he was traveling abroad last week, said he wasn't that worried because they weren't contemporaneous. But in the days since, we've learned that several close allies are furious, and there have been some difficult conversations with high-level U.S. officials about how to prevent this from happening again. So can you just speak to what role the president is playing in managing the fallout?
So yeah, look, the president has taken this matter very seriously to the point where he asked the military to do a couple of things, the military and the intelligence community to do a couple of things, to run a high priority senior level interagency process focused on understanding what happened, take steps to further secure and limit distribution of sensitive information, and reach out directly to allies and partners to reassure them about our commitment to safeguarding intelligence. And so those are the things that the president has asked, again, the military and also the intelligence community to do. He expressed his concern that the leak happened, and we are, and he is, taking this incredibly seriously. I have to move around because I'm just going to move around, make sure I take one or two. I have to take one or two questions before we go. Go ahead.
Yesterday, the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida's wife was here. Could you let us know a little bit how that went? And then the upcoming G7 next month is going to be in Japan. What are some expectations from the upcoming summit?
So look, on the second question, we'll have more to share. Don't have anything to share or confirm at this time, or what the expectations would be or what the goals are from here. So certainly we'll, as we normally do, as we get closer to the date, we'll have more to share. I believe we have a readout of the meeting that the First Lady had, and I'm happy to share that. But I'm going to continue to move around. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. Two questions, if I could, related to electric vehicles. The first, Senator Manchin has a statement today in which he indicates he would support a resolution of disapproval of the EPA's emission standards that were announced last week when we were in Ireland. He says that they would increase reliance on Chinese-made batteries, make a more energy secure and powerful China. Do you have a response to that?
So, look, the measures the EPA propose will, if implemented, do the following: save American drivers and truck companies an average of $12,000 over the lifetime of their vehicle, which is incredibly important. They'll cut nearly 10 billion tons of CO2 emissions. That's nearly twice annual U.S. emissions. They'll strengthen American energy security by reducing reliance on 20 million barrels of oil. And together with the historic investment that the president has already made, has secured to build more electric cars here in America, and they'll put the United States on a path to outcompete China. You hear us talk about that often, for jobs and investments, building the future of transportation transportation. And so that's how we see the president's electric vehicle program being, his focus on that. And this is what we think it's going to deliver for the American people, as well as really fighting climate change.
And the second question related to electric vehicles. This has been a controversy that's been bubbling up for months now, but I wanted to raise it to you.
Yeah.
The 7 last FEMA administrators have objected to, and they raised serious safety concern about the idea that electric vehicles are not able to receive the stations that have been licensed by the federal government to operate on the AM band. In addition to news and information, this involves stations that uniquely serve Black communities, Hispanic communities, Asian communities, and other underserved communities. Last week, Sean Hannity suggested that this had something to do with trying to snuff out conservative voices. And Democrats Ed Markey and Josh Gottheimer have suggested that the administration ought to be doing more to encourage automakers to have some sort of engineering fix to see to it that EVs can receive these stations licensed by the government to operate on the AM band. What's your response?
So totally hear the questions. Look, while AM stations is a critical tool to get information to the American people, it's not the only tool, and there are other ways of doing that. FEMA works with dozens of wireless service providers and commercial and public radio and TV stations to get key alerts out. That is something that they have been working on, and again, with dozens of wireless service providers. What's important is that any car manufacturer planning to remove AM radio should make sure it is paired with a suitable, proven, and free alternative to receive critical information. Again, this is something that FEMA takes very seriously, working with providers, but it's not the only tool to providing critical information to the American people.
Because there are parts of this country where there's still no cell service. So how does that work if you try to use an app?
No, I totally understand. This is why FEMA is taking this very seriously, having those conversations with providers, making sure that that critical information that is needed to be provided to the American people occurs and happens. But again, it is not the only way. AM stations is not the only way to provide that information. We've proven that by working with other providers. And so we're going to continue to address this issue. We understand it is important for communities that you just listed to get that information, and this is something that FEMA certainly is taking very seriously. I'm going to take one more question before I got to go. Go ahead, Earl. Hey, long time no speak.
Yeah. Listen, just to close the book on Ireland, since we just got back, it was a highly personal trip. There were a lot of cousins there. Did Valerie and Hunter Biden, they flew on Air Force One, did they contribute? Did they pay for airfare, accommodations, ground transportation? What?
Look, this is not the first time. Let's be very, very clear. It is consistent with other presidents when they've had family travel with them abroad. This is nothing new. So just want to make sure that we make that very clear to the American people. And of course, we followed every protocol that any other president or every other president has taken when their family has traveled. And so, yes. All right. Now I'm going to go. So we took every protocol that is necessary and needed when a family traveled. We did nothing different than past presidents. And so, yes, they paid for their way.
The share.
Yeah. Like every other. This is not unusual. This is not the first time that families have traveled with presidents. So there's nothing. There's no there, as they would say. All right. Thank you.
Okay, you were just listening in there to the White House press briefing, wrapping up there as they talked about the president's trip to Ireland, also touching on a variety of other topics today in today's news update. Gonna step away for another commercial break. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich, now on the desk. We'll see you back with more top headlines in just a few minutes. Petrovich, thanks so much for joining us on this Tuesday. Well, the Colorado River and its reservoirs are critical for life in the West. 40 million people depend on the water to drink. The energy that's generated through its dams powers cities, and it's a crucial source of irrigation for farmers. But decades of drought and overuse have brought the river system to the brink of collapse, and time is running out to do something about this. For more on this, we want to go out live now to Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who is joining us from Nevada near Lake Mead, where you can see the impacts of the dwindling water supply firsthand. Hi, Max.
Hey there, Lexi. Well, Lake Mead, as you mentioned, is low. You can actually see the so-called bathtub rings on the rocks behind me from where the water levels used to be. Right now, Lake Mead is actually 180 feet below its maximum capacity. But right now, the federal government is aiming to do a new push to preserve what's left.
For Michael Turner and his family, it's time for some fun at the lake.
We're gonna take the raft out on the lake, you know what I'm saying, swim and stuff, all that.
The country's largest reservoir, Lake Mead is both a place for recreation.
It's always a cool place to come with your family.
And an essential source of power and water in the West. But for more than 2 decades, water levels here at Lake Mead have been dropping due to drought and overuse of the Colorado River, which feeds the reservoir.
It's just so crazy to see it now.
Lake Mead hasn't been this low since the reservoir was first filled, with concerns that if nothing's done, Mead could hit dead pool in the coming years, meaning water would no longer flow out of Hoover Dam and generate hydroelectricity. But with the 7 states that use the Colorado River failing to come up with an agreement on how to cut back,
we cannot kick the can on finding solutions.
The federal government has now laid out 3 potential paths
for the benefit of 40 million Americans and countless ecosystems.
The first plan would be to stay the course and do nothing, which would be an unlikely choice given the severity of the water shortage. The second option would be to severely cut back water supplies from Arizona and Nevada, with fewer cutbacks for California because of its senior water rights. The third option would be to have all states cut back evenly by the same percentage.
It's pretty clear that no matter what happens, there are going to have to be some serious adjustments of water use in the lower states, no matter which alternative is taken.
Though there is some good news. A healthy snowpack in the Rockies this year means that the Colorado River's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, could start filling back up again.
A lot of the upper Colorado watersheds are well north of 100% of normal for what we call snow water equivalent, how much water is in the snowpack.
But experts warn that one good water year won't solve the main issue, that there isn't enough water to go around if used at its current rate.
You can't make up water to this magnitude in the Colorado River. You just have to deal with what's there.
With the hope that a final plan can be reached to save a dwindling river and its shrinking reservoirs.
I feel like if more people come out here and see what it looks like now, they'll take more passion in it.
So what happens next? Ideally, the federal government wants the 7 states that use Colorado River water to come to a sustainable agreement together. But if that still doesn't happen, one of these federal plans could be picked by this summer, and it would go into effect sometime next year. Lexi?
All right, Fox Weather's Max Gordon with that report. Certainly hoping for the best with this. Thanks so much, Max.
Thank you.
Okay, and following some other top weather stories here today, in the upper Midwest, winter 2023 was relentless. Now all the snow in Minnesota is melting and the rivers are rising. Want to bring you more on this from Fox Weather's Robert Ray.
They saying they very low on gas, but they trying to reset the pump. Jesus, take the wheel. I got 2 miles to empty.
In the upper Midwest, winter 2023 was relentless. Now all the snow is melting and the rivers are rising.
We expect to flood every year. That's just what we do. We live with the river.
Hundreds of miles to the south, the snowmelt is flowing down the mighty Mississippi River. In Davenport, Iowa, Mayor Mike Batson and the entire community are preparing and bracing.
There is a prediction, a decent chance for a major flood. So here in Davenport, we have 9 miles of riverfront. So depending on the level of the flood, so floods, when it goes to 13, we're already there. Our west end, we already engaged 24-hour shifts of manning our pumps and our stations.
Flowing south through the Iowa and Illinois border, The Mississippi River is hovering around 15 feet above normal. The National Weather Service categorizes that number as flood stage. You know, you drive around the Quad Cities and you see the water beginning to encroach on roads. And I want to give you one example as I'm going to stop the vehicle and get out and show you the rise of the Mississippi River right now. Pop out and try to be safe here. But look at this if you can. This is the mighty Miss. That is Davenport, right over the bridge area. And you see this road here will be covered in water in a matter of a week, potentially even 2. This will be all unpassable as the river continues to make its increase. Major flood stage is 18 feet and is expected. The hope here is that precipitation stays minimal.
Because that's what happened in 2019. We had a big flood and then a deluge of rainfall on top. That's what caused the huge issue.
Well, many of those levees have already been breached here in Davenport. Temporary barriers.
And as you can see in this video from 4 years ago, downtown streets underwater. Homes and businesses were wiped out. In total, 8 states experienced the wrath of the river and excessive rainfall.
Since then, they've taken steps to reduce the impact that flooding has.
City officials and the Army Corps of Engineers are making sure the pumps are working and up to par. Plus, training employees on how and when to start building makeshift flood walls, which will begin in the days ahead.
It's part of living here, I suppose. It'd be similar to forest fires out west or mudslides on the California coastline. If you're a native, you've grown up with it, and if you're new, you're going to experience it within a handful of years.
Meanwhile, in some other top stories that we're following, flooding leads to delays in fuel deliveries and long lines at gas stations in South Florida. I want to bring you this report here from Fox's Joe Rhodes.
They saying they very low on gas, but they trying to reset the pump. Jesus, take the wheel. I got 2 miles to empty.
Panic setting in Monday night as gas station after gas station across South Florida started running dry.
22 miles to go to work. Decided to get gas on the way back from work. Hit 1 gas station, hit 2 gas stations. Gas station number 7, got here, no gas.
This Chevron at the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and South 35th Avenue in Hollywood pumping its last drop as people waited more than 2 hours, all for a chance to fill up.
I've been waiting in line since 5:45.
You need this gas.
Oh my God, I need this gas like crazy. I have a backup plan to catch an Uber, but I live literally around the corner.
It's not just here. Check out this station on Northwest 95th Street and 6th Avenue in Miami. Ignacio Medina with a stark comparison.
I'm from Venezuela. I feel like I am back in Venezuela again.
Long lines at this Costco on Soleil MIA Way in Miami. In Opelika at this West Star, also lots of people waiting for gas. In Broward, this Valero on Marina Mile, no gas at all. And Skyforce over this Costco where you can see more long lines.
I've been in line for about 30 minutes and it's been difficult to get gas.
Why? Please tell me why.
All local fuel, gas, diesel, jet fuel comes from Port Everglades. Last week's flooding damaged pumps at the terminals.
What's happening is their pumps were inundated with water, and so we're trying to get those pumps, or they are trying to get these pumps back in working order to get the fuel obviously out of their tanks to get, of course, to the tankers to get into the gas stations.
7 of the 12 terminals are up and running. Essentially, the port's fuel distribution is operating at 50%.
We do about 7 million gallons of gas per day into the service stations. We're down at about 3.5 million right now. And I think it's also important to understand that once the flooding occurred and everything shut down for a period of time, that's 2,400 to 2,600 trucks that did not go in. We lost that time. So it's not only a supply, it's also a catch-up.
Officials reiterating Monday there is plenty of gas. It will just take a few days to get the distribution back to normal. So to avoid this, officials say stay calm and be patient, something that paid off a little later in the night back in Hollywood. A tanker rolling in just as some are rolling their cars up to the pump, hoping for the best, where drivers are also learning a valuable lesson.
It's a war zone out here. it turns into a war zone. Gas is as good as gold.
I'm real happy. I'm excited. I just can't wait to put gas in my car and leave.
All right, going to step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what you can expect when we come back. A live look here from California. You'll remember this story from just a few weeks ago on April 8th. A 5-year-old tragically killed while in the car with her family, heading to a family birthday dinner by gunfire. We'll have an update from officials on this when we come back. Us here. I want to take you out now to Hayward, California next. We're getting an update from officials there after a 5-year-old girl was tragically killed just a few weeks ago on April 8th by gunfire while she was in the car. We're getting some new information now from police. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
Tonight at about 9:58 p.m., about 3 hours later, Santa Cruz PD informed FPD that they had stopped the suspect vehicle after a vehicle pursuit. They detained 3 suspects. FPD detectives and our task force responded and took custody of the 3 suspects. A firearm was located near the scene of the vehicle stop in Santa Cruz. A second firearm was later recovered by CHP. The suspect vehicle was towed back to Fremont PD for processing of evidence. CHP and Fremont PD later learned the shooting that happened in Fremont, as I just described, was related to another shooting, which our CHP officials will talk about in a little bit. This incident is another unfortunate reality of gun violence within our communities. This is, however, an example of how technology, our community, and excellent police work can help us all stay safe. I would like to thank all of our law enforcement professionals who once again answered the call to guard our community from extremely dangerous individuals causing harm to our communities. These are bad people, and I am grateful they are no longer in our communities causing harm. With that, I'll turn it over to our partners from the California Highway Patrol.
Thank you very much, Chief. My name is Esri Beauchamp. I'm the Chief of the Golden Gate Division for the California Highway Patrol, which covers the 9 Bay Area counties. As we're kind of going in order here of what happened next, approximately 15 to 20 minutes after this incident happened in the city of Fremont, there was a family traveling together on southbound 880 in the city of Fremont going to a birthday event. a vehicle pulled up alongside of them and rounds were fired into the vehicle. Sitting in the vehicle was a 5-year-old girl, Eliana Crisostomo, who was sitting next to her 7-year-old brother, where a round penetrated the vehicle and struck this young girl. The family, realizing what had happened, as they continued to drive, observed a CHP officer stopped on the side of the freeway. They pulled over, grabbed their young daughter, and handed her to the CHP officer asking for help. He did everything he could to try to help her and requested medical services. Unfortunately, as we all know, this young girl passed away. And first, let me say this is something that no parent, no father, no mother, no one should ever have to deal with. And we as an agency, our heart goes out to this family and what they're having to go through. And the individuals that did this, it's utterly disgusting that they would do something of this nature to such a beautiful young girl and the family members who had to be there to see it happen. In the next few hours, we were able to learn, working in conjunction, that these same individuals, as the chief spoke about, may have been involved in a shooting in the city of Fremont. And as the chief spoke about, through the use of technology, Fremont Police Department, Scotts Valley Police Department, and Santa Cruz Police Department, we were able to work together hand in hand with these agencies. 3 individuals were detained and they were questioned, and we started to put together our investigative profile. Over the next 5 days, through forensic evidence, through closing down the freeway to look for shell casings, to look for DNA evidence, to look for guns, we're able to find evidence that helped with this case. And it was an accurate and thorough investigation that was completed in such a short amount of time. Now, again, our heart goes out to this family. I can only hope that the solving of this case and the evidence which has been presented to the district attorney, I only hope this brings some sense of closure and some sense of hope to this family to know that these individuals are behind bars and that they won't be able to do this to anyone else. Now, to those who travel the Bay Area freeways, I know you may have many questions. Let me tell you, your safety is our #1 priority. And we want to prevent incidents like this from happening, but when they do, we're going to do everything we can to solve them through the use of technology, working with our allied agency partners, and excellent police work like has happened here. Also, the governor's office has allocated over $10 million through a highway violence grant and task force to help address these same type of issues that are taking place on the freeways throughout the state of California. I specifically want to thank Fremont PD. Really, through their excellent police work, through our partnerships with them, Santa Cruz Police Department and Scotts Valley Police Department, we would not be here today having this press conference if it was not for them. And to Golden Gate Division's Special Services Command and Special Investigations Unit, they're true professionals, and the work they've done here has been nothing short of fantastic, and I couldn't be more proud of the work they've done. Where the case goes from here, the report's been turned over to the district attorney for filing of the charges. And that's why we have the district attorney here today, and thankful that she's here. I would now like to turn over the remainder of this time to the DA of Alameda County, Pamela Price. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Price. I am the district attorney of Alameda County. On behalf of the district attorney's office and all of the officers who have worked on this case, we offer our condolences to the family. This has been a horrific tragedy from the time that we learned of it. I can tell you, as a mother and a grandmother, my heart goes out to this family. No family should have to experience this. No mother, no grandmother should have to be riding in a car and discover that your child has been shot by someone that you have no idea and no sense, no warning whatsoever that this would happen. And so we know that this is a great shock to that family, and it certainly was a shock to those of us who became aware of it. Our office was notified early on about the work that was being done, this incident, and the tremendous work that was being done to find out who did this, to apprehend those, and to make sure that we had enough evidence to be able to prosecute these men and to hold them accountable. We were aware of the first assault with a deadly weapon on the streets of Fremont, and so our office initially charged 2 of the gentlemen with assault with a deadly weapon. The case evolved as we were waiting, and I want to commend our Deputy District Attorney Casey Bates, who worked closely with law enforcement as this was an evolving situation from the streets of Fremont to the highway and to the work that was being done to ensure that we were able to get this right. And so he worked long on Friday evening, Friday afternoon. We filed an initial complaint charging 2 of the men, and then we were able, based on the evidence that the officers and the CHP was able to produce, we were able to then file an amended complaint. And so we have filed a number of charges, 1 count of murder against the young woman, the young child, the 5-year-old victim, 1 count of murder each against 3 gentlemen. We have 6 counts each of firing into an occupied vehicle, which we know happens too often on Bay Area highways and is extremely dangerous. And we definitely want to make sure that that does not continue to happen on our highways, as well as 1 count each of assault with a firearm based on the incident that happened in Fremont. If convicted as currently charged, each defendant faces a minimum of 42 years to life exposure. However, we are continuing to evaluate the case. We're continuing to receive information. The work that's been done so far has been tremendous, and we appreciate the work done by the CHP and the work done by the Fremont Police Department. And the level of the evidence we believe will allow us to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these gentlemen committed this heinous crime. We also understand that there's additional evidence and information that we are evaluating, so additional charges may be brought at a future time. Again, I cannot say enough that this is the kind of tragedy that no family should ever have to endure, and that we want to make sure, and we appreciate the work of law enforcement, to make sure that none of us are subjected to this kind of violence, that the use of guns in Alameda County, our office is committed to doing as much as we can to eliminate and reduce gun violence in this county, wherever it exists, whether it's on the streets, in your home, on the freeway, wherever it happens, we have to stop it. So thank you for coming, and we'll open it up for questions. Yes.
Okay, so as discussed, we will open it up to some questions right now. I would ask that as we are here to talk about these 2 cases today as much as possible, please limit your questions to these incidents that we're prepared to discuss today. So I'll in both incidents, we want to open it up to the question is regarding gang relation as far as the suspect goes in the case.
What's the exact? Yeah, we do believe that the case is gang related.
The suspects were.
I'm sorry. What was it?
If the suspects were gang members.
We believe that they were gang affiliated.
And the victims have any affiliation with gangs, or the shootings were just mistaken identity?
We're still looking into that completely, but we do believe that the entire shooting was gang related. So that meaning that the suspects believe that the victims were gang related.
Can you say your full name and rank?
Eric Tang, I'm a captain with Fremont PD.
Can you spell your name as well?
Eric, E-R-I-C, last name T-A-N-G.
So it's your belief that it was maybe mistaken identity when they shot into the vehicle that contained the family?
I don't have that information. That was the CHP portion, so.
At this time, we don't believe and have no information that the family, the Crisostomo family that was driving down the freeway, we at this point believe they were just innocent victims, and that the violence that was carried out against them, not on the perpetrator's end, but as them as a family was going to a birthday party, and that there was not a gang issue with them, but the investigation is continuing to provide the information if the individuals that fired, as Fremont PD has said, that it was gang affiliation on their end, but not on the victim's end, is what we believe right now. But we're still, everything's still open with the investigation.
We heard about gang affiliation on the suspect side, and this is for the DA's office. Why were there no gang enhancements or gun enhancements filed so hard?
We are continuing to work closely with our law enforcement partners, both Fremont Police as well as CHP, to evaluate the evidence in the case, and whatever additional charges will need to be brought will be pursued at the appropriate time. Thank you. We're not ruling out anything at this point. Thank you.
Are all three suspects being charged equally? Are there any juveniles or anybody that's being lesser charged at this point?
I don't believe so. All equal. Yes, sir.
It was
Thank
first
you.
degree, second degree murder?
It's all 187.
Hear the question.
The DA's office doesn't charge degrees. We charge murder generically. My name is Casey Bates. I'm an assistant district attorney. I'm the Fremont branch head.
I can't hear your question. I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, when the suspects were booked in the Santa Rita jail, you know, they were booked with recommendation of a gang enhancement. Why, I guess, can you clarify why your office did not follow through with that recommendation when that action was typically done?
I'm not sure what he's saying. I would not say anything is typical, and every case is evaluated differently. Mr. Bates worked very diligently Friday afternoon to ensure that the appropriate charges were brought, and so I think if there was a recommendation that was considered at that time. Yeah.
Is the news release you sent out Friday with the charges, is that the updated complaint, or is it in that news release, or has there been an update to that?
I think the one that was sent out, I think we've updated it since then. Yeah, I think we did the initial.
So initially the DA's office filed a complaint that alleged the incident involving the Fremont shooting alone. Thereafter, we filed an amended complaint which alleged the homicide in addition to the assault with a firearm in Fremont. So we filed two documents. The first was related solely to the assault. The second document related to both the assault and the homicide. I am sorry, I didn't understand the question. So all three, let's say it this way, all three defendants are charged with the same crimes across the board. They're charged with one count of assault with a firearm. I should say there are two individuals that were charged with being in possession of a firearm on the day of the Fremont assault. That's Mr. Anaya and Mr. Ayala. In addition, we charged one count of homicide as to Ileana for all three defendants, and then we charged 6 counts as to all three defendants for every individual that was within the SUV that Ileana died in. Oh, that
I don't have a preference at this time. I think what I've said is we are working closely to evaluate the evidence and to determine if there will be additional charges.
And just to follow up on that, there has been reporting that DA sought permission to add enhancements, but that it was not given. Can you comment on that?
I don't believe that's true. The DA who is here, Mr. Bates, is the only district attorney that our office has assigned. So as far as I know, that's not true.
speak to that question? The question was permission sought and was it given? Is that the question? All right. So the directive of Madam DA is that in all cases where enhancements are requested or clauses requested, that it run through a chain of command. And in this case, that's what was done. And the question of an answer, whether I received an answer to that, was that the situation is under ongoing investigation, and these are important decisions that have to be made over a period of time and not at the moment of charging. So it remains under investigation. I have never received any statement that anything is foreclosed.
So you put in the gang enhancement request, but that decision has not been made at a higher level.
I think I answered that question. I followed the directive.
I have a question.
Okay. Fremont.
Okay, you were just listening in there to that update from officials in California after that tragic shooting of a 5-year-old girl who was in the car with her brother and family heading to a family birthday dinner. Such a sad story all around. Going to step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We still have a lot more to get to on this very busy Tuesday. We'll see you back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us. Well, in the upper Midwest, winter has been relentless. Now all of the snow in Minnesota is melting and the rivers are rising. We're being joined live now by Fox's Mills Hayes, who's joining us from Stillwater, Minnesota. Mills, tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing there.
Lexi, I think it's not what I can tell you, but it's what I can show you. Look behind me. You can see just how much this river has come up. And even since I've been here, I've had my camera right there. We've seen the water come up even further. So more of this flooding is going to keep on coming. But what we can see right here is that it used to be a parking lot over here. Now this restaurant, the parking lot is covered with water. And also there's some benches right there that if you were to sit in them like you normally normally would, well, the water would come up to your waist. So we are definitely seeing a lot of water come rushing through here. But what's really interesting is that a lot of this has been happening in the last few days. Since Friday, we've seen the water rise about 6 feet in just the past few days. And it could get even worse because we are going to see some rain tonight. But what we do know is that the city of Stillwater has declared a state of emergency about a month ago even. And the National Weather Service says that the water levels stand at 88.7 feet right now. That's above take action level. The city's worst flooding season was in 1965 when the river crested to 94.1 feet. And I've seen dozens of people come here to check out how bad the flooding is. And almost everyone I've spoken with has said this is the worst that they have ever seen it. I even spoke with one man who says he remembers being down here in the 60s when he was a kid and remembers the flooding and how bad it was. It was so bad that you weren't even able to drive your cars in the downtown area. Thankfully, it's not like that this time, but he says he hasn't seen it this worse since then.
All the time and bring my grandchildren here and go across the bridge and throw rocks in, and it takes a long time for the rock to hit the bottom, but not anymore. It's right up near the top.
It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Like, as you can see, there's trees that are underwater that are not supposed to be underwater, and also the building there.
This is all nice dry land where you can walk through, and there's nice trails that have been established as well. This is quite unusual to see this at this time.
And we know it's so unusual because we have seen such an unusual winter, and people here put it simply by saying that this winter has just been exhausting. We have seen about 90 inches of snow in the Twin Cities. That's about 30 to 45-minute drive away from here. We haven't seen that much snowfall since the 80s. And so when that amount of snowfall is on the ground, of course, there's going to be runoff. And when it melts, it's going to go into these rivers and it's going to keep on flooding. And like I said earlier, Lexi, we do have that rain that should be coming tonight, maybe only 1 to 2 inches of rain, but what that's going to do is really make this flooding last a lot longer than it would have if the rain wouldn't be coming through.
Yeah, Mills, that's incredible video, seeing some of the areas and where this flooding has already left an impact, and of course even where you're at now we can see it as well. Hopefully you have your rain boots on today.
I definitely do. Yep, got them on right here. Standing in some water. You need them.
All right. Thanks so much, Fox's Mills Hayes, joining us live from Stillwater with that report. Okay, and we do want to give you an update, too. If you've been traveling, you're probably aware of this as well. What happened today with Southwest Airlines. The flights and the planes are back in the sky now as the Dallas-based airline resumed flights today after grounding them nationwide due to technical issues. Southwest said in a statement, quote, "Early this morning, a vendor-supplied firewall went down and connection to more operational data was unexpectedly lost. More than 1,700 flights were impacted. It's the latest problem for the troubled airline, which over the Christmas holiday rush, you'll remember, canceled nearly 17,000 flights due to bad weather and mishandling crew schedules. That holiday horror show cost the airline more than $1 billion and launched an investigation by the Transportation Department. Going to step away for another commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, the judge overseeing Dominion Voting Systems defamation lawsuit against Fox announced that the parties have resolved their case and dismissed the jury just as the trial was to begin. The announcement averts a prolonged trial in a case that alleged the network chased viewers by spreading false claims about the 2020 presidential election. The sudden announcement came after jurors had been seated and attorneys were preparing to make opening statements for a trial that had been expected to last 6 weeks. Moments ago, lawyers for Dominion spoke to reporters. Want to bring that to you here now.
Yes. Hand it over to Stephen Shackelford. Go on below. Go from below.
Hi, Stephen Shackelford with Sussman Godfrey. I am so proud to be here today representing Dominion. It's a great day for the company, although a bittersweet day for the company. As I was preparing today to give the opening that I never got to give, I was reminded of the hell that the Dominion employees went through and continue to go through to this day. Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox. But we're not done yet. We've got some other people who have some accountability coming towards them, and I'm very proud of the team from Sussman Godfrey that has worked tirelessly for this case, and we'll move right on to the next one. Thank you.
Did you get an apology from
Councilors, anything else as part of this settlement? Is there anything else in this settlement besides money?
Davina Brooke, Sussman Godfrey. One last thank you, which is really to all of you for being with us on this journey. We appreciate what you've done to help us and to help expose what we were able to discover over the course of this process. And so thank you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Councilors, anything else in this settlement besides money?
Why didn't you get an apology?
We also want to bring you this statement here. You can see it. It says, quote, "We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. We are hopeful that our decision to resolve this dispute with Dominion amicably instead of the acrimony of a divisive trial allows the country to move forward from these issues." This statement here from Fox. Fox News and Fox television stations share ownership under parent company Fox Corporation. We also want to bring you some breaking news that we are following here right now on Live Now from Fox out of New York. You can see a live image here. Looks like we're speaking with somebody here. This is in regards to a parking garage collapse in Lower Manhattan. Rescue crews on the scene of that structure collapse in New York City. Police saying at least 3 people may be injured and 1 person trapped. Let's listen in here to see who they're speaking with live on Live Now from Fox.
First floor, we just drop off the car and then, you know, they take it and that's about it. But you can tell that it's an old building, you know, so maybe there were too many cars, you know, overloaded. There was actually another garage that closed on 2 blocks down, so maybe some of the customers, you know, moved over here and there was a little bit maybe overloaded, I don't know.
Lev, I don't know when you're going to be able to see your car.
Yeah.
But what are you thinking? What's going on? I mean, what kind of car do you have? And are you worried?
I mean, first of all, I'm going to have to take probably an Uber home or the train. You know, it affects a little bit the transportation to work because I commute from Queens. So it makes it a little bit tougher. But, I mean, the car is a car. You know, you're more concerned about the people. You know, probably whoever maybe even just drove in or, you know, that parked the car. That's what we have insurance for. So.
The guy you got the call from, talk to me a little bit more about that.
No, I actually called him myself because, well, first of all, I was wondering how everybody is. And he said, he was actually pretty calm. He said, I'm in the elevator, I'm stuck, but they're getting me out. And, but he says, I don't know about the status of my other co-workers that work there with him. He says, I have no clue.
I know you're not an employee of the garage, but how many people would you assume or estimate work there?
Work there? Probably, I mean, at a given time, about 10 people probably. Probably about 10 people, at least, yeah.
5 stories, 5 floors of cars.
Yeah. So, you know, we'll pray to God. Hopefully they'll get better. They'll come out okay.
Lev, from where in Queens?
Forest Hills.
Forest Hills. Thank you so much, Lev. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lev, pronounce your last name for me.
Zavulunov.
Any chance you can call that guy?
actually tried calling him a couple of minutes ago, but he didn't respond.
Can you call him again?
Yeah, I'll get the phone.
Okay.
What? I'm still hooked up. I hope they're rolling. If they're not, I'll have to ask them if they're rolling. I figured let's try it. If the guy's gonna call the guy up, get a phone around us.
Okay, so this is a live look here of this parking structure collapse in New York City. That's what you're seeing, all this movement here as we bring you all of this in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered. Speaking there with a bystander, that's what we were just listening to. Want to bring you a couple of tweets that we're following and just getting in here. This first one from the New York City Mayor, Eric Adams, his press secretary. It says, at NYC Mayor has been initially briefed on the partial collapse of a garage on Ann Street in Lower Manhattan. He'll be heading over shortly to survey the scene. Also want to pull up this tweet here from Pace University. It says, emergency alert. Please be advised of a building collapse near the Pace New York City campus. Members of the community should avoid William, Ann, and Fulton Streets. Continue to monitor pace.edu for updates. And we also have this update here as well. It says, collapse in NYC. Picture from dorm. Felt the ground shake under me as it fell. And you can see that photo there as well to the left, giving you one of the first wide shot images that we're getting of this breaking news scene here in Lower Manhattan. Again, police saying that this structure collapse has at least injured 3. There may be at least 1 person trapped. So a very large emergency response presence on the grounds there in Lower Manhattan as we bring you this live look yet again. A lot of emergency officials, crews, caution tape there surrounding the area as they work to try to help whoever may be impacted by this collapse right now. We're going to continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox. Wait to check in with our team at Fox 5 New York as well, who of course is on the grounds covering this in real time too. So we're going to take a quick commercial break here as we work to gather some more information. We'll see you back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for joining us.